The Best New Horror, Volume 5. Edited by Stephen Jones and Ramsey Campbell. DB 107492. Copyright 1994, Stephen Jones, Ramsey Campbell, Robinson Publishing Limited. Read by Jared Zak. Approximate reading time, 23 hours, 30 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to, at Level 1, the front matter, contents, acknowledgments, introduction, stories, and biographies, and at Level 2, the sections. Library of Congress Annotation. A selection of 29 horror stories from 1993. Jones and Campbell provide an overview of the status of horror fiction writing and publishing. Also contains Necrology 1993, an obituary of writers, artists, and performers who contributed to the horror genre and died in 1993. Violence, strong language, and descriptions of sex. 1994. From the book jacket. The Best New Horror has established itself as the world's premier annual, showcasing the talents of the very best writers working in the horror and dark fantasy field today. In this latest volume, the multi-award-winning editor has chosen razor-sharp stories of suspense and disturbing tales of terror by writers on the cutting edge of the genre. Along with a comprehensive review of the year and a fascinating necrology, this is the book no horror fan can afford to miss. About the editors. Stephen Jones is the winner of 2 World Fantasy Awards and 2 Horror Writers of America Bram Stoker Awards, as well as being a 9-time recipient of the British Fantasy Award and a Hugo Award nominee. A full-time columnist, television producer/director, and genre film publicist and consultant, the first 3 Hellraiser movies, Nightlife, Nightbreed, Split Second, etc. He is the co-editor of Horror, 100 Best Books, The Best Horror from Fantasy Tales, Gaslight and Ghosts, Now We Are Sick, The Giant Book of Best New Horror, H.P. Lovecraft's Book of Horror, The Anthology of Fantasy and the Supernatural, and the Best New Horror, Dark Voices, and Fantasy Tales series. He has also compiled the Mammoth Book of Terror, the Mammoth Book of Vampires, the Mammoth Book of Zombies, the Mammoth Book of Werewolves, the Mammoth Book of Frankenstein, Shadows over Innsmouth, Clive Barker's Shadows in Eden, James Herbert, by Horror Haunted, Clive Barker's The Nightbreed Chronicles, The Hellraiser Chronicles, The Illustrated Vampire Movie Guide, The Illustrated Dinosaur Movie Guide, and The Illustrated Frankenstein Movie Guide. Ramsey Campbell is the most respected living British horror writer. He has received the Bram Stoker Award twice, the World Fantasy Award 3 times, and the British Fantasy Award 7 times. More awards for horror fiction than any other writer. After working in the civil service and public libraries, he became a full-time writer in 1973. He has written hundreds of short stories, most recently collected in Alone with the Horrors and Strange Things and Stranger Places, and the novels The Doll Who Ate His Mother, The Face That Must Die, The Parasite, The Nameless, The Claw, Incarnate, Obsession, The Hungry Moon, The Influence, Ancient Images, Midnight Sun, The Count of 11, The Long Lost, and The One Safe Place. He has also edited a number of anthologies, reviews films for BBC Radio Merseyside, and is president of the British Fantasy Society. He is much in demand as a reader of his stories to audiences. Contents. Page Roman numeral 8. Acknowledgements. Page 1. Introduction. Horror in 1993. The Editors. Page 26. Later. Michael Marshall Smith. Page 34. When the Red Storm Comes. Sarah Smith. Page 47. The Exhibit. Martin Plumbridge. Page 62. Leavings. Kathe Koja. Page 69. Human Remains. Edward Bryant. Page 85. Flying into Naples. Nicholas Royle. Page 100. The Sixth Sentinel. Poppy Z. Brite. Page 116. The Brothers. Rick Cadger. Page 129. The Owen Street Monster. J.L. Comeau. Page 136. One Size Eats All. Ted Klein. Page 142. Mulligan's Fence. Donald R. Burleson. Page 151. How She Dances. Daniel Fox. Page 162. Passages. Karl Edward Wagner. Page 172. Easing the Spring. Sally Roberts Jones. Page 183. Safe at Home. Steve Rasnick Tem and Melanie Tem. Page 191. Mother of the City. Christopher Fowler. Page 204. Justice. Elizabeth Hand. Page 232. The Big Fish. Kim Newman. Page 264. In the Desert of Deserts. Thomas Tessier. Page 275. Two Returns. Terry Lamsley. Page 293. The Moment the Face Falls. Chet Williamson. Page 302. Darker Angels. S.P. Somto. Page 326. The Timbral Sound of Darkness. Kathe Koja and Barry N. Malsberg. Page 335. The Tsalal. Thomas Ligotti. Page 364. In the Still Small Hours. Charles Grant. Page 379. Icehouse Pond. Steve Rasnick Tem. Page 427. The Dog Park. Dennis Etchison. Page 440. The Marble Boy. Gayan Wilson. Page 453. Mephisto in Onyx. Harlan Ellison. Page 501. Necrology, 1993. Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. Acknowledgements. We would like to thank Kim Newman, Joe Fletcher, Sarah and Randy Broker, Peter Colborn, Chris Kenworthy, Steve Lockley, Michelle Slung, Ellen Datlow, Stefan Ziemianowicz, John McClay, and Thomas F. Monteleone for their help and support. Special thanks are also due to Locus, Science Fiction Chronicle, Necrophile, Variety, and Screen International, which were used as reference sources in the introduction and necrology. Introduction. Horror in 1993. Copyright 1994 by Stephen Jones and Ramsey Campbell. Later. Copyright 1993 by Michael Marshall Smith. Originally published in The Mammoth Book of Zombies. Reprinted by permission of the author. When the Red Storm Comes. Copyright 1993 by Sarah Smith. Originally published in Shudder Again. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Exhibit. Copyright 1993 by Martin Plumbridge. Originally published in Chills 7, Winter 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. Leavings. Copyright 1992 by Kathe Koja. Originally published in Borderlands 3. Reprinted by permission of the author. Human Remains. Copyright 1992 by Edward Bryant. Originally published in Darker Passions. Reprinted by permission of the author. Flying into Naples. Copyright 1993 by Nicholas Royle. Originally published in Interzone No. 77, November 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Sixth Sentinel. Copyright 1993 by Poppy Z. Brite. Originally published in Swamp Fetus. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Brothers. Copyright 1993 by Rick Cadger. Originally published in Sugar Sleep. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Owen Street Monster. Copyright 1992 by J. L. Comeau. Originally published in Borderlands 3. Reprinted by permission of the author. One Size Eats All. Copyright 1993 by Ted Klein. Originally published in Outsidle Kids, Summer 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. Mulligan's Fence. Copyright 1993 by Donald R. Burleson. Originally published in Lemon Drops and Other Horrors. Reprinted by permission of the author. How She Dances. Copyright 1993 by Daniel Fox. Originally published in Dark Voices 4, The Pan Book of Horror. Reprinted by permission of the author. Passages. Copyright 1993 by Karl Edward Wagner. Originally published in Phobius. Reprinted by permission of the author. Easing the Spring. Copyright 1993 by Sally Roberts Jones. Originally published in Cold Cuts. Reprinted by permission of the author. Safe at Home. Copyright 1993 by Steve and Melanie Tem. Originally published in Hottest Blood. Reprinted by permission of the authors. Mother of the City. Copyright 1993 by Christopher Fowler. Originally published in The Time Out Book of London Short Stories. Reprinted by permission of the author. Justice. Copyright by Elizabeth Hand. Originally published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Big Fish. Copyright 1993 by Kim Newman. Originally published in Interzone No. 76, October 1993. Reprinted by permission of the author. In the Desert of Deserts. Copyright 1993 by Thomas Tessier. Originally published in After the Darkness. Reprinted by permission of the author. Two Returns. Copyright 1993 by Terry Lamsley. Originally published in Under the Crust, Supernatural Tales of Buxton. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Moment the Face Falls. Copyright 1993 by Chet Williamson. Originally published in Monsters in Our Midst. Reprinted by permission of the author. Darker Angels. Copyright 1993 by S. P. Somto. Originally published in Confederacy of the Dead. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Timbral Sound of Darkness. Copyright 1993 by Kathe Koja and Barry N. Malsberg. Originally published in Christmas Ghosts. Reprinted by permission of the authors. The Tsalal. Copyright 1994 by Thomas Ligotti. Originally published in Noctuary. Reprinted by permission of the author. In the Still Small Hours. Copyright 1993 by Charles Grant. Originally published in Deathport. Reprinted by permission of the author. Icehouse Pond. Copyright 1993 by Steve Rasnick Tem. Originally published in the Fog. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Dog Park. Copyright 1993 by Dennis Etchison. Originally published in Dark Voices 4, The Pan Book of Horror. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Marble Boy. Copyright 1993 by Gahan Wilson. Originally published in After the Darkness. reprinted by permission of the author. Mephisto in Onyx, by Harlan Ellison, copyright 1993 by the Kilimanjaro Corporation. Reprinted by arrangement with and permission of the author and the author's agent, Richard Curtis Associates Inc., New York, USA. All rights reserved. Necrology, 1993. Copyright 1994 by Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. For Dennis Etchison, who introduced us both to the dark country. Introduction. Horror in 1993. We say it every year, but in 1993, the much-heralded collapse of the horror market once again failed to materialize. In fact, the number of original horror books published on both sides of the Atlantic was slightly up on the previous 2 years. There were no new novels from big names Stephen King or James Herbert, but Dean Koontz, as usual, top and tailed the year with a brace of better-than-usual books. Dragon Tears featured 2 cops being stalked by a superhuman killer, while Mr. Murder dealt with a psychopathic clone. Lasher was Anne Rice's sequel to The Witching Hour, about the titular demonic spirit, while Darkest Hour was the 5th in the Gothic Cutler family series by Andrew Neiderman, writing as the trademarked V.C. Andrews. Peter Straub's The Throat was a thriller sequel to both Coco and Mystery. Whitley Strieber's The Forbidden Zone concerned the reawakening of an ancient evil, and The Last Airy marked the 2nd volume in Brian Lumley's follow-up vampire series to his best-selling Necroscope volumes. There were major new novels by such modern masters of the genre as Ramsey Campbell, The Long Lost, Dennis Etchison, Shadowman, Charles L. Grant, Raven, Graham Masterton, The Sleepless, Kathe Koja, Skin, and Peter James, Host. Richard Lehman kept himself busy with a pair of dark thrillers, Alarms, aka Alarums, and Endless Night, plus the unwieldily titled Savage, From Whitechapel to the Wild West on the track of Jack the Ripper. Meanwhile, Jack the Ripper's dog Snuff narrated Roger Zelazny's Halloween fantasy A Night in the Lonesome October, illustrated with typical ghoulish glee by Gahan Wilson. As usual, serial killers were popular, as evidenced by Facade by Christine Catherine Rush, I'll Be Watching You by Samuel M. Key, a.k.a. Charles DeLint, Dark Visions by T. Lucien Wright, Bloody Valentine by Stephen R. George, and Flesh and Blood by D.A. Fowler. Gary Kilworth added the middle initial D to his byline for Angel, about a serial killer angel, which shared shelf space with Angels by Steve Harris, Angel Kiss by Kelly Wilde, and Stone Angels by Mike Jeffries. There were also plenty of detectives around battling against the forces of evil, as detailed in Christopher Fowler's Darkest Day, a sequel of sorts to Rune, which once again featured his characters Bryant and May, R. Chetwynd Hayes' aptly titled The Psychic Detective, and Goodlow's Ghosts by T.M. Wright, about another psychic investigator. Sleep Easy, from the same author, concerned the exploits of a dead detective. Sean Ryan's Brethren featured a homicide detective who used the powers of his warlock ancestor to defeat a serial killer, while The Thing That Darkness Hides by Robert Morgan, a.k.a. C.J. Henderson, was the 3rd in a series about Private Eye Teddy London, who had to buy a millionaire's soul back from Satan himself. Michael Cadnam's The Horses of the Night was about another deal with the devil, and demons and evil spirits turned up in Afterlife by Andrew Neiderman, Panic by Chris Curry, Gideon by Stephen Laws, The Curse by John Tigas, The Living Evil by Jean Ruby Jensen, Playmates by Abigail McDaniels, and Harrogate by Daniel H. Gower. Many of these manifestations were the result of witchcraft and voodoo, and the black arts were conjured up by Guy N. Smith in Witchspell, Megan Marklin in The Summoned, Elizabeth Graves in Black River, Brian Hodge in The Darker Saints, and Ellen Jameson in Stone Dead. The old-fashioned ghost story rematerialized in Ghosts by Noel Hind, Ghost Beyond Earth by Australian author G.M. Haig, Don't Take Away the Light by J.N. Williamson, and Then Put Out the Light by Deborah Grabian, Help Wanted by Richie Tankersley Cusick, Darkling by Michael O'Rourke, and The Possession by Ronald Kelly. It was no wonder that property prices were falling, according to Drawing Blood by Poppy Z. Brite, House of Lost Dreams by Graham Joyce, Cradle Song by Jessica Palmer, and The Voice in the Basement by T. Chris Martindale, all featuring haunted houses, Shattered Echoes by Barbara A. Shapiro, a haunted apartment, The Chosen by Edward Lee, a haunted inn, or Beloved by Antoinette Stockenberg, a romance about a haunted cottage. The family unit wasn't all that supportive either, with that old mid-list staple, The Evil Child, getting up to tricks in Black Ice by Pat Graverson, Shadow Walkers by Nina Romberg, and Animus by Ed Kelleher and Harriet Vidal. In Stephen R. George's Deadly Vengeance, a murdered child was reincarnated as the family dog. Sean MacDonald's The Darkness Within featured a demonic grandmother, while Patricia Simpson's romance The Haunting of Briar Rose was about a family curse. Obviously hoping to appeal to all tastes, Rick Huatala's Ghostlight combined a ghost, a psychopathic father, and 2 abused children. If you tried to escape into the country, then there were always the regional horrors to be found in the evil Scottish forest of Joe Donnelly's Still Life, Phil Rickman's Crib, aka Curfew, about a town on the Welsh borders where the dead don't stay dead, or the cursed mine of Mark Chadbourne's Underground. In Bats by William Johnstone, vampire bats developed a taste for human blood. Something nasty waited beneath the waves in both The Lake by R. Karl Largent and Dark Tide by Elizabeth Forrest, while hot on the heels of Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park and Harry Adam Knight's Carnosaur, Penelope Banka-Krebs decided that the idea of genetically mutated prehistoric monsters was worth another shot in Carnivores. The Book of the Damned by D.A. Fowler was a horror novel about people who read horror novels. Pranks by Dennis J. Higman featured a Joker from beyond the grave, and The Keeper by Robert D. Lee, a.k.a. Marianne Donahue and Robert Derek Steele, concerned a veritable circus of horrors. There were also new novels from Freda Warrington, Sorrow's Light, Sean Hudson, Deadhead and White Ghost, Tanith Lee, Elaphantasm, Graham Watkins, Kaleidoscope Eyes, and Ed Gorman, Shadow Games, and under his Daniel Ransom pseudonym, The Long Midnight. Veteran Richard Matheson also returned to the horror genre, almost, with an entertaining Twilight Zone-ish thriller, 7 Steps to Midnight. 1992 proved to be a phenomenally successful year for vampires, thanks to the publicity surrounding Francis Ford Coppola's movie of Bram Stoker's Dracula. And proving that the old themes still remain popular, vampire fiction accounted for around 21% of adult horror books published in 1993, an increase over even the previous year's rise. The Golden by Lucius Shepard was a superior vampire murder mystery with more than a nod to Mervyn Peake's Gormenghast trilogy. Anne Bilson's Suckers was satire about yuppie vampires in contemporary London, and there were more modern bloodsuckers in The Book of Common Dread, a novel of the Infernal by Brent Monahan. Lois Tilton's Darkness on the Ice featured Nazi vampires in Greenland. A virus turned people into vampires in Blood by Ron D., and Shadows After Dark by Ouida Crozier was a lesbian novel about an alien vampire. The undead overran Chicago in Ivan Navarro's After Age, and they stalked the small-town streets of Arizona and Oregon respectively in The Summoning by Bentley Little and Golden Eyes by John Gideon. And still they kept batting away. The Knighton Vampires by Guy N. Smith, The Night Inside by Nancy Baker, Night Blood by Eric Flanders, Blood Feud by Sam Siciliano, Blood and Roses by Sharon Bainbridge, Precious Blood by Pat Graverson, Blind Hunger by David Dark, a.k.a. Ron D., Insatiable by David Dvorkin, and Domination by Michael Sicilione. Stephen Bruss took time off from his successful heroic fantasy novels to produce Aguiar, an acclaimed dark fantasy about a contemporary vampire's love affair. Eternity by Laurie Herter was the fourth in her romance series about vampire David de Morrissey's search for an eternal companion, and other romance titles featuring the undead included Forever and the Night by Linda Lael Miller and Twilight Fantasies by Maggie Shane. The Phallus of Osiris by Valentina Celescu was an erotic vampire novel and a sequel to her Kiss of Death, and The Vampire Journals by Tracy Briery was another sequel, this time to The Vampire Memoirs. Chelsea Quinn Yarbrough's Darker Jewels and Better in the Dark were both in her historical Saint Germain series, set in the court of Ivan the Terrible and the Dark Ages, respectively. Tanith Lee's Personal Darkness was the second volume in her blood opera sequence and a sequel to Dark Dance. P. N. Elrod followed up her series The Vampire Files with Red Death, the first in a new series set during the American Revolution. In Laurel K. Hamilton's Guilty Pleasures, vampire hunter Anita Blake, also known as the Executioner, was hired by the undead to hunt down a serial killer depleting their ranks in an alternate New Orleans. Some Things Never Die by Robert Morgan was the second volume featuring private investigator Teddy London on the trail of killer vampires in New York City, while Blood Pact by Tanya Huff was the fourth book in her series featuring private investigator Vicki Nelson and her vampire partner Henry Fitzroy, this time involved with a Frankenstein-like mad scientist. Making Love by Melanie Tem and Nancy Holder was an erotic reworking of the Frankenstein story, while Sophie Gallimore-Bird explored a similar concept in Maneater about the creation of a perfect woman. In another variation on the theme, Michael Blumlein's gender-swapping novel X-Y concerned a man who found himself in a woman's body. Another horror icon received the splatterpunk treatment in Animals, a novel about shape-changers and apparently the final collaboration between John Skipp and Craig Spector. The Community by Ben Leach, a.k.a. Stephen Boquet, featured the inhuman kin living among mankind, and there were more immortal shapeshifters in The Others by D.M. Wind. Children of the End by Mark A. Clements was about a race of genetically created lycanthropes, and Moonrunner, Gathering Darkness by Jane Toombs was the second book in a series about a family of shapeshifters. For a change, there were also Embrace of the Wolf by Pat Franklin and Wild Blood by Nancy A. Collins, while The Werewolf's Kiss and The Werewolf's Touch by Sherry Scotch were both romances set in the Louisiana bayous. Proving that horror was still not the moribund genre most people predicted, a wealth of debut novels appeared in 1993 by both newcomers and more experienced hands. Richard Christian Matheson's eagerly awaited first full-length work, Created By, skillfully blended the author's knowledge of Hollywood and the television industry with his proven skill as a horror writer. It also came with some of the most impressive quotes of the year, including Clive Barker, William Friedkin, and NBC TV's Brandon Tartikoff. Another book laden down with a remarkable number of quotes was Wet Work by Philip Nutman. However, this expansion of an impressive short story about The Walking Dead didn't really live up to its hype. Much more promising novel debuts were Nina Kiriki Hoffman's The Thread That Binds the Bones, about a family of witches, and Alyssa DiCarlo's The Devil You Say, an enjoyable P.G. Wodehouseian-type spoof about psychic detective Aubrey Arbuthnot and his faithful manservant Hornchurch. An equally entertaining prequel, Strong Spirits, followed. The first in a series, Knights of the Blood, was an enjoyable romp mixing crusader vampires, undead Nazis, and contemporary serial killings, created by Catherine Kurtz and written by her husband, Scott Macmillan. Gail Peterson's The Making of a Monster featured a rock star vampire in modern Los Angeles, while The Vampire Legacy, Blood Secrets by Karen E. Taylor was the first book in a new series about a vampire fashion designer. Other first novels included The Living One by Lewis Gannett, Rapid Growth by Mary L. Hanner, Night Sisters by John Pritchard, Imp by Michael Scott, and John Boston's Naked Came the Sasquatch, which was described as a cross between television's Northern Exposure and Twin Peaks. The Unfinished by the late J.B. Laws was a gay horror novel consisting of 3 stories and a framing device set in a haunted house in San Francisco. Another gay novel, John L. Meyer's Holy Family, about demonic possession and ghosts, was the winner of the Lambda Rising First novel contest. Robert Wise's Midnight was billed as a Christian horror novel. In 1993, the burgeoning young adult horror fiction market almost doubled, accounting for nearly twice as many titles as the adult horror market. In turn, vampire novels apparently contributed to around 18% of the YA total. The undisputed stars of teenage horror remained Christopher Pike and R.L. Stine, with a reported 8 million and 7.5 million books in print, respectively. Amongst a slew of reprints, Pike's new novels included Road to Nowhere, The Eternal Enemy, The Immortal, and The Wicked Heart. Stine published The Dead Girlfriend and a new trilogy entitled The Fear Street Saga, 1. The Betrayal, 2. The Secret, 3. The Burning, detailing the background to one of his most popular series. Ghostly fiction was well represented with A Ghost Waiting and A Box of Tricks by Hugh Scott, The Ghosts of Mercy Manor by Betty Wren Wright, The Summer of the Haunting by William Corlett, Summer Lightning by Wendy Corsi Staub, Acquainted with the Night by Solace Hotsey, and A Taste of Smoke by Marion Dane Bauer. Other teen terror titles included The Wheatstone Pond by the late Robert Westall, Game Over by Joseph Locke, a.k.a. Ray Garton, Sweet 16 and Never Been Killed by Richard Posner, Somebody Help Me by Beverly Hastings, The Dead Hour by Pete Johnson, Call of the Deep by Linda Piazza, The Phantom by Barbara Steiner, The Initiation by Dean Curtis Regan, and The Stranger by Caroline B. Cooney. Cooney also published The Vampire's Promise, while Angela Sommer-Bodenberg's The Vampire in Love was translated from the original German by Sarah Gibson. Bad Blood by Deborah Doyle and James D. MacDonald concerned a werewolf on a camping trip, and Children of the Night, Dark Dreams by Anne Hodgman was the first book in a series about a young girl who turns into a lycanthrope. Series fiction was the big thing in YA publishing, and there were plenty of examples to keep the voracious readership happy. 8 volumes of The Nightmare Club appeared by such authors as Richard Lee Byers, Rick Barron, Vincent Courtney, and Bruce Richards. T.S. Rue contributed Room 13, The Pool, and The Attic to the Nightmare Inn series, and Diane Ho's new Nightmare Hall series included The Silent Scream, Deadly Attraction, The Wish, and The Scream Team. Other new series included Haunted, You Can Never Go Home Anymore by Diane Sheldon, and 3 volumes of Dark Moon Legacy by romance writer Cynthia Blair. Charles L. Grant continued his Midnight Place series with 2 novels under the Simon Lake pseudonym, Death Cycle and He Told Me To. Michael August and Joe Gibson contributed to 5 more volumes in the loosely connected Scream series. Jesse Harris added volumes 7 and 8 to the Power series, The Vampire's Kiss and The Obsession, and Terror Academy Night School by Nicholas Pine was the 7th book in that particular series. Besides publishing a Star Trek The Next Generation novelization and 2 YA horror novels, Talons and Shattered, the prolific John Peel also launched another new series entitled Shockers, featuring teens involved with aliens, alien prey, demonic killer wolves, Blood Wolf, a dream killer, Grave Doubts, and of course the ubiquitous vampire, Nightwings. Each volume had an initial print run of 50,000 copies. Among those authors shying away from the genre appellation was Patrick McGrath, whose bizarre novel set in World War II Britain, Dr. Haggard's Disease, was as usual classified under the evasive New Gothic nomenclature. Jonathan Karl and his publishers also went out of their way to distance his latest novel After Silence from the genre, despite its theme of realistic horror. Bradley Denton's acclaimed novel Blackburn was about the exploits of the titular psycho killer in contemporary America, while In the Electric Mist with Confederate Dead by James Lee Burke featured the author's New Orleans detective Dave Robichaud solving a murder with help from a ghost. Peter Ackroyd's latest, The House of Dr. D, was also a ghost story, as was The Vanishment by Jonathan Aycliffe, a.k.a. Dennis McOwen/Daniel Easterman, published as part of the boxed set Here Lie 3 Tales That Will Never Die. A.S. Byatt's Angels and Insects was a collection of 2 novellas, one of which was a ghost story, and The Oracle at Stoneleigh Court by Peter Taylor contained 11 stories and 3 one-act plays, mostly about the supernatural. Voodoo Dreams by Jewel Parker Rhodes was an historical novel about New Orleans voodoo queen Marie Laveau. John Whitbur's episodic novel Popes and Phantoms was set in an alternate Renaissance Italy peopled by animated corpses, while Mrs. De Winter was Susan Hill's belated sequel to Daphne du Maurier's classic Rebecca. The List of Seven was a first novel by Mark Frost, co-creator of television's Twin Peaks, in which Sir Arthur Conan Doyle teamed up with the inspiration for his famous fictional detective to battle the Dark Brotherhood, a satanic secret society planning world domination. Screenwriter/director Nicholas Meyer used his third Sherlock Holmes pastiche, The Canary Trainer, to pit the great detective against the Phantom of the Paris Opera. As usual, it featured cameos by historical figures, including Gaston Leroux, Degas, and Sigmund Freud. 1993 was also a year to reappraise some of the classics of the field. Leonard Woolf offered both The Essential Dracula and The Essential Frankenstein, 2 newly annotated editions of the novels by Bram Stoker and Mary W. Shelley. Dracula, the ultimate illustrated edition of the world-famous vampire play, collected together the 2 stage versions of Stoker's novel, by Hamilton Dean and John L. Balderston, edited and annotated by David J. Scull. Robert M. Filmus edited and introduced The Island of Dr. Moreau, a Valorium text by H.G. Wells, which included manuscript deviations and 2 essays by Wells. Elaine Bergstrom and P.N. Elrod both contributed to the adventures of vampire Count Strahd von Zavarich with Ravenloft, Tapestry of Dark Souls, and Ravenloft, I, Strahd, respectively, based on the dark fantasy game from TSR. And from Games Workshop came Warhammer, Genevieve Undead by Jack Yeovil, a.k.a. Kim Newman, which included 3 novellas featuring the vampire character first introduced in the same author's Drachenfels. In the Fog, edited by Charles L. Grant, was subtitled The Last Chronicle of Greystone Bay, the 4th in the Shared Worlds series, and Mary Gentle and Roz Cavaney edited The Weird, Book 2, a shared world anthology about a secret society of shape-changers. The Aliens series of novelizations, based on the movie series from 20th Century Fox and the Dark Horse graphic novels, continued with Nightmare Asylum by Steve Perry, The Female War by Steve Perry and Stephanie Perry, and Genocide by David Bischoff. Todd Strasser's Addams Family Values was another movie tie-in. The big Stephen King book of the year was Nightmares and Dreamscapes, with a first printing of 1.5 million copies. The 800-page volume collected together 20 stories and various associational material. Love Death by Dan Simmons was subtitled 5 Tales of Love and Death, only 2 of which were really horror. No such problem with Alone with the Horrors, an Arkham House retrospective of Ramsey Campbell's 30-year career, containing 39 stories and beautifully illustrated by J.K. Potter. Strange Things and Stranger Places was another Campbell collection, containing 10 stories and including the first U.S. publication of his novella Needing Ghosts. Fruiting Bodies and Other Fungi by Brian Lumley collected 13 tales of the macabre, while Thomas Ligotti's Noctuary contained 7 stories, a new novella, an introductory essay, and 19 vignettes. Gary Kilworth published 2 collections, In the Country of the Tattooed Men and Hogfoot Right and Bird Hands, both containing some horror material, the latter introduced by Robert Holdstock. Tanith Lee's Nightshades was subtitled 13 Journeys into Shadow, while Bestsellers Guaranteed by Joe R. Lansdale was an omnibus volume of 16 stories, revised from his 1991 Pulp House collection Stories by Mama Lansdale's Youngest Boy. In the young adult market, Demons and Shadows, the ghostly best of Robert Westall, was the first of 2 very welcome volumes containing 11 tales. Joan Aiken's A Creepy Company collected the same number of stories, while Night Terrors by Jim Murphy contained 12 tales narrated by a sinister gravedigger. Darkness Creeping by Neil Shusterman consisted of 8 stories and 2 poems, and Bruce Coville's Book of Monsters, Tales to Give You the Creeps, offered a baker's dozen of YA shorts. Martin H. Greenberg, the reigning king of the anthology market, was as prolific as ever during 1993. He solo-edited Frankenstein, The Monster Wakes, and teamed up with Ed Gorman for Predators, Carol Serling for Journeys into the Twilight Zone, Mike Resnick for Christmas Ghosts, Charles G. Waugh for Lighthouse Horrors, Robert Weinberg and Stefan R. Ziemianowicz for The Mists from Beyond, and Richard Gilliam and Edward E. Kramer for Confederacy of the Dead. Although his name didn't appear on the covers, Greenberg was also involved with Robert Bloch's Monsters in Our Midst, a follow-up to the editor's earlier Psychopaths, and Ramsey Campbell's Deathport, the latest in a series of anthologies from the Horror Writers Association, featuring 28 stories set in an airport built over a cursed Indian burial ground. Veteran anthologist Peter Haining returned to the genre with the television late-night horror omnibus, containing 32 stories used as the basis for late-night horror shows on television, while Richard Dalby's Vampire Stories included 18 tales of the undead, plus an introduction by Peter Cushing. Pam Kesey edited Daughters of Darkness, Lesbian Vampire Stories. Michelle Slung followed up her best-selling 1991 anthology I Shudder at Your Touch with Shudder Again, and Hottest Blood, edited by Jeff Gelb and Michael Garrett, continued the series presenting the ultimate in erotic horror. Dark Seductions, edited by Alice Alfonsi and John Scognamiglio, attempted to cover similar ground, and from the same publisher, Zebra, came Spellbound Kisses, an anonymous anthology of 4 romantic novellas. The Mammoth Book of Zombies, edited by Stephen Jones, contained 26 stories of The Walking Dead, but no mammoths, while The Ultimate Zombie and The Ultimate Witch, both edited by Byron Price and John Betancourt, failed to live up to their titles. Phobius was another theme anthology edited by Wendy Webb, Richard Gilliam, and Edward Kramer, with an introduction by Robert Bloch, and Peter Crowther's Touch Wood, Narrow Houses Volume 2, built upon the success of the first book. Maria Lexton edited the Time Out Book of London Short Stories, which included new fiction by Clive Barker, Anne Bilson, Jonathan Carroll, Christopher Fowler, Neil Gaiman, Kim Newman, and Lisa Tuttle, amongst others. Despite Thomas F. Monteleone's claim that his much-delayed Borderlands 3 was the only regular non-themed anthology in the field, the Pan Book of Horror reached its 34th year with Dark Voices 5, edited by David Sutton and Stephen Jones. Unfortunately, only members of the Science Fiction Book Club saw Masterpieces of Terror and the Unknown, containing 58 stories and poems of the macabre, edited by the always reliable Marvin Kaye. The Oxford Book of Gothic Tales, edited by Chris Baldock, included 37 stories, while 4 classic ghostly tales edited by Anita Miller somewhat confusingly featured 8 examples of Victorian horrors. The expanding instant remainder/bargain book market was ideal for value-for-money anthologies, and, to be expected, Martin H. Greenberg was at the forefront of this growing outlet. Along with Stefan R. Ziemianowicz and Robert Weinberg, he edited To Sleep, Perchance to Dream, Nightmares, Nursery Crimes, and 100 Ghastly Little Ghost Stories, and teamed up with Al Sarantonio for 100 hair-rising little horror stories. Kathleen Jordan edited Alfred Hitchcock's Tales of the Supernatural and the Fantastic, but nobody would own up to compiling Horror by Lamplight. When it came to the young adult market, Greenberg was there again, editing A Newberry Halloween with Charles G. Waugh, containing 13 ghost and horror stories by winners of the prestigious Newbery Award. There was also All Hallows Eve, Tales of Love and the Supernatural, edited by Mary Elizabeth Allen, Don't Give Up the Ghost, the Delacorte Press Book of Original Ghost Stories, edited by David Gale, Short Circuits, 13 shocking stories by outstanding writers for young adults, edited by Donald R. Gallo, Please Do Not Touch, edited by Judith Gorog, and the anonymously edited Mysterious Christmas Tales, horror stories for the festive season. Sometimes it is easy to forget that America and Britain are not the only countries where horror fiction is published. As a timely reminder of this fact, Lee Blackmore edited the first Australian mass-market horror anthology, Terror Australis, the best of Australian horror, while from Canada came Northern Frights, the first in a new series edited by Don Hutchison. As always, the year's best fantasy and horror, 6th annual collection, edited by Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling, contained a bumper selection of 49 stories and 3 poems. The year's best horror stories celebrated its 21st anniversary under the distinctive editorship of Karl Edward Wagner, and our own Best New Horror 4 was once again the only annual showcase to appear on both sides of the Atlantic. With most mainstream publishers already planning to cut back their output for the next couple of years, it has fallen to the small, independent imprints to pick up many worthwhile projects, publishing them in often beautifully designed small press editions. One of the fastest-growing of these young imprints is Minneapolis-based Fettigan and Bremer, which continued its policy of publishing the kind of books Arkham House used to with House of the Toad, a new Lovecraftian novel by Richard L. Tierney, and Basil Copper's The Exploits of Solar Ponds, a collection of 4 novellas illustrated by Stephanie Hawkes, based on the Holmes-like investigator created by August Derleth. Another Minneapolis publisher, Dreamhaven Books, issued Neil Gaiman's first collection, Angels and Visitations, a miscellany, a very handsome collection which lived up to its subtitle with 10 stories and various poems, articles, and essays. From publisher Mark V. Ziesing came Pat Cadigan's new collection, Dirty Work, which pretty much covered all the genres, and a revised version of Harlan Ellison's impressive psychonovella Mephisto in Onyx. Borderlands Press issued Poppy Z. Brite's first collection of Southern Gothic tales, Swamp Fetus, while from Deadline Press came Richard Lehman's collection of 20 stories, A Good Secret Place, with an introduction by Ed Gorman. Gorman's own collection, Dark Whispers and Other Stories, appeared from Pulp House/Mystery Scene Press, and the long-delayed last volume of Pulp House, the hardback magazine, issue 12, finally appeared, edited by Christine Catherine Rush. Sinister, an anthology of rituals edited by George Hatch, was the 7th volume of Noctulpa, Journal of Horror from Horror's Head Press, illustrated with collages by T. Winter Damon. It is perhaps easier to understand why no mainstream publisher would be interested in Spartacus Publications' Bloodlust of the Devil by Desmond Edwards, an apparently self-published collection of 9 horror stories. Mind Warps was a self-published collection of 22 horror stories by John Maclay, and from the same publisher, Maclay and Associates, came one of the best anthologies of the year, After the Darkness, containing 17 stories edited by Stanley Weatter. Claudia O'Keeffe edited Ghost Tide for Revenant Books, and from CD Publications came Thrillers, edited by Richard T. Chismar, the first in a new series, featuring an introduction by Joe R. Lansdale and new fiction by Rex Miller, Nancy A. Collins, Chet Williamson, and Ardath Mehar. Cold Cuts was the first volume in another proposed series, edited by Paul Lewis and Steve Lockley, which included 17 Welsh-based stories. Chris Kenworthy edited 2 anthologies for his own Barrington Books, The Sun Rises Red and Sugar Sleep, and also published Nicholas Royle's novel debut, Counterparts. A first novel about native Indian magic, The Charm, by Adam Niswander, was in danger of publicity overkill from Integra Press. Matthew J. Costello's novel Garden was a sequel to his 1991 book Worm, introduced by F. Paul Wilson and published by Twilight Publishing Co., and Donald Tyson's occult novel The Messenger appeared from Llewellyn Press. Joe R. Lansdale's Mr. Weed-Eater was a slim limited edition from Cahill Press. As part of its Creation Classics line, Creation Press kicked off an H.P. Lovecraft reprint series with Crawling Chaos, Selected Works, 1920 to 1935, edited by James Havoc and introduced by Colin Wilson. It was followed by a new edition of Arthur Machen's The Great God Pan. From Chaosium came Robert Bloch's collection of Lovecraftian stories, Mysteries of the Worm and The Hastur Cycle, a collection of 12 Cthulhu mythos tales and 1 poem edited by Robert M. Price. The Gothic Society published a collection of 8 supernatural stories, Tales My Mother Never Told Me by Jenny Gray. Richard Dalby's Ghost Story Press resurrected 2 welcome short story collections from obscurity, Tedious Brief Tales of Granta and Gramarye by Ingolphus, a.k.a. Arthur Gray, and Flaxman Lowe, Psychic Detective by Kate and Hesketh Pritchard, and followed them up with 2 ghost stories, A Centenary by M.R. James, edited by Barbara and Christopher Roden, and Fear Walks the Night by Frederick Coles. For those small publishers with slightly less resources, then regular journals or signed, numbered, and illustrated chapbooks proved to be the best format for showcasing old masters, new authors, and important reprints. Probably the most prolific publisher of these limited edition booklets was Necronomicon Press, who turned out a bewildering variety of titles on a regular basis. Ramsey Campbell's 2 TWO Obscure Tales would perhaps have been better titled 2 TOO Obscure Tales, while S.T. Joshi edited The Count of 30, a tribute to Ramsey Campbell, which contained 4 essays, an interview, and a working bibliography. The Lodger by Fred Chappell was a Lovecraftian short story illustrated by Stephen Fabian, and William Hope Hodgson's At Sea included 4 previously uncollected non-fantasy stories, edited with an introduction by Sam Gafford. On the non-fiction front, there were various editions of Crypt of Cthulhu and Lovecraft Studies, H.P. Lovecraft Letters to Robert Bloch, edited by David E. Schultz and S.T. Joshi, and its subsequent supplement, plus the first issue of The New Lovecraft Collector. Necronomicon was also responsible for issues of The Dark Man, the Journal of Robert E. Howard Studies, and The Dark Eidolon, the Journal of Clark Ashton Smith Studies, Studies in Weird Fiction, and the debut of Other Dimensions, the Journal of Multimedia Horror, which included an interview with Clive Barker. Necrophile, the review of horror fiction, clocked up 4 issues, and is quite simply the best magazine devoted to the subject currently available. From the World Fantasy Award-winning Roadkill Press came Edward Bryant's short collection Darker Passions, and a new author double featuring Going Mobile by Glenn E. Cox back-to-back with La Luz Canyon by Royce H. Allen. Meanwhile, Del Stone Jr.'s Roadkill from Caliber Press was a post-Holocaust zombie story illustrated by David Dorman. Silver Salamander Press launched itself into the chapbook market with Close to the Bone, featuring 10 erotic horror stories by Lucy Taylor, and followed it with Adam Troy Castro's debut collection Lost in Booth 9 and a revised version of Michael Shea's novella I Set the Fly. From Bump in the Night Books, another new imprint, Voyages into Darkness contained stories by Stephen Laws and Mark Morris, illustrated by Frank X. Smith, and Jewins Publishing collected 6 Brian Lumley stories in The Last Rite. Lemon Drops and Other Horrors was a debut collection by Donald R. Burleson from Hobgoblin Press, while Southern Discomfort, subtitled The Selected Works, was a first story collection by Elizabeth Massey, published by Dark Regions Press. From Rosemary Pardoe's Haunted Library came Supernatural Pursuits, 3 humorous ghost stories by William I. Reed. Nigel Taylor's Prodigies and Effigies contained 32 short tales, and Transients and Other Strange Travelers by Darrell Schweitzer, published by W. Paul Ganley, contained 15 stories illustrated by Stephen E. Fabian. Crossroad Press tried to do something different with the chapbook format, producing Andrew Vachus's Psycho story A Flash of White as a short story, a script adaptation by Rose Dawn Bradford, and a finished graphic sequence by David Lloyd. It was followed by Vachus's Crossroads Drive, which included the story, a treatment by Joe R. Lansdale, and the finished comics version illustrated by Gary Gianni. Stanislaus Tal continued his bid for worldwide small press domination with his ubiquitous Tal publications. Unfortunately, such releases as Yellow Matter by William Barton, Bizarre Sex and Other Crimes of Passion 2, Bizarre Bazaar 93, and Death Realm only reflected the dearth of writing talent and editing skills, coupled with an adolescent treatment of sex and violence, which permeates far too much of the American small press. It was also hard to know what to make of Wayne Allen Sally's episodic misery Pain Grin, T. Winter Damon's non-fiction rant Rex Miller, The Complete Revelation, or even the best of D.F. Lewis, although Ramsey Campbell made a brave effort with his introduction to the latter. As usual, Interzone turned out some of the most eclectic and interesting fiction in the field on a monthly basis. Its companion publication, Million, the magazine about popular fiction, included a Clive Barker interview, a look at Dracula movies by Kim Newman, and a controversial essay about Stephen King by S.T. Joshi. However, editor and publisher David Pringle admitted that it was impossible to keep Million afloat with a weak subscription base and poor bookstore sales, and the 2 magazines combined with the August 1993 issue of Interzone. The magazine of fantasy and science fiction continued to thrive under the editorship of Christine Catherine Rush, but the enlarged format Weird Tales only managed 2 issues, devoted to Nina Kiriki Hoffman and Ian Watson. The Scream Factory included stories and interviews with Brian Lumley and Andrew Vachus, and also produced a special edition, The Night of the Living Dead, a 25th anniversary tribute, featuring almost everything you needed to know about zombies. The World Fantasy Award-winning Cemetery Dance included interviews with Clive Barker, Gahan Wilson, and Poppy Z. Brite. Dead of Night was resurrected with the 7th issue after a 3-year hiatus, and followed it up with a special holiday supplement in the 8th number showcasing a trio of Christmas tales by J.N. Williamson. Gordon Linzer's Space and Time was also revived under a new publisher with number 81. There were also various issues of Aberrations, adult horror, science fiction and dark fantasy, Avalonius, the journal of the Arthur Machen Society, Chills, Dark Horizons, Eldritch Tales, The End, Grue magazine, Peeping Tom, Pulp House, a fiction magazine, The Silver Web, 2 AM, The Urbanite, and Weird Book. The Australian magazine Sirius made its debut with an article on Dan Simmons and a checklist of Charles L. Grant's Shadows anthologies, and the New York Review of Science Fiction included David J. Scull's look at horror in the 1950s and 60s. For news and reviews, Americans could choose between Hugo Award winners Locus or Science Fiction Chronicle, while in Britain readers could pick from a revitalized British fantasy newsletter or the faltering Critical Wave. Looking like a poorly produced copy of Locus, John Betancourt's Horror, the news magazine of the horror and dark fantasy field, managed just one hard-to-find issue in 1993. Probably the most entertaining non-fiction book of the year was Once Around the Block, an unauthorized autobiography by the always fascinating Robert Bloch. David J. Scull's The Monster Show, A Cultural History of Horror, took an informed look at the role of horror in pop culture. Although many of the horror entries are missing from the updated edition, the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction, edited by John Clute and Peter Nichols, still weighed in at a hefty 1,400-plus indispensable pages. Stephen King, Master of Horror by Anne Seidman, was a biography aimed at children about the best-selling author. On Poe, The Best from American Literature, edited by Louis J. Budd and Edwin H. Cady, was an anthology of 17 critical essays about Edgar Allan Poe, published between 1934 and 1937. Classic Horror Writers, edited by Harold Bloom, looked at 12 19th-century authors of horror and Gothic fiction, while Clive Bloom edited the highly selective Creepers, British Horror and Fantasy in the 20th Century. Wordsmiths of Wonder, 50 interviews with writers of the fantastic by the reliable Stan Nichols, included chats with 11 horror writers, including Clive Barker, James Herbert, Ramsey Campbell, Kim Newman, and Guy N. Smith. The British Library issued Shadows in the Attic, a comprehensive guide to British ghost and supernatural fiction 1820 to 1945, compiled by Neil Wilson. Catherine Ramsland's The Vampire Companion, the official guide to Anne Rice's The Vampire Chronicles, was an encyclopedia for those devoted to the best-selling series. The Vampire Encyclopedia by Matthew Bunson was a coffee table volume aimed at fans of the undead, but didn't really live up to its title. Greg Cox's long-awaited The Transylvanian Library, a consumer's guide to vampire fiction, might not have included every vampire story and novel, but it at least tried with the help of a bat rating system. Vampires, an uneasy essay on the undead in film by Jalal Tufik, and The Vampire Film, From Nosferatu to Bram Stoker's Dracula by Alan Silver and James Orsini, both looked at cinematic bloodsuckers, while the Illustrated Vampire Movie Guide by Stephen Jones reviewed more than 600 titles with bat ratings, and included an introduction by Peter Cushing. It was followed by the second volume in the series, the Illustrated Dinosaur Movie Guide, introduced by Ray Harryhausen, And dinosaurs proved to be big business in 1993, with The Making of Jurassic Park by Don Cheadle and Jody Duncan reaching the bestseller lists. Brian Sen and John Johnson's Fantastic Cinema Subject Guide, a topical index to 2,500 horror, science fiction, and fantasy films, contained a fully annotated and cross-indexed filmography arranged in subject categories. With Songs of Love and Death, the classical American horror film of the 1930s, Michael Sevastakis took a critical look at 11 horror movies, and Michael F. Blake's Lon Chaney, The Man Behind the Mask, was generally regarded as the best biography yet of the Man of 1,000 Faces. Philip Riley continued his invaluable series of film books reprinting the classic Universal scripts with The Wolfman. Given all the fuss over its authenticity, perhaps The Diary of Jack the Ripper more properly belonged with the fiction titles. Underwood Miller continued its attractive series of art books with Virgil Finley's Strange Science, with a foreword by Robert Bloch and an introduction by Harlan Ellison, Virgil Finley's Phantasms, introduction by Stephen E. Fabian, Ladies and Legends by Stephen E. Fabian, introduction by the late Jerry Delarue, and the very welcome A Hannis Book Treasury, with an introduction by Ray Bradbury. Horripilations, The Art of J.K. Potter was another beautifully produced volume from Paper Tiger, with text by Nigel Suckling and an introduction by Stephen King. The Art of Michael Whelan was an equally impressive, if somewhat expensive volume, and included separate interviews with the artist by Anne McCaffrey, Terry Booth, and David Cherry. Morpheus International's Mindfields combined the distinctive art of Jacek Yurka with original short fiction by Harlan Ellison. Danger Is My Business, an illustrated history of the fabulous pulp magazines by Lee Server, included chapters on the horror and science fiction titles, and Playboy fiction editor Alice K. Turner took her readers on an illustrated tour of the history of hell. James Herbert's Dark Places, Locations and Legends was a collection of photographs by Paul Barkshire of locations which either inspired or featured in Herbert's novels, with accompanying text by the author himself. Clive Barker created a variety of superheroes for Marvel/Razorline's Hyperkind, Hokum and Hex, Ecto Kid, and Saint Sinner comics, and Eclipse continued its series of graphic adaptations of Barker's Books of Blood stories with The Yattering and Jack coupled with How Spoilers Bleed, illustrated by John Bolton and Hector Gomez, Dread with Down Satan, illustrated by Dan Brereton and Tim Conrad, and The Life of Death with New Murders in the Rue Morgue, illustrated by Stuart Stanyard and Hector Gomez. Eclipse also used Ed Gorman to adapt Dean Koontz's Trapped into a graphic novel, illustrated by Anthony Billau. Malibu continued its comic adaptations of Brian Lumley's Necroscope series with Book 2, Vampire, illustrated by Dave Kendall. The Ray Bradbury Chronicles reached a fourth volume from NBM with original graphic adaptations of Bradbury's stories and a reprint from EC Comics' Haunt of Fear. New California publisher Tuscany Press released System Shock 1, featuring graphic adaptations of Metastasis by Dan Simmons, Special by Richard Lehman, and Film at 11 by John Skip. Meanwhile, Skip and Craig Spector returned to one of their favorite themes, zombies, with a story called Triumph of the Will in DC Comics' Green Lantern Corps Quarterly No. 7. Joe R. Lansdale scripted the 5-issue miniseries Jonah Hex, Two Gun Mojo, illustrated by Tim Truman, and DC's new series Anima was a gritty combination of horror and magic, dealing with, among other things, the AIDS crisis, written by Paul Whitcover and Elizabeth Hand. Grant Morrison and Mark Miller took over the scripting chores on Swamp Thing from Nancy A. Collins, promising to expand the character in new directions. Morrison also published a new graphic novel, The Mystery Play. DC collected Neil Gaiman's The Books of Magic into graphic novel format with a new introduction by Roger Zelazny. Gaiman's ongoing Sandman saga included such spin-offs as Death, The High Cost of Living, introduced by singer-slash-songwriter Tori Amos, and The Children's Crusade, a crossover project involving characters from a number of different titles. After 1992's 16-year low, the box office bounced back with the best year ever for movies. The estimated total American gross for 1993 was more than $5 billion. Despite Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park becoming the highest-earning film of all time, almost $869 million worldwide and still climbing, it wasn't a particularly good year for genre movies. The only other title in Variety's top 10 was Disney's animated Aladdin at number 6, which continued to add to its 1992 total, pushing past the $200 million mark. The third most successful genre film of the year was the fantasy comedy sleeper Groundhog Day starring Bill Murray, followed by the science fiction adventure Demolition Man, which didn't do as well as Cliffhanger for revitalized star Sylvester Stallone. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Last Action Hero was not the hit everyone expected, and its domestic gross was little more than producer Tim Burton's delightfully bizarre Nightmare Before Christmas, which cost a great deal less to produce. Among the rest of the top earners, the year's sequels included Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, Addams Family Values, Jason Goes to Hell, Army of Darkness, Evil Dead 3, RoboCop 3, Warlock Armageddon, and Witchboard 2. Stephen King had 3 movie adaptations of his work released, but Sometimes They Come Back, The Dark Half, and the unjustly ignored Needful Things all failed to work at the box office. Films attempting to cash in on the success of Jurassic Park also never made much of an impact. Super Mario Bros., Spielberg's animated We're Back, A Dinosaur Story, and Carnosaur did marginal business, and only the latter, based on the novel by Harry Adam Knight, probably had a good gross-to-budget ratio. Hocus Pocus presented a trio of comedic witches. Man's Best Friend explored Cujo territory, and Leprechaun, The Luck of the Irish Just Ran Out, marked the start of another franchise series. Most of the following titles quickly found their way onto the video shelves: Bloodstone, Subspecies 2, Abel Ferrara's powerful Body Snatchers, the third version of Jack Finney's novel, Jennifer Lynch's Boxing Helena, Coneheads, the underrated Dust Devil, Stuart Gordon's Fortress, Freaked, Frogtown 2, Maniac Cop 3, Puppet Master 4, and The Unnameable 2, which was supposedly based on H.P. Lovecraft's story. One of the best new shows on television was The X-Files, about 2 likable FBI agents investigating the paranormal. Highlander badly needed the charm of Sean Connery, but at least The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr. had Bruce Campbell. Time Tracks concerned criminals from the future being hunted in the 20th century, while Babylon 5 suspiciously resembled Star Trek Deep Space Nine. For superhero fans, there was the wonderfully witty Lois and Clark, retitled The New Adventures of Superman in Britain for those who didn't get the joke, and Batman proved to be the most popular animated show in syndication, even spawning a theatrical feature, Batman: Mask of the Phantasm. ABC TV's miniseries of Stephen King's The Tommyknockers may have been overlong, but at least it was fun. Showtime's anthology movie Body Bags was not even up to the standard of HBO's variable Tales from the Crypt series, despite being directed by John Carpenter and Tobe Hooper. Home Box Office's remake of Attack of the 50-Foot Woman starred Daryl Hannah and was just as cheesy as the 1958 original. The Spielberg-produced Sequest DSV was thankfully pulled from British screens after only a few weeks, and most people either loved or hated Oliver Stone's virtual reality and virtually incomprehensible Wild Palms. In March, the third annual World Horror Convention moved to the snowbound climes of Stamford, Connecticut, where the guests of honor included authors Peter Straub and Les Daniels, artist Stephen Gervais, actor Paul Clemens, and Master of Ceremonies Stanley Wyatter. The winner of the 1993 Grand Master Award was Richard Matheson. The Horror Writers of America held their annual meeting and Bram Stoker Awards banquet in June in New York City. After speeches by HWA President Dennis Etchison, Whitley Strieber, and movie director John Carpenter, the award for novel went to Thomas F. Monteleone's Blood of the Lamb. Elizabeth Massey's Sin Eater picked up the first novel award, and Novelette was a tie between Stephen Bissett's Aliens, Tribes from Dark Horse Comics and The Events Concerning a Nude Foldout Found in a Harlequin Romance by Joe R. Lansdale from Dark at Heart. Dan Simmons' This Year's Class Picture from Still Dead won in the short story category. Norman Partridge's Mr. Fox and Other Feral Tales picked up collection, and the nonfiction award was presented to Cut, Horror Writers on Horror Film, edited by Christopher Golden. The Life Achievement Award went to Ray Russell. Because of complaints from international members, the HWA officially changed its name to the Horror Writers Association during the weekend's business meeting. The 18th British Fantasy Convention was held in Birmingham in early October. Guests included Peter James, Tad Williams, artist Les Edwards, and Master of Ceremonies Dennis Etchison. The British Fantasy Award for Best Novel was presented to Graham Joyce's Dark Sister, while Peeping Tom was named Best Small Press for the second year running. Nicholas Royle collected both the Best Short Story Award for Night Shift Sister and the Best Anthology Award for Darklands 2. Jim Pitts received the Best Artist Award for the second consecutive year. Conrad Williams was voted Best Newcomer, and the Special Award went to Michael Moorcock. Horror got a chilly reception at the 1993 World Fantasy Convention held in Minneapolis later the same month. Despite all but ignoring the field for their guests and programming, the organizers couldn't help but notice that the award winners continued to reflect the overall popularity of the genre. Tim Powers' occult fantasy Last Call won Best Novel. Best Novella went to The Ghost Village by Peter Straub from Meta Horror, and Best Short Story was a tie between Joe Haldeman's Graves from the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction and This Year's Class Picture by Dan Simmons. Jack Cady's The Sons of Noah was awarded Best Collection, while Best Anthology went to Dennis Etchison's Meta Horror. James Gurney was voted Best Artist. Dell/Abyss editor Gene Cavellos picked up the Professional Special Award, and the Non-Professional Special Award went to Doug and Tommy Lewis of Roadkill Press. Harlan Ellison received the Life Achievement Award. When California dealer Barry R. Levin announced his 6th annual Collectors Awards, Michael Crichton was voted Most Collectible Author of 1993. Mark V. Ziesing Books won the Most Collectible Book of the Year award for The Lettered State of Mephisto and Onyx by Harlan Ellison, and the Lifetime Collectors Award went to Arthur C. Clarke for The Collection of a Body of Classic Works that Ennoble the Genre of Science Fiction. Unfortunately, the presentation ceremony had to be canceled because of the Los Angeles earthquake. To paraphrase an old saying, books and films don't kill people, people kill people. However, given the current moral climate on both sides of the Atlantic, it would appear that all society's ills can be neatly blamed on horror fiction, television violence, or Britain's so-called video nasties, which have not legally existed since the Video Recordings Act of 1984. Obviously, this just ain't so. More than 2 decades after its original release, Stanley Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange still remains banned in Britain, ever since the director withdrew the film from distribution in 1974 after a media outcry blaming it for outbreaks of senseless violence. In early 1993, the British courts upheld the ban in a lawsuit filed by Warner Brothers, the movie's distributors, against a London cinema that screened the film, despite prints being freely accessible in almost every other country in the world. At a TV program executives meeting in January, Motion Pictures Association of America, MPAA President Jack Valenti said he didn't give a damn about research which showed no correlation between television violence and the rising crime rate. He insisted that the entertainment industry should act as if television is a factor in antisocial behavior, and not leave to the government the role of surrogate guardian of family value standards. On April 2nd, author and bookseller David Britton was convicted under Britain's Obscene Publications Act and ordered to serve a 4-month jail sentence because of comics found in a 1991 raid on his bookstore. Manchester police had made numerous raids on the premises, and in 1992 failed in their attempts to get Britain's satirical novel Lord Horror destroyed. ELSPA, the UK Trade Association for Computer and Video Game Publishers, teamed up with the Video Standards Council to draft a self-regulating rating system for video games, which are exempt from classification by the British Board of Film Classification. In 1992, the BBFC began to classify video games depicting human sexual activity or mutilation. In February, 2 boys aged 10 years old were charged with the abduction and horrific murder of James Bulger in the Merseyside area. At their trial in November, finding both boys guilty, the judge made spurious reference to a video, Universal's Child's Play 3, which one of the boys' fathers had rented prior to the killing. He inferred, without any proof, that the boy might have been exposed to the video and consequently influenced by it, a totally unsubstantiated conclusion. This was quickly picked up by the UK tabloid press, which began a sensationalist witch hunt, spurred on by Liberal Democrat MP David Alton, whose previous attempt at profile-raising was trying to repeal Britain's abortion law, and a moral minority who called for a ban on all films deemed unsuitable for home viewing. All this despite the police stating that the video had absolutely no bearing on the case, James Furman of the British Board of Film Classification denying any connection between screen violence and young offenders, and the British government describing the country's censorship laws as draconian enough. But in the end, it wasn't enough. The Newsom Report, a document claiming that a group of child psychologists had changed their minds about the effects of screen violence on children, was conveniently produced for Alton to cite, even though several of the signatories had not changed their minds at all. In April 1994, Home Secretary Michael Howard caved in to cross-party pressure and introduced new classification and censorship laws on films and video games. Films would be refused a release or forced to carry a restricted classification if the BBFC decided that a viewer could become a threat to society. 20th Century Fox succumbed to pressure to drop its UK theatrical release of The Good Son, in which Macaulay Culkin plays a child murderer. Vadim Jean's Beyond Bedlam, based on the horror novel by Harry Adam Knight, was initially denied a video certificate by the BBFC and condemned, like the acclaimed Reservoir Dogs and Bad Lieutenant, to languish in the UK video wasteland. David Alton has said that he plans to target television and books next. British booksellers are already resisting horror titles, and several films have been voluntarily withdrawn from video distribution or denied television screenings. So long as such controversy can be fanned by the cynical media, hypocritical politicians, and misinformed public opinion, we should all be on our guard. It is all too easy to use horror fiction and films as a scapegoat for economic and social deprivation. As most intelligent people realize, fiction is only a reflection of life. The real problems exist elsewhere. The Editors, May 1994. Michael Marshall Smith, Later. Michael Marshall Smith's first novel, Only Forward, was published to critical acclaim by HarperCollins in 1994. A freelance graphic designer and radio scriptwriter, over the past few years his short fiction has appeared in various anthologies, including several volumes of Dark Voices, The Mammoth Books of Frankenstein, Werewolves and Zombies, Shadows over Innsmouth, The Anthology of Fantasy and the Supernatural, Darklands and Darklands 2, Touch Wood, the year's Best Fantasy and Horror, and 2 previous editions of The Best New Horror. He has twice won the British Fantasy Award for Best Short Fiction and was voted Best Newcomer in 1991. I remember standing in the bedroom before we went out, fiddling with my tie and fretting mildly about the time. As yet we had plenty, but that was nothing to be complacent about. The minutes had a way of disappearing when Rachel was getting ready, early starts culminating in a breathless search for a taxi. It was a party we were going to, so it didn't really matter what time we left, but I tend to be a little dull about time. I used to, anyway. When I had the tie as close to a tidy knot as I was going to be able to get it, I turned away from the mirror and opened my mouth to call out to Rachel. But then I caught sight of what was on the bed and closed it again. For a moment I just stood and looked, and then walked over towards the bed. It wasn't anything very spectacular, just a dress made of sheeny white material. A few years ago, when we started going out together, Rachel used to make a lot of her clothes. She didn't do it because she had to, but because she enjoyed it. She used to trail me endlessly round dressmaking shops, browsing patterns and asking my opinion on a million different fabrics, while I half-heartedly protested and moaned. On impulse, I leant down and felt the material, and found I could remember touching it for the first time in the shop on Mill Road, could remember surfacing up through contented boredom to say that, yes, I liked this one. On that recommendation, she'd bought it and made this dress, and as a reward for traipsing around after her, she'd bought me dinner, too. We were poorer then, so the meal was cheap, but there was lots, and it was good. The strange thing was, I didn't even really mind the dress shops. You know how sometimes, when you're just walking around, living your life, you'll see someone on the street and fall hopelessly in love with them? How something in the way they look, the way they are, makes you stop dead in your tracks and stare. How for that instant you're convinced that if you could just meet them, you'd be able to love them forever. Wild schemes and unlikely meetings pass through your head, and yet as they stand on the other side of the street or the room, talking to someone else, they haven't the faintest idea of what's going through your mind. Something has clicked, but only inside your head. You know you'll never speak to them, that they'll never know what you're feeling, and that they'll never want to. But something about them forces you to keep looking, until you wish they'd leave so you could be free. The first time I saw Rachel was like that, and now she was in my bath. I didn't call out to hurry her along. I decided it didn't really matter. A few minutes later, a protracted squawking noise announced the letting out of the bath water, and Rachel wafted into the bedroom swaddled in thick towels and glowing high spirits. Suddenly, I lost all interest in going to the party, punctually or otherwise. She marched up to me, set her head at a silly angle to kiss me on the lips, and jerked my tie vigorously in about 3 different directions. When I looked in the mirror, I saw that somehow, as always, she'd turned it into a perfect knot. Half an hour later, we left the flat, still in plenty of time. If anything, I'd held her up. "Later," she said, smiling in the way that showed she meant it. "Later, and for a long time, my man." I remember turning from locking the door to see her standing on the pavement outside the house, looking perfect in her white dress, looking happy and looking at me. As I walked smiling down the steps towards her, she skipped backwards into the road, laughing for no reason, laughing because she was with me. "Come on," she said, holding out her hand like a dancer, and a yellow van came round the corner and smashed into her. She spun backwards as if tugged on a rope, rebounded off a parked car, and toppled into the road. As I stood cold on the bottom step, she half sat up and looked at me, an expression of wordless surprise on her face, and then she fell back again. When I reached her, blood was already pulsing up into the white of her dress and welling out of her mouth. It ran out over her makeup, and I saw she'd been right. She hadn't quite blended the colors above her eyes. I told her it didn't matter, that she still looked beautiful. She had. She tried to move her head again, and there was a sticky sound as it almost left the tarmac and then slumped back. Her hair fell back from around her face, but not as it usually did. There was a faint flicker in her eyelids, and then she died. I knelt there in the road beside her, holding her hand as the blood dried a little. It was as if everything had come to a halt and hadn't started up again. I heard every word the small crowd muttered, but I didn't know what they were muttering about. All I could think was that there wasn't going to be a later, not to kiss her some more, not for anything. Later was gone. When I got back from the hospital, I phoned her mother. I did it as soon as I got back, though I didn't want to. I didn't want to tell anyone, didn't want to make it official. It was a bad phone call, very, very bad. Then I sat in the flat, looking at the drawers she'd left open, at the towels on the floor, at the party invitation on the dressing table, feeling my stomach crawl. I was back at the flat, as if we'd come back home from the party. I should have been making coffee while Rachel had yet another bath, coffee we'd drink on the sofa in front of the fire. But the fire was off and the bath was empty. So what was I supposed to do? I sat for an hour, feeling as if somehow I'd slipped too far forward in time and left Rachel behind, as if I could turn and see her desperately running to try to catch me up. When it felt as if my throat was going to burst, I called my parents, and they came and took me home. My mother gently made me change my clothes, but she didn't wash them. Not until I was asleep, anyway. When I came down and saw them clean, I hated her. But I knew she was right, and the hate went away. There wouldn't have been much point in just keeping them in a drawer. The funeral was short. I guess they all are, really, but there's no point in them being any longer. Nothing more would be said. I was a little better by then, and not crying so much, though I did before we went to the church because I couldn't get my tie to sit right. Rachel was buried near her grandparents', which she would have liked. Her parents gave me her dress afterwards because I'd asked for it. It had been thoroughly cleaned, and large patches had lost their sheen and died, looking as much unlike Rachel's dress as the cloth had on the roll. I'd almost have preferred the bloodstains still to have been there. At least that way I could have believed that the cloth still sparkled beneath them. But they were right in their way, as my mother was. Some people seem to have pragmatic, accepting souls, an ability to deal with death. I don't, I'm afraid. I don't understand it at all. Afterwards, I stood at the graveside for a while, but not for long, because I knew that my parents were waiting at the car. As I stood by the mound of earth that lay on top of her, I tried to concentrate, to send some final thought to her, some final love. But the world kept pressing in on me through the sound of cars on the road, and some bird that was cawing in a tree. I couldn't shut it out. I couldn't believe that I was noticing how cold it was, that somewhere lives were being led and televisions being watched, that the inside of my parents' car would smell the same as it always had. I wanted to feel something, wanted to sense her presence, but I couldn't. All I could feel was the world round me, the same old world. But it wasn't a world that had been there a week ago, and I couldn't understand how it could look so much the same. It was the same because nothing had changed, and I turned and walked to the car. The wake was worse than the funeral, much worse, and I stood with a sandwich feeling something very cold building up inside. Rachel's oldest friend, Lisa, held court with her old school friends, swiftly running the range of emotions from stoic resilience to trembling incoherence. "I've just realized," she sobbed to me. "Rachel's not going to be at my wedding." "Yes, well, she's not going to be at mine either," I said numbly, and immediately hated myself for it. I went and stood by the window, out of harm's way. I couldn't react properly. I knew why everyone was standing here, that in some ways it was like a wedding. Instead of gathering together to bear witness to a bond, they were here to prove she was dead. In the weeks to come, they'd know they'd stood together in a room, and would be able to accept she was gone. I couldn't. I said goodbye to Rachel's parents before I left. We looked at each other oddly and shook hands, as if we were just strangers again. Then I went back to the flat and changed into some old clothes. My someday clothes, Rachel used to call them, as in, someday you must throw them away. Then I made a cup of tea and stared out of the window for a while. I knew damn well what I was going to do, and it was a relief to give in to it. That night, I went back to the cemetery and I dug her up. What can I say? It was hard work, and it took a lot longer than I expected, but in another way it was surprisingly easy. I mean, yes, it was creepy, and yes, I felt like a lunatic. But after the shovel had gone in once, the second time seemed less strange. It was like waking up in the mornings after the accident. The first time I clutched at myself and couldn't understand, but after that I knew what to expect. There were no cracks of thunder, there was no web of lightning, and I actually felt very calm. There was just me and, beneath the earth, my friend. I just wanted to find her. When I did, I laid her down by the side of the grave and then filled it back up again, being careful to make it look undisturbed. Then I carried her to the car in my arms and brought her home. The flat seemed very quiet as I sat her on the sofa, and the cushion rustled and creaked as it took her weight again. When she was settled, I knelt and looked up at her face. It looked much the same as it always had, though the color of the skin was different, didn't have the glow she always had. That's where life is, you know, not in the heart, but in the little things, like the way hair falls around a face. Her nose looked the same, and her forehead was smooth. It was the same face, exactly the same. I knew the dress she was wearing was hiding a lot of things I would rather not see, but I took it off anyway. It was her going-away dress, bought by her family specially for the occasion, and it didn't mean anything to me or to her. I knew what the damage would be and what it meant. As it turned out, the patchers and menders had done a good job, not glossing because it wouldn't be seen. It wasn't so bad. When she was sitting up again in her white dress, I walked over and turned the light down, and I cried a little then, because she looked so much the same. She could have fallen asleep, warmed by the fire and dozy with wine, as if we'd just come back from the party. I went and had a bath then. We both used to when we came back in from an evening, to feel clean and fresh for when we slipped between the sheets. It wouldn't be like that this evening, of course, but I had dirt all over me, and I wanted to feel normal. For one night at least, I just wanted things to be as they had. I sat in the bath for a while, knowing she was in the living room, and slowly washed myself clean. I really wasn't thinking much. It felt nice to know that I wouldn't be alone when I walked back in there. That was better than nothing, was part of what had made her alive. I dropped my someday clothes in the bin and put on the ones from the evening of the accident. They didn't mean as much as her dress, but at least they were from before. When I returned to the living room, her head had lolled slightly, but it would have done if she'd been asleep. I made us both a cup of coffee. The only time she ever took sugar was in this cup, so I put one in. Then I sat down next to her on the sofa, and I was glad that the cushions had her dent in them, that as always they drew me slightly towards her, didn't leave me perched there by myself. The first time I saw Rachel was at a party. I saw her across the room and simply stared at her, but we didn't speak. We didn't meet properly for a month or two, and first kissed a few weeks after that. As I sat there on the sofa next to her body, I reached out tentatively and shook her hand, as I had done on that night. It was cooler than it should have been, but not too bad because of the fire, and I held it, feeling the lines on her palm, lines I knew better than my own. I let myself feel calm, and I held her hand in the half-light, not looking at her, as also on that first night, when I'd been too happy to push my luck. She's letting you hold her hand, I'd thought. Don't expect to be able to look at her, too. Holding her hand is more than enough. Don't look. You'll break the spell. My face creased then, not knowing whether to smile or cry, but it felt all right. It really did. I sat there for a long time, watching the flames, still not thinking, just holding her hand and letting the minutes run. The longer I sat, the more normal it felt, and finally I turned slowly to look at her. She looked tired and asleep, so deeply asleep, but still there with me and still mine. When her eyelid first moved, I thought it was a trick of the light, a flicker cast by the fire. But then it stirred again, and for the smallest of moments I thought I was going to die. The other eyelid moved, and the feeling just disappeared, and that made the difference, I think. She had a long way to come, and if I'd felt frightened or rejected her, I think that would have finished it then. I didn't question it. A few minutes later, both her eyes were open, and it wasn't long before she was able to slowly turn her head. I still go to work, and put in the occasional appearance at social events, but my tie never looks quite as it did. She can't move her fingers precisely enough to help me with that anymore. She can't come with me, and nobody can come here, but that doesn't matter. We always spent a lot of time by ourselves. We wanted to. I have to do a lot of things for her, but I can live with that. Lots of people have accidents, bad ones. If Rachel had survived, she could have been disabled or brain damaged so that her movements were as they are now, so slow and clumsy. I wish she could talk, but there's no air in her lungs, so I'm learning to read her lips. Her mouth moves slowly, but I know she's trying to speak, and I want to hear what she's saying. But she gets round the flat, and she holds my hand, and she smiles as best she can. If she'd just been injured, I would have loved her still. It's not so very different. Sarah Smith. When the Red Storm Comes. Sarah Smith writes mystery, science fiction, and hypertext, interactive computer-based fiction, including the dark fantasy King of Space for the Macintosh. Her novel, The Vanished Child, appeared from Ballantine in 1992 and was one of the New York Times notable books of the year, and she is co-author of the Mosaic SF novel Future Boston, edited by David Alexander Smith. She has also had stories published in Aboriginal, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, Tomorrow and Shudder Again, and she is working on a sequel to The Vanished Child, provisionally titled The Knowledge of Water. Currently a full-time writer, she has designed and implemented tutorials and documentation systems for high-end computer products. She lives in Brookline, Massachusetts with her husband, a varying population of neighborhood children, 2 of whom, on the average, are mine, a 22-pound Maine Coon cat named Vicious, a very nervous parakeet, and 4 computers. I had read Michelle Slung's Crime on Her Mind anthologies as they came out, recalls the author, and when Michelle asked me for a Victorian vampire, I wrote this story as a tribute to her delicious, half-criminal heroines. Like many resort towns, Portsmouth, New Hampshire is more stridently Edwardian now than in 1905, but surprisingly little changed. I recommend the Cappuccino in Market Square, where Miss Wentworth met her Carpathian count. Count Zohari may or may not be a vampire, but Susan Wentworth indubitably becomes one. Relationships are so often like that. "Do you believe in vampires?" he said. I snapped Dracula closed and pushed it under the tapestry bag containing my neglected cutwork. "Mr. Stoker writes amusingly," I said. "I believe I don't know you, sir." "What a shame," he said, putting his hand on the cafe chair across from me. I looked up and up. He was tall, blond. His uniform blazed crimson, a splash of blood against the green trees and decent New Hampshire brick of Market Square. The uniform was Austro-Hungarian. His rank I did not know, but clearly he was an officer. "You should be better acquainted with vampires." He clicked heels and bowed. "Count Ferenc Zohari." Without invitation, he sat down, smiling at me. In this August 1905, in Portsmouth, where I was spending the summer before my debutante year, negotiations were being held that might finish the long Russo-Japanese War. Aboard his yacht Mayflower at the Naval Yard, President Roosevelt had hosted the first meeting between the Russian and Japanese plenipotentiaries, Count Sergei Witte and the Marquis Komura. Now the opponents met officially at the Naval Yard and schemed between times at the Wentworth Hotel. My Aunt Mildred did not encourage newspaper reading for unmarried women, so I was out of date, but I knew the negotiations were supposed to be going badly. The town was crowded with foreign men. There was a storminess in the air, a feel of heavy male energy, of history and importance. Danger, blood, and cruelty, like Mr. Stoker's book. It made my heart beat more strongly than any woman's should. "Don't talk to any of them," Aunt Mildred had said. But for once my aunt was out of sight. "You are part of the negotiations? Pray tell me how they proceed." "I am an observer only." "Will they make peace?" "I hope not, for my country's sake." He looked amused at my surprise. "If they continue the war, Russia and Japan will bleed. Russia will lose, turn west. They will make a little war and probably lose. But if they sign their treaty, Russia will fight us 5 years from now, when they are stronger. And then the Germans will come in, and the French to fight the Germans, and the English with the French. Very amusing. My country cannot survive." "Is it not wearying to have such things decided and to be able to do nothing?" "I am never wearied." My companion stretched out his hand, gathered together my half-finished cut-work linen, and waved it in the air for a moment like a handkerchief before dropping it unceremoniously on the ground. "Your mother makes you do this," he said. "But you prefer diplomacy. Or vampires. Which?" I flushed. "My aunt controls my sewing," I said. Cutwork had been my task for this summer, sitting hour after hour on Aunt Mildred's veranda, sewing hundreds of tiny stitches on the edges of yards of linen, then clipping out patterns with my sharp-pointed scissors. "Linen for my trousseau," said Aunt Mildred, who would not say the word sheets. In the fall, I would go to New York, planning my strategies for marriage like a powerless general. The battle was already hopeless. Without greater wealth than I commanded, I could not hope to be in the center of events. I would become what I was fit for by looks, but not by soul, the showy, useless wife of some businessman, whose interest in war extended only to the army's need for boots or toothbrushes. But now, because Admiral Togo had won at Tsushima, I had my taste of war, however far away and tantalizing. I was sitting with a soldier, here in the hot, thick sunlight and green leaves of Market Square. "Do you like war?" my companion asked. "Or simply blood?" An interesting question. "I think they both concern power." "Precisely." He leafed through the book while I watched him secretly. In the exquisitely tailored crimson uniform, he had a look of coarseness combined with power. Above the stiff, gold-braided collar, his neck was thick with muscle. His hands were short and broad-nailed, his fingertips square against the yellow and red binding of Dracula. Perhaps feeling my eyes on him, he looked up and smiled at me. He had assurance, a way of looking at me as though I were already attracted to him, though he was not handsome. A thick-lipped mouth, a scar on his jaw, and a nick out of his ear. And he had thrown my cutwork on the ground. "My name is Susan Wentworth," I said. "Wentworth, like the hotel. That is easy to remember." No sweet words about my face being too beautiful for my name to be forgotten. "Do you stay at the hotel?" he asked. A gentleman never asked directly where a lady lived, to save her the embarrassment of appearing to desire his company. "My aunt has a cottage at Kittery Point." "That is not far. Do you come to the tea dances at the hotel?" "Seldom, Count Zohari. My aunt thinks the diplomatic guests are not suitable company." "Very true. But exciting, no? Do you find soldiers exciting, Miss Wentworth?" "Soldiering, yes, and diplomacy. I admit that I do." "A certain amount of blood. That is nice with the tea dances." With his thumbnail, he marked a passage in the book and showed it to me. As she arched her neck, she actually licked her lips like an animal, I read. "Do you find that exciting?" "I am not a vampire, Count Zohari," I said, uneasily amused. "I know that." My companion smiled at me, showing regular, even teeth. "I, for instance, I am a vampire, and I can assure you that you are not one yet." "You, Count Zohari?" "Of course, not as this man Stoker describes. I walk in the sun. I see my face in my shaving mirror. I assure you I sleep in sheets, not dirt." He reached out and touched the thin gold cross I wore around my neck. "A pretty thing. It does not repel me." His fingers hovered very close to my neck and bosom. "The vampire is very sensual, Miss Wentworth, especially when he is also a soldier. Very attractive. You should try." I had let him go too far. "I think you dare overmuch, Count Zohari." "Ah, why, I dare. That is the vampire in me. But you don't hold up your cross and say, 'Begone, Nekuratul,'" he said. "And that is the vampire in you. Do you like what you read, Miss Susan Wentworth? You look as though you would like it very much. Are you curious? If you will come to the tea dance at the hotel, I will show you the handsome hotel sheets, and teach you that vampires are almost as civilized as diplomats." He looked at me, gauging my response, and for a moment, horrified, I felt I would respond. I wanted the brutal, crude power of the man. "Count Zohari, you have mistaken me. I am respectable." I snatched the book away from him and stuffed it deep into my tapestry bag. "I have certainly no desire to see your—" I would not give him the satisfaction of finishing the sentence. "You're making me talk nonsense!" He brushed his mustache with his finger, then lifted one corner of his lip. "What will convince you, dear, respectable Miss Wentworth? My fangs? Shall I turn into a wolf for you? Come into your chamber like a red mist, or charge in like cavalry?" Over our heads the leaves rattled, and wind soughed through the square. Count Zohari looked up. "Shall I tell you the future in your blood? Shall I control the sea for you, or call a storm? That is my best parlor trick. Let us have a thunderstorm, Miss Wentworth, you and I." The tide controlled the sea, and the Piscataqua River called thunderstorms once or twice a week in August, without help from Hungarian counts. "If you can tell the future, Count Zohari, you know that everything you say is useless." "It is not my most reliable gift, Miss Wentworth," he said. "Unfortunately, or I would not be here watching Vita and Komura, but back in New York drinking better coffee at the embassy. It works best after I have had a woman, or drunk blood. Shall we find out together what Vita and Komura will do? No? You do not wish to know?" On the cafe table there was a ring of condensation from my glass of ice water. With mock solemnity he shook salt from the table shaker over it and stared at the water as if into a crystal ball, making passes like a fortune-teller. "Seawater is better to look into. Blood best. Ice water, Miss Wentworth, you make me work. But I see you will come to the tea dance. Today, Wednesday, or Thursday, you will come." "I will not," I said. "Of course I will not." "Tomorrow?" "Certainly not." "Thursday, then." From the direction of the ocean, thunder muttered above the white tower of First Church. Count Zohari made a gesture upward and smiled at me. I began to gather up my things, and he bent down, stretching out his long arm to pick up my fallen linen. "This is almost done. You must come Thursday." "Why Thursday?" I asked unwillingly. "Because I have made a bet with myself. Before you have finished this quatch," he said, "I will give you what you want. I shall have turned you into a vampire." A sea salt wave of breeze rolled over the square, hissing. The leaves were tossed pale side up like dead fish. I stared at him, the smell of the sea in my mouth, an acrid freshness. He smiled at me, slightly pursing his lips. Flushing, I pushed my chair away. Count Zohari rose, clicked his heels, raised my hand to his lips. And through the first drops of rain I saw him stride away, his uniform the color of fresh blood against the brick and white of the Athenaeum, darkening in the rain. A soldier, his aide-de-camp, came forward with a black cape for him. Unwillingly, I thought of vampires. That night, the rain shook the little paned windows of my white bedroom. "This monster has done much harm already," I read. Moisture in the air made the book's binding sticky, so that both my palms were printed with fragments of the red name backward. The howling of wolves. There were no wolves around Portsmouth, nor vampires either. I could tell my own future without help from him. This fall in New York would decide it, whatever my strategies. Women of my sort all had the same future. How much less alive could I be if I were a vampire's prey? I pictured myself approaching young men of my acquaintance and sinking my teeth into their throat. This was fancy. I had no access even to the ordinary powers of men such as the Count. But he had told me one quite specific thing, and it intrigued me. He was with the embassy in New York. The next day, though I was tired, I assiduously sewed at my cutwork and pricked at it with my scissors, and finishing this respectable task, I felt as though I were again in control of myself, triumphant over Count Zohari, and ready to face him. At my instigation, Mrs. Lathrop, my aunt's friend, proposed that we visit the Wentworth, and Aunt Mildred was persuaded to agree. On Thursday, Elizabeth Lathrop and her daughter, Lucilla, Aunt Mildred, and I all fit ourselves into the Lathrop barouche, and at a gentle pace we were driven through the curving streets of Kittery and past the federal mansions of Portsmouth. It was a perfect day, the breeze from the sea just enough to refresh us. Late daylilies and heliotrope blooming behind old-fashioned wooden trellis fences. A day for a pleasant, thoughtless excursion. Yet, as we passed through Market Square, I looked for his glittering red figure, and as we pulled into the handsome gravel driveway of the Wentworth, I found myself excited, as if I were going to a meeting of some consequence. Aunt Mildred and Mrs. Lathrop found us a table by the dance floor, which was not large, but modern and well-appointed. An orchestra was playing waltzes, a few couples practiced their steps on the floor, and many soldiers sat at tables under the potted palms, flirting with young women. Mrs. Lathrop and Lucilla intended a sight of Count Vitta, whose manners were reported to be so uncouth that he must eat behind a screen. I saw no sign of Count Zohari. At one table, surrounded by a retinue of men, the notorious Madame N held court, a laughing, pretty woman who was rumored to have brought down 3 governments. While the orchestra played, Mrs. Lathrop and my Aunt Mildred gossiped about her. Lucilla Lathrop and I discovered nothing in common. From under my eyelashes, I watched clever Madame N. 3 women from the Japanese legation entered the dining room, causing a sensation with their kimonos, wigs, and plastered faces. I wondered if there were Japanese vampires, and if the painted Japanese ladies felt the same male energy from all those soldiers. Were those Japanese women's lives as constrained as mine? "The heat is making me uneasy, Aunt Mildred. I will go and stroll on the terrace." Under my parasol, I let the sea wind cool my cheeks. I stared over the sandy lawn, over the sea. "Miss Wentworth, have you come to see my sheets?" "By no means, Count Zohari." He was sitting at one of the little cafe tables on the terrace. Today he was in undress uniform, a brownish gray. In the sea light, his blonde hair had a foxy tint. Standing, he bowed elaborately, drawing out a chair. "I would not give you the satisfaction of refusing." I inclined my head and sat down. "Then you will satisfy by accepting?" "Indeed not. What satisfaction is that?" I looked out over the sea, the calm harbor. While yachts swayed at anchor, the Star Island ferry headed out toward the shoals, sun gleaming off its windows and rail. I had seen this view for years from Aunt Mildred's house. There was nothing new in it. "Come now, turn your head, Miss Wentworth. You don't know what I offer. Look at me." On his table was a plate of peaches, ripe and soft. I smelled them on the warm air, looked at them, but not at him. A fly buzzed over them. He waved it away, picked up a fruit, and took a bite out of it. I watched his heavy, muscular hand. "You think you are weary of your life, but you have never tasted it. What is not tasted has no flavor. I offer everything you are missing. Ah, now you look at me." His eyes were reddish-brown with flecks of light. He sucked at the juice, then offered the peach to me, the same he had tasted. He held it close to my lips. Eat. I will have another, but not this. Eat with me. Then you will have as many as you want. I took a tiny nip from the fruit's pink flesh. Soft, hairy skin. Sweet flesh. He handed the plate of fruit to me. I took one and bit. My mouth was full of pulp and juice. I could have your body, he said in a soft voice. By itself, like that peach. That is no trouble. But you can be one of us. I saw it in the square. I want to help you, to make you what you are. One of us? What do you mean? One who wants power, he said, with the same astonishing softness. Who can have it? A vampire. Eat your peach, Miss Wentworth, and I will tell you about your Dracula. Vlad Draculesti, son of Vlad the Dragon. On Timpa Hill by Brasov, above the chapel of St. Jacob, he had his enemies' limbs lopped and their bodies impaled. And as they screamed, he ate his meal beside them, dipping his bread into the blood of the victims, because the taste of human blood is the taste of power. The essence of the vampire is power. He reached out his booted foot and, under the table, touched mine. Power is not money, or good looks, or rape, or seduction. It is simple, life and death. To kill, to drink the blood of the dying. But oneself to survive, to beget, to make one's kind, to flourish. Komura and Vita have such power. They are making a great red storm, with many victims. I too have power, and I will have blood on my bread. Will you eat and drink with me? Blood? He looked at me with his light-flecked eyes. Does blood frighten you? Do you faint at the sight of blood, like a good little girl? I think not. He took a quick bite from his peach. Have you ever seen someone die? Did they bleed? Did you look away? No, I see you did not. You were fascinated, more than a woman should be. You like the uniforms, the danger, the soldiers. But what you truly like, Miss Wentworth, is red. When you read about this war in the newspapers, will you pretend you are shocked and say, "Oh, how dreadful," while you look twice and then again at the pictures of blood, and hope you do not know why your heart beats so strong? Will you say, "I can never be so much alive as to drink blood"? Or will you know yourself, and be glad when the red storm comes? He tapped my plate of peaches with his finger. To become what you are is simpler than eating one of those, Miss Wentworth, and much more pleasant. I wish some degree of power. Who does not? But to do this... He was right. I had been fascinated. The next day I had come back to the scene, had been disappointed that the blood was washed away. This is ridiculous. You must wish to make me laugh or to disgust me. You are making terrible fun of me. Drink my blood, he said. Let me drink yours. I will not kill you. Have just a little courage, a little curiosity. Sleep with me. That last is not necessary, but is very amusing. Then a wide field and great power, Miss Wentworth. I swallowed. You simply mean to make me your victim. If it seems to you so, then you will be my victim. I want to give you life, because you might take it and amuse me. But you undervalue yourself. Are you my victim? For a moment, across a wide oval in front of the hotel, wind flattened the water, and through some trick of light and wave it gleamed red. "See, Miss Wentworth? My parlor trick again." "No, I often see such light on the water." "Not everyone does." "Then I see nothing." By his plate he had a little sharp fruit knife. He picked it up and drew a cut across his palm. As the blood began to well, he cupped his palm and offered it to me. "The blood is a little sea, a little red sea, the water I like best to control. I stir it up, Miss Wentworth. I drink it. I live." With one finger of his right hand he touched his blood, then the vein on my wrist. "I understand its taste. I can make it flow like tide, Miss Wentworth. I can make your heart beat, Miss Wentworth, until you would scream at me to stop. Do you want to understand blood? Do you want to taste blood? Do you want your mouth full of it, salty, sweet, foul blood? Do you want the power of the blood? Of course you do not, the respectable American girl. Of course you do. You do." He took my hand. He pulled me close to him. He looked at me with his insistent animal eyes, waiting, his blood cupped in his hand. I knew that at that moment I could break away from his grip and return to Aunt Mildred and the Lathrops. They would not so much as notice I had gone, or know what monstrous things had been said to me. I could sit down beside them, drink tea, and listen to the orchestra for the rest of my life. For me, there would be no vampires. The blood, crusted at the base of his fingers, still welled from the slit he had made in his palm. It was bright, bright red. I bent down and touched my tongue to the wound. The blood was salty, intimate, strong, the taste of my own desire. The white yacht was luxuriously appointed, with several staterooms. We sailed far out to sea. Count Zahari had invited the Lathrops and my aunt to chaperone me. On deck, Mr. Lathrop, a freckled man in a white suit, trolled for bluefish and talked with Count Zahari. I heard the words Vita, Sakhalin, reparations. This evening there was to be an important meeting between the plenipotentiaries. Aunt Mildred and Mrs. Lathrop talked and played whist, while Lucilla Lathrop's crocheting needle flashed through yards of cream-white tatting. I began still another piece of cut-work, but abandoned it and stood in the bow of the boat, feeling the sea waves in my body, long and slow. In part, I was convinced Count Zahari merely would seduce me. I did not care. I had swallowed his blood, and now he would drink mine. Under an awning, sailors served luncheon from the hotel. Oysters Rockefeller, cream of mushroom soup with Parker House rolls, salmon steaks, mousse of hare, pepper dumplings, matchstick sugared carrots, corn on the cob, a salad of cucumbers and Boston lettuce, summer squash. For dessert, almond biscuits, a praline and mocha buttercream glazed cake, and ice cream in several flavors. With the food came wine, brandy with dessert, and a black bottle of champagne. I picked at the spinach on my oysters, but drank the wine thirstily. In the post-luncheon quiet, the boat idled on calm water. The sailors went below. Mr. Lathrop fell asleep first, a handkerchief spread over his red face. Then Lucilla Lathrop began snoring gently in a deck chair under the awning, her tatting tangled in her lap. Mr. Lathrop's fishing rod trailed from his nerveless hand. I reeled it in and laid it on the deck, and in the silent noon the thrum of fishing line was as loud as the engine had been. Aunt Mildred's card sank into her lap. She did not close her eyes, but when I stood in front of her she seemed not to see me. Alone, Mrs. Lathrop continued to play her cards, slowly, one by one, onto the little baize-colored table between her and my aunt, as if she were telling fortunes. "Mrs. Lathrop?" She looked up briefly, her eyes dull as raisins in her white face, nodded at me, and went back to her cards. "They have eaten and drunk," Count Zohari said, "and they are tired." A wave passed under the boat. Aunt Mildred's head jerked sideways, and she fell across the arm of her chair, limply, rolling like a dead person. I almost cried out, almost fell. Count Zohari caught me and put his hand across my mouth. "If you scream, you will wake them." Grasping my hand, he led me down the stairs, below decks, through a narrow corridor. On one side was the galley, and there, his head on his knees, sat the cook, asleep. Near him, a handsome sailor had fallen on the floor, sleeping too. I saw no others. The principal stateroom was at the bow of the ship, white in the hot afternoon. The bed was opened, the sheets drawn back. The cabin had an odor of lemon oil, a faint musk of ocean. "Sheets," he said. "You'll see?" I sank down on the bed. My knees would not hold me. I had not known, at the last, how my body would fight me. I wanted to be not here, to know the future that was about to happen, to have had it happen, to have it happening now. I heard the snick of the bolt, and then he was beside me, unbuttoning the tiny buttons at my neck. So quiet it was, so quiet I could not breathe. He bent down and touched the base of my neck with his tongue, and then I felt the tiny prick of his teeth, the lapping of his tongue, and the sucking as he began to feed. It was at first a horror to feel the blood drain, to sense my will struggle and fail. And then the pleasure rose, shudders and tremblings so exquisite I could not bear them. The hot white cabin turned to shadows and cold, and I fell across the bed. I am in my coffin, I thought, in my grave. He laid me back against the pillows, bent over me, pushed up my skirts, and loosened the strings of my petticoats. I felt his hand on my skin. This was what I had feared, but now there was no retreat. I welcomed what was to come. I guided him forward. He lay full on me. His body was heavy on me, pressed against me, his uniform braid bruising my breasts. Our clothes were keeping us from each other. I slid the stiff fastenings open, fumbled out of my many-buttoned dress, struggled free of everything that kept me from him. "Now," I whispered, "you must." We were skin to skin, and then, in one long, agonizing push, he invaded me. He was in me, in my very body. Oh, the death pangs as I became a vampire, the convulsion of all my limbs. I gasped, bit his shoulder, made faces to keep from screaming. Yet still I moved with him, felt him moving inside me, and his power flowed into me. I laughed at the pain and pleasure unimaginable as the sea waves pulsed through the cabin and pounded in my blood. "Are you a vampire now, little respectable girl?" he gasped. "Oh, yes, I have power, yes. I am a vampire." He laughed. When I dressed, I found blood on my bruised neck. My privates were bloody and sticky with juice, the signs of my change. I welcomed them. In the mirror, I had a fine color in my cheeks, and my white linen dress was certainly no more creased than might be justified by spending an afternoon on the water. My blood beat heavy and proud, a conquering drum. I went on deck and ate a peach to still my thirst, but found it watery and insipid. It was late, toward sunset, the light failing, the sea red. In the shadows of the water, I saw men silently screaming. I desired to drink the sea. Mr. Lathrop opened his eyes and asked me, "Did you have a pleasant afternoon, Miss Wentworth?" His eyes were fixed, his color faded next to mine. Lucilla's face, as she blinked and yawned, was like yellow wax under her blonde hair. Flies were buzzing around Mrs. Lathrop's cards, and Mrs. Lathrop gave off a scent of spoiled meat, feces, and blood. "Good afternoon, Aunt Mildred. How did you nap?" She did not answer me. Oh, they are weary, I thought. Weary and dead. Count Zohari came up the stairs, buttoning his uniform collar gingerly, as if his neck were bruised too. To amuse him, I pressed my sharp cutwork scissors against the vein of Aunt Mildred's neck and held a Parker House roll underneath it. But he and I had no taste for such as Aunt Mildred. I threw my scissors into the blood-tinged sea. They fell, swallowed, corroded, gone. Under a red and swollen sky, our ship sailed silent back to the White Hotel. Count Zohari and I were the first to be rowed to shore. Across the red lawn, lights blazed, and outside the hotel a great crowd had assembled. "In a moment we will see the future," he said. "I saw men dying in the ocean," I answered. We walked across the lawn together, my arm in his. Under my feet, sea sand hissed. "Count Zohari, perhaps you have friends who share those interests that you have taught me to value. I would delight to be introduced to them. Though I know not what I can do, I wish for wide horizons. I have friends who will appreciate you. You will find the place in the world." As we entered the even more crowded foyer, Count Sergei Witte and the Marquis Komura stood revealed, shaking hands. From 1,000 throats a shout went up. "Peace! It is peace!" "It is the great storm," said Count Zohari. For a moment he looked pensive, as though even vampires could regret. He and I gained the vantage point of the stairs, and I looked down upon the crowd as if I were their general. Many of the young men were dead, the Americans as well as the foreign observers. I looked at the victims with interest. Some had been shot in the eye, forehead, cheekbone. Some were torn apart as if by bombs. Their blood gleamed fresh and red. The flesh of some was gray and dirt-abraded, the features crushed, as if great weights had fallen on them. Next to me stood a woman in a nurse's uniform. As she cheered, she coughed gouts of blood and blinked blind eyes. Outside, Roman candles began to stutter, and yellow-green light fell over the yellow and gray faces of the dead. But among them, bright as stars above a storm, I saw us, the living. How we had gathered for this. Soldiers and civilians, many on the Russian and Japanese staff, and not a few of the observers. The eminent Madame N., who bowed to me distantly but cordially across the room. By a window, a nameless young man, still as obscure as I, and my bright, my blazing Count Zohari. The hotel staff moved among us gray-faced, passing us glasses of champagne, but my glass was hot and salty, filled with the sea of blood to come. For the first time, drinking deep, I was a living person with a future. That autumn I was in New York, but soon traveled to Europe, and wherever I went, I helped to call up the storm. Martin Plumbridge, The Exhibit. Martin Plumbridge was born in 1965 in Brentwood, Essex, and spent 3 years at Bangor University in North Wales doing his English literature dissertation on Robert Aikman, Ramsey Campbell, and Clive Barker. He describes himself as the eternal student, and his interests include watching films and listening to the sort of music that is classified as independent on vinyl. He has worked as a bookseller, including a year's stint at Foyle's in London, and his only other published story appeared in Fear just before the magazine ceased publication. The check, sadly, bounced, laments the author. I'd like to say that I'm working on a novel, but I'm not. Not yet, anyway. He reveals that the story which follows came to me during a visit to Great Yarmouth. I'm not sure why. There's a waxworks there, but I didn't go in. A couple of my friends did, but I don't recall them saying much about the experience. And it isn't as if they've never been the same since. In fact, oddly enough, they've always been the same since. Everywhere, bright painted letters shouted promises of fun and pleasure, as though all you had to do to get them was queue up at a counter somewhere. Fun, Susie imagined, would turn out to be pink and fluffy like candy floss. Pleasure, a cool, green, syrup-like pine-scented bubble bath. Both would disappoint when taken home. Her father was more easily pleased. She had already been obliged to accompany him in a game of crazy golf, wincing at his loud laughter and groans every time he missed a shot. She had won, not being fooled by the supposed craziness, the seeming obstacles, wooden rocket ship, windmill, water jump, which in fact were little more than cosmetic. Coolly, she negotiated each hole in no more than 4 putts. Her father, pretending dismay, was delighted, as though she had won for him. Damn her! The new Arnold Palmer! Now she stared out over the pier railings at the gray, troubled sea, while her father shot at 2-dimensional German tanks behind her. "Oh!" he exclaimed every time he missed. "Oh, ah!" He was the only holidaymaker to have responded to the blunt invitation of the gallery's sour-looking proprietor. But it didn't faze him. Nothing did. Not the atmosphere of desertion, not the determinedly gray sky, not even her. She wished that she had gone shopping with Mum after all, instead of succumbing to the bittersweet pleasure of disappointing her expectations. He appeared at her side, having finished empty-handed. Following her gaze, he looked out to sea and said, as though speaking her thoughts, "The sea's so big, isn't it?" She agreed. "I'll jump into the waves," she thought. "I'll jump. Just watch me." "I dare say Susie would prefer to go off with someone of her own age," her mother had suggested over dinner a couple of weeks ago. More to dampen her father's irritating enthusiasm for the holiday, Susie had felt, than for her sake. Instantly, it had in any case seemed to be the last thing she wanted. On her mother's lips, someone of her own age sounded like a member of some despised minority group. The phrase filled her with contempt. "I don't," she'd protested, with none of the violence that had risen up in her at the time. "I won't," she'd thought. No one had asked her anyway. "Having fun?" "Yes," she said, looking up from the waves. Incredibly, this reply seemed to satisfy her father. Surely he could see that there was nothing for her here. Aside from a few gangs of pimply, paisley-clad youths, everyone here was either very old or mentally handicapped. It was worse than home. Couldn't he see that? "The thing about the seaside," her father began as they left the pier. She imagined that Paul Rees had ended up here on holiday too, that he would walk out of a shop now and see her, the incredible surprise forcing words from their mouths. "I can't believe it! I can't believe it! Paul! Fancy! Susie! I can't—" "Susie!" She realized that her father had stopped, turning to look at something across the road. It was a building that had caught her father's attention, and she wasn't surprised. Painted scarlet and burnt orange, it glared even in the absence of sunshine. It was sandwiched between an arcade and a cafe. Gold pillars announced the entrance, supporting a tasseled canopy, along the front of which was written, yellow on black, Wax Museum. "Looks interesting, doesn't it?" Susie didn't contradict her father. It seemed cruel to disappoint the childish excitement in his eyes. Not for the first time she had a dreamy sensation of unfamiliarity with this silly man. Why, out of all the possibilities, was he her father? "Come on," he said, stepping out into the wide, quiet road, one of his hands moving to take hers, then falling back. Some concessions, after all, had to be made to the fact that she was a growing girl. She followed him, but as the gaudy building approached, so her resolve grew. She would not enter, even if it meant screaming, hurling obscenities, or throwing up to indicate, finally, that she was sick of all this. Boards leaning against the flaking gold of the pillars displayed clumsy black and white caricatures of Rambo, Frankenstein's monster, and Kylie and Jason. "Your favorite," her father said, pointing at these last. "Eh?" Didn't he understand that they were a joke to her, and to anyone with a brain? Didn't he? "I don't want to go in," she said, having to rush the words in order to halt her father's quick progress. He stopped dead, and in the moment before he turned to face her, she felt an icy dread. But his graying head turned to reveal a smiling mouth and eyes which held only faint concern, as at the amusing but obstructive antics of a family pet. "Come on, Susie. It'll be fun. Let your hair down a bit." Jesus, she hated him. With his wet brown eyes and large rounded nose, he looked just like some soppy animal, one of the cute figurines Mom bought for the mantelpiece. His smile held no fear of rejection or dislike. The upper teeth protruded from it, unafraid of exposure, stupidly trusting. "I just need some air," she said, and was aware, even as she spoke, of how absurd it sounded. She'd already had plenty of air. It had been continually shoved in her face by the wind on the pier, more than enough of it. No wonder her father smiled. Surprisingly, though, he didn't press the point, and instead relented, looking regretful but oddly determined. "I won't be long," he promised, and she felt a quick stab of resentment at the ease with which he abandoned her. "I don't know, probably about 20 minutes? I'll hang around out here." He went inside without further hesitation, and she heard him greeting whoever was on the door with conversation-inducing enthusiasm. She had to move. Already a white-haired old lady was frowning at her as though she had no right to be there, and no right not to know what she wanted to do in a place where there was so much, and all of it so clearly signposted. So she walked, looking around for something to aim for. The funfair's bright towers pointed to the clouds, where seagulls soared, shrieking. At the edge of an arcade, a metal grab hovered over the soft bodies of expressionless teddy bears, caged in clear plastic. Next to them, a plastic chicken clucked mechanically over its collection of red and yellow eggs. A shop displayed racks of postcards, beach balls, a flat metal ice cream cone. Behind the counter stood a bored young man whose tan had presumably come from somewhere else. She could, she supposed, buy an ice cream, and she might tell the young man that he looked bored, and he would smile, his hard, cold expression softening instantly. But did she want an ice cream? Not really. She ended up in an arcade, where at least she was not required to feign enjoyment. The other clients, who were few, all male, and all unhandsome, were notably undemonstrative, as though afraid of giving something away to the machines they faced. The room was full of bleeps and synthetic voices and silly loops and twiddles of noise. She won 10 pence, won 40 pence, lost it again, and saw, looking at her watch, that her 20 minutes were up. He wasn't there. A badly dressed, and in any case ugly family stood looking at the boards leaning against the cracked gold pillars, until the mother, giving a curious little moan of boredom and despair, walked off, the others following, leaving only an empty crisp packet on the pavement where her father should have been. She was annoyed with him, although he hadn't been definite about the time, could hardly have been expected to be, given that he didn't know what awaited him inside. She went to wait by the entrance, but away from the gaze of whoever lurked inside. She stared at Kylie and Jason, their oversized heads pushed together, hearts and musical notes flying up from the collision, and felt, under the gaze of passers-by, as if she was pretending to wait for someone. 5 minutes passed, and she crossed the road. White foam collapsed, hissing against the stones. On the beach, a lone figure in an anorak was walking a dog called, as far as she could tell from the walker's muffled shouts, Walter. She stared out at a distant ship, but the real objects of her attention, frequently consulted, were her watch and the waxworks entrance, which remained deserted through 10 minutes, 15. She waited as a Jason Donovan song played itself, annoyingly, over and over again in her head. Her father's promised 20 minutes grew even more distant, part of a cozy, predictable world where appointments were kept and things settled into place, the world seen through the bored eyes of passing holidaymakers, but lost to her now. Every tiny shift of the second hand on her watch moved her further into new, uncertain territory. There was nothing she could do to stop it. 20 minutes passed. Finally, something seemed to gather itself together inside her, bringing everything into focus. She saw what she had to do. "Excuse me." The booth looked too cramped for the tall, skinny body of the young man who looked up at her, eyes startled behind round glasses. His short hair, though fashionably cut, seemed, in exposing his large ears and the back of his neck, only to emphasize his vulnerability. Student, she thought with satisfaction. "My dad came in here 3/4 of an hour ago. He hasn't come out yet. I don't suppose you've seen him." He blushed immediately, pleasing her. 3/4. "Yes, I think I remember him," he said, as though the crowds had been too thick for him easily to recall individuals. "Well," he concluded tentatively, "I haven't seen him emerge, but when he does, he has to come out here." "But he hasn't," she pointed out with a smile. "No." His gaze dropped to the paperback in his hands, darted to the curtains beyond the turnstile, whose folds concealed the interior. "I mean, is there a lot to see in there?" Staring into the purple folds, he considered. "Not really," he said finally. His utter uselessness and obvious discomfort struck her as something almost miraculous. At the same time, however, she found that she could be properly annoyed. She sighed loudly. "I mean," she said, her tone implying that she shouldn't be the one to suggest this, that it wasn't his place. "Something might have happened, mightn't it?" At least he didn't ask her to specify. He merely nodded, slowly, almost sadly, eyes still on the curtain. "I could go and look if you let me in." "No." As if the suggestion had gone beyond the bounds of decency, he was suddenly, sharply certain. "No, I'll come with you. It's just that I'm the only one here at the moment." He looked around the lobby, confirming his own statement, seeing only her and a few movie posters and stills. She was beginning to wonder if his vagueness was not so much indecision as eccentricity, weirdness. "Oh well," he concluded, with an abrupt, lopsided smile. "We weren't exactly throbbing with life anyway." He locked the till and, opening a door at the side, emerged from the booth stiffly, awkward as something newborn. She thought momentarily of a baby giraffe in a wildlife program, learning to stand on its long, spindly legs. But already he seemed to be growing in confidence, whistling with unashamed, even perverse tunelessness as, with a drawn-out grating noise, he dragged the big metal open sign into the entranceway. Flipping it over to indicate closure, he turned to Susie, who now recognized the song he was trying to whistle. It was Too Many Broken Hearts, the same one that had been going through her own head out on the front. Well, no doubt an arcade or a car radio had been playing it, setting it off in both their minds. There's too many broken hearts in the world, sang her head once more, as the student, silent now, came towards her. A coin from the back pocket of his jeans let her through the turnstile and, retrieved, allowed him to follow. She pushed the curtain, whose rich plum color belied the thinness of the material, aside. Mingle with the stars, advised a sign hanging from the ceiling. The stiff, smiling stars were set up as partygoers, holding glasses, dancing. The illusion was somewhat modified by the fact that they were arranged, facing outwards along a central walkway, and by the plaques at their feet which identified them. "Do you see him?" asked the concerned voice of the young man behind her. She said nothing. The walkway was clearly deserted. Naturally, she found herself glancing at the figures as she passed them. They were a sorry bunch. It was hard to imagine mingling with any of them. An overdressed tailor's dummy named Joan Collins held a delicate champagne glass in one clumsy, congealed fist. A prominent page 3 girl grinned and thrust her scantily clad breasts forward. A definite breach of etiquette at most parties, Susie would have thought. Particularly when the objects on display were so patently false. Jason, too, was there, limbs contorted in what was presumably intended to look like dancing. But where was Kylie? She'd always known that their romance was a fabrication. Orange flesh was cracked and pockmarked. The whites of painted eyes had overflowed, drying on the lids. She doubted whether even her father would have been able to maintain his enthusiasm in the face of this. What could have kept him so long? Of course, he must have left early, overlooked by the dick in the booth, buried in his book. He must have gone to look for her, got lost, waited for her now outside. Dull but true. The student had overtaken her, walking briskly. Anxious, no doubt, that she not have time to get a good free eyeful, as if she wanted it. He had to duck his head in order to pass through the next doorway, which was flanked by self-explanatory double-act Little and Large, their size exaggerated in both cases to the point of grotesquerie. Passing after him between the leering, bloated gargoyle and the starved, grimacing wretch, Susie ended up in a small room with metallic gray walls. "The Tough Guys" was written in huge black capitals on one wall. Beneath this, a row of figures used guns and fists to maintain threatening postures, none of them convincing. Her father was nowhere to be seen, but instead of moving quickly on to the next section, the young man had stopped and was on his knees in front of Clint Eastwood, searching for something on the grubby floor. Stopping just inside the room, she saw him seize on what might have been a small, dead animal. Muttering, he stood, lifting whatever he'd found up to Eastwood's twisted mouth. It was, she realized, as he attempted to stick it to the dummy's upper lip, a thin mustache which seemed to resist the young man's attempts to place it, wriggling out of his grasp to slip back onto the floor. She sniggered as he bent down again to retrieve it, committed now to this absurd task simply because she was watching. His face reddened at the mercy of her concentrated gaze. Satisfied, she smiled and turned her attention to the dummies. Sylvester Stallone's bulky torso was naked apart from a belt of cartridges, but the absence of nipples robbed it of conviction. Charles Bronson stared determinedly ahead, attempting to command respect despite his flaws, not the least of which was an incongruous nose, too large, too round. "Found him?" Startled, she turned to see the young man upright again, and wearing a smile which looked forced. "Who?" she asked, and at the same time the young man said, "You must have a nose for this kind of thing." For a moment she stared at him in complete confusion. Then she looked back at Bronson, at that ridiculous nose, and she saw that it was very like her father's. "Oh," she said. One brief syllable jumped from the young man's lips. Laughter, she supposed. Just as abruptly, he turned and walked off. If the nose was made of something soft like putty, he might have shaped it into that likeness before she got into the room. Mightn't he? But he hadn't had time. It looked too solid. She had no desire to touch it to find out. Coincidence, obviously. But she was left with the uncomfortable feeling of having missed the joke. She hurried after the student, suddenly afraid that Bronson's revolver would swing towards her, a hidden speaker blasting over the noise of gunshots. Cheap shocks wouldn't be outside the repertoire of a place like this. Above an arched doorway was written, in Gothic lettering, "The World of History." She entered a long room, one of whose pale blue walls displayed a sketchy map of the world, or a pattern based on that general idea. The student stood in the middle of the deserted walkway. He shrugged, an insincere apology for her father's continued absence. "Popular place, this," she said, wanting to undermine him. Immediately, she wished that she hadn't spoken. The room seemed to magnify her words, distorting them, yet pinpointing the uncertainty that shivered behind them. Nevertheless, they found their target. The young man blushed as though he had been personally insulted. "Well, we're meant to be looking for your father," he said quickly, not looking at her. "I think." The bemused pleasure of her unexpected success barely had time to register. The blush faded. The bespectacled eyes locked onto something, no longer simply avoiding her. Now, where could he be, the young man pondered, a frown troubling his pale forehead. He was looking at Hitler. Maybe he knows. Susie was forced to recognize that his humor, if this was what it was, had merely gone underground, not disappeared. Hitler, for his part, played dumb. His expression suggested a simper, a parody of innocence. The young man compressed his lips in mimicry of this, then turned to the Queen Mother. He returned the smile that bared her plastic teeth, and Susie thought, perhaps the joke's on the dummies and not me. In spite of herself, she was relieved. The young man smiled at her, winked, and strode onward. His gait was stiff, like a forced, jokey march. "Prick," she mouthed at his back, but she followed, at ease. She'd be half mad, too, if she was stuck here all day. The figures regarded them easily, as though finding themselves unworthy of this parade. Henry VIII looked like an insecure fat girl, cowering inside tinsel-edged robes. Gandhi was a skinny, wide-eyed child. Only the Queen Mother looked sure of herself, and that was down to her striking brown eyes. Not that in real life she had brown eyes, did she? So no wonder they were striking. Effortlessly defeating the pink she was wearing, they seized all the attention for themselves. They had depth, clarity, and a gleam. Like oases in the desert of that stilted face, they alone managed to convince. "Seen something you like?" The student's voice made her immediately unable to understand why she had stopped to stare. She couldn't think of an excuse or a reply to his ironic question. She could only see herself from his mocking point of view. She was acting like a kid who thinks she's caught up in some thrilling mystery, set up just for her to unravel. All she could do was hurry over to him with a stupid smile, telling herself that the eyes were glass, that was all, just glass. That was why they had seemed so real in comparison to the others, mostly painted on. If it hadn't been for that first stupid coincidence, she wouldn't have been taken in like that. The student raised his eyebrows, then turned and disappeared into the next room. The bright blue walls and the vague world map slid away as she followed, leaving her in darkness. For a moment, all she could see were those two brown eyes, superimposed on the blackness in front of her. They were lingering because they wanted her to recognize them, but she couldn't, wouldn't. They were nothing but glass. Seen something you like? Had the question been addressed to her or to the dummy, she wondered, trying to avoid the eyes, which were accusing, pleading, fading. It became clear that she was in a corridor. Ahead of her, the young man's pale shirt glided around a corner, drawing her on. The corridor wound about in a deliberately baffling manner, occasionally shoving a smooth, clammy wall in front of her, thrusting her one way or the other. She saw herself trapped in a gloomy kind of pinball. Poorly lit tableaux were stationed at intervals on either side of the passage. A pirate clutched a cutlass, Shakespeare a quill pen, although the look of comic despair on the latter's face suggested that the feather might as well be all that he'd managed to retain of a fleeing pet, a budgerigar, perhaps. She saw that, like the young man, she could be amused by this place. In fact, her jokes were probably better than his. The corridor twisted again, confronting her, for some reason, with William Tell. He hadn't yet fired the arrow, and he seemed to be aiming at the white sky, as though the boy with the apple on his head was just incidental. Strangely soothed, she followed her guide, whose faintly luminous shirt led her on, shorn of head, hands, and legs. They passed a semicircle of old movie stars, gray and white. Susie's glance was drawn to a movement among them. One of the dummies was stretching out an arm. It was Charlie Chaplin, but her first thought was that this was her father, in disguise, that he was going to wink and step forward before collapsing, along with the student, into conspiratorial giggles at her fright. All a trick, a schoolboy jape. She wouldn't put it past him. However, the dummy's pale features remained immobile, and its actions confined themselves to the repeated movement of that arm, backwards and forwards. The movement had no connection with Chaplin's neighbors, Al Jolson, Jean Harlow. It didn't seem to be greeting, or dancing, or even pushing away. Faintly, Susie could hear the buzz of a motor. "He used to have a stick," said the young man, who had stopped and now stood framed in an entrance full of reddish light. "But it went, I couldn't say where." Did that explain anything? Certainly the dummy's fingers were clenched, as though closed around something. There was an awkward silence in which they both stared at these fingers, as if in sad consideration of the loss. Susie's eyes swiveled, following the hand's movement, and she thought, "I'm being hypnotized." It was an absurd thought, a joke, except that now it seemed to her that the fingers were growing thicker, that there was hair on the back of the hand. On its next journey forward, the hand would spring open, a claw. She looked away to the young man's shadowy head, more embarrassed than scared. "We've come to the end," he said in a hollow voice. "So soon? Yes, so soon. And of your father no sign." He's trying to frighten me, she thought, and was instantly afraid that she might shriek or giggle. "One possibility," the young man intoned, "remains." "What's that?" The question emerged as tremulous, scared of what it might find. It wasn't what she'd intended. The young man leaned closer to her. "My dear," he said, in a doom-laden, affrighted voice, "it's the Chamber of Horrors." She couldn't help but smile. Fear was laughable in a place like this. The young man contorted his silhouette into a twisted, hunched shape and shuffled into the entrance, leading the way. She laughed. He was putting on a show for her, that was all, trying to please her in his own strange way. She had nothing to fear from this pathetic sideshow, except that he might want her to pay at the end. She followed him into the Chamber of Horrors. "Abandon all hope," said a sign hanging on chains from the ceiling. There were no customers, as she had expected, although in the thick, reddish dusk it was hard to be absolutely sure. Her father was outside, waiting. It was almost depressingly obvious, now that she came to think of it. The adventure was over. A mummy, dressed in clean bandages, stared at her in stupid surprise, its eyes stuck to the surface of the bandage, not peering from within. To her right, Frankenstein's monster was frozen in the act of reaching up towards the spotlight above him with a conventional human hand which contrasted oddly with the boxy, greenish, bolted head. White-faced, red-lipped, Dracula resembled some weary old tart, long past it and trying to cover the fact with thick makeup. Over in the far corner, a dummy was caught helplessly in a ticking, creaking torture device. Each exhibit stood in its own island of bloody light. Elsewhere was darkness. In between Dracula and a ghoul, there was a particularly murky area, as noticeable as a gap in a mouthful of white teeth. "Can't you put some proper light on?" Susie asked, not believing that her father was lying in some dusty corner, simply feeling that the student still deserved having some trouble made for him. A balance needed to be redressed, she somehow felt. "Proper light," the student imitated her deliberately irritating whine. Features tinged with red, he turned to her. "Proper light? I'm afraid we don't run to that. However, I'll see what I can do." Sniggering, he disappeared into the void between the two figures. Not to be outdone, she sniggered too, although she no longer felt any amusement. What was he up to? She was uneasy again. Inside her there was only a nervous buzz of activity which wouldn't settle and wouldn't clarify itself. Should she move or speak? Images flickered and muttered in her head as around her the exhibits waited. The darkness yielded neither sound nor substance. Then there was a rumble of thunder. She turned to the sound and saw Frankenstein again, as lifeless as any of the other dummies except, she now saw, for the reaching human hand, which really did look like it was stretching towards something. The taut fingers, the bulging veins, conveyed genuine tension. She could easily imagine that, if she concentrated for long enough, she would become aware of painfully gradual movement there. And then she noticed that this hand certainly was backed with hair, and she thought she saw it tremble, as though on the verge of grasping what it was after. She turned away. Of course, it was her own trembling which had made the hand appear to shake. The student was taking his time. Where was he? Vague shapes, black and red, swirled in front of her eyes as she tried to make out movement in the space he'd vanished into. Were she trying to escape, this would, she reflected, be the ideal opportunity. The exit sign glowed over by the torture victim, whose blood-spattered, serene face failed to register any reaction to his plight. "Come on," she thought. "Get on with it!" There was no sound from the darkness. There was only the slow, creaky rhythm of the torture device as it feigned the crushing or cutting or stretching of its contents. She walked forward quickly to mask her own indecision and opened her mouth to speak, then stopped. Someone stood just in front of her, making no movement or noise, unseen eyes looking into hers. Shit, she thought. He wasn't harmless after all. A light clicked on, and a black-clad figure seemed to leap up in front of her, knife raised. It was Jack the Ripper. His thin white face smiled, a warm and friendly grin from which the front teeth protruded slightly, as though, knife poised to stab you, he was about to do you a favor. The lips looked moist and flexible, not something that could be said of the rest of the face. Stubble had been applied to the chin, unless the wiry black hairs were growing there, pushing through the hard, chalk-white flesh like weeds through the pavement. She became aware of a strong, unpleasant smell, like disinfectant mingled with vinegar. Satisfied? The young man's head appeared over the Ripper's right shoulder. Nasty piece of work, isn't he? Yet he has his fascination, clearly. Susie pulled her gaze away from the Ripper's face and its familiar smile. A dismal yellowish light now filled the room, revealing the dusty objects which lay behind the figures. Stacked chairs, faceless heads, broken limbs, a ladder. A door had also appeared, just beside the exit. Private, said the letters on it, white on green. I wouldn't go in there, the young man told her, noting her interest in the door. Not if I were you. His voice was calm, seeming to offer a neutral statement rather than a warning. He stepped out from behind the dummy. Your father clearly isn't here. You may leave via the exit. Susie looked from the green door to the curtained exit. She turned back to the Ripper's smiling mouth, but although it seemed suspended, frozen on the point of saying something, it told her nothing. She looked away to the body parts scattered on the floor. All were smooth and bland, decidedly artificial. She made for the door marked private. I wouldn't advise it. It's not for the young or the easily disturbed. He might have been reading out an official health warning. His voice was toneless. Why wasn't he moving to stop her? Was he bluffing, pretending not to be concerned? Kicking an eyeless false head out of her way, she approached the door. Her hand closed on the metal handle. She turned, briefly, back to the room. The student stood watching her, no longer animated, his mouth an expressionless line. You won't like it, he said. The mouth seemed hardly to move as he said it. No emotion colored the words, as if this was purely a statement of fact. She opened the door. Pushing the thin curtain aside, smelling that disinfectant smell again, she stepped into the lobby. The dull metal of the turnstile glimmered. The glass of the abandoned booth was clouded with vague, bright reflection. Her father was resting his backside against the open/closed sign. He looked up at her and grinned. There you are, he said. She looked back, but saw only the purple folds of the curtain. This couldn't be right. She needed to think about this. She remembered the winding corridor, pulling her round and dizzyingly round. Come on, Susie, we're late. That would be true, she realized. They were meant to be meeting Mum in town. What are you waiting for? The turnstile yielded to her hesitant push. Outside, the sun had finally emerged, bringing the front to life. Garish colors drew strength from the light. Cars, slipping past, threw it off in glinting shards. An old man, looking up at her as she stepped onto the pavement, seemed alarmed, as if one of the exhibits had tottered out into the sunlight right in front of his eyes. Did she look pale? Sick? Her father took her right hand in his left. He began to walk faster, pulling her along, laughing at his own exuberance. Taken by surprise, she was laughing too, but she wanted him to stop or slow down. This was too sudden. He was almost running now. She tried to free her hand, but his grip was firm. Tried to speak, to tell him to hold on a moment, but laughter and breathlessness got in the way. Obviously, a part of her was having fun, but she still wished that the flow of faces on either side of them, made liquid by their motion, would cease. She had the idea that, even when stilled, they would remain a blur, like things not properly finished. Kathe Koja. Leavings. Kathe Koja lives in Berkeley with her husband, artist Rick Leiter, and her son. She made her book debut in 1991 with The Cipher, which was the winner of the Bram Stoker Award and the Locus Award for Best First Novel, and a finalist for the Philip K. Dick Award. Since then, she has published Bad Brains, Skin, Strange Angels, and Famished. Her short fiction has appeared in various magazines and anthologies, including Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, Pulp House, the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Omni, Best New Horror 3, the year's Best Horror Stories, Dark Voices, The Pan Book of Horror, Universe 2, The Best of Pulp House, Still Dead, Book of the Dead 2, A Whisper of Blood, and Little Deaths. She has also recently published a number of collaborative stories with Barry N. Malzberg, one of which appears elsewhere in this volume. Another hair. Stuck this time half down his gagging throat. Spit clumsy fingers, and Gordon reeled it out. Long and dark and slick as surgical silk. Unmistakably Sophie's. And beside him, Andra, roused by his movement. Puffy blue eyes and last night's elaborate coif now gone to the dogs and beyond. "What's the matter?" And he reached beneath the pilling blanket to give her breast, big breast, a reassuring squeeze. Tried to talk and coughed, gagged again, louder and wetter, on another hair, wrapped around his tongue. "What's the matter?" The balance between annoyance and concern. He shook his head, false cheer, tugged at the hair. It slipped through his fingers, savage tickle at the back of his throat. Was he going to puke or what? Feel its curl, floss-like, between his front teeth. "Gordon, are you all right?" Plop flop, somehow ludicrous in her concern. Would she really give a shit if he choked to death? Of course. Grabbed for the hair again and missed. Of course she would. He was projecting again. Sophie's leftover spite like a malignant fog, a big black fart, a long black hair. Finally, wiggling his tongue and grateful for the freedom, regarded the hair with a careful face, a neutral corner. As carefully put it in the wastebasket beside the bed, beside the others. "Okay now?" Andra said, and he smiled, touched again those big breasts, self-reassurance this time. "I'm fine," he said. "Just absolutely fine." He drove her back to her car, brand new Toyota, gutter's reflection on the spill of its insect hood. Carapace. She kissed him twice before she drove away. He managed to conceal the hair in his mouth until she was gone, retching silent the minute it was safe. Damn it! Slimy in his touch. Rubbing his fingers again and again down the seam of his jeans. New jacket, too. New stereo, expensive prints, lots of nice new things. He owed it to himself. A bad time, a harrowing time, escalating carousals of pity and rage until the last one. Oh yeah, some ride. And yes, Sophie had had a bad time too. Sophie's time had been so bad she died of it. Was it his fault? Stop it. Walking faster. Get in the car. Drive. Stop for coffee. Stop thinking about it. Broken windows. The smell and shiver of the room. How she looked when he found her. When she cut herself with scissors. When she cut off all her hair. Stop it, Gordon! His convulsive brushing, wiping at the blood. Stop it, she said. You're pulling my hair! Finally, aloud, stop it, to himself, the only way to interrupt the cycle. Yes, Sophie, wherever you are. It hurts me, too. But life has to go on. That's what the shrink said. Life's for the living, and none of it was my fault. Turning into a coffee shop, the first place he saw. The thick black grind she taught him to favor, slow sip and remembrance, coiled and futile, inescapable. Jealous Sophie and her screech. How he had come to hate that special high-C rant to circumscribe his activities. Innocent. Or almost so. He was in a relationship, not a grave. To go in fear. Yes, in fear of that sound. Building like some Diamond Point tornado. Pterodactyl noise aimed straight at his head. Such as, near morning, later than he planned, but not as if he'd stayed out all night. Dry eyes wide awake, long white legs bare, drawn up and oddly beautiful with tension. "Have a good time?" Already the sizzle, fingers nervous with rage twisting her hair. Patiently. He always tried for patience. It was never his fault that things always ended up so out of hand. It was a meeting, Soph, or it kind of turned into a party. Not really a party, but forget how to use a telephone? Or were your hands full? Always, couched in those mocking questions, she could make anything sound bad. He always came home to her, didn't he? Even knowing she sat waiting, rehearsing herself flawless for the screaming to come, giving herself all the best lines. Who wanted to come home to that? He was pretty damned loyal, he thought, considering. "If you keep patting yourself on the back," rising now, voice and body scaling, girding, "you might knock yourself over." The whip of her hair as, impatient with battle, she shook the touch of it from her face, as she would shake away his touch, later, much later, lying cold in the conciliatory bed. And in the morning, always, the tears. Patting her back now, petting her, bringing her long scrolls of toilet paper to blow her nose. "Shh, Sophie." Not penitent, no, but entirely sorry. "I love you, Gordy." Snuggling against him, wet nose on his chest. "For God's sake, Sophie, use the tissue." Red, wet nose, red eyes, sore with a long night's tantrum, and still so hot, stroking the long scarf of hair, wrapping it around his fingers, his wrists, stray hairs gently scattering, and her uncertain smile growing bolder as she slid lower, in the bed, all that hair drifting the tensing landscape of his thighs. Smile, there in the coffee shop. If you have to remember at all, remember her that way. Drinking the last of the coffee, slight cough on bitter grounds. He left a big tip. Turning his key into the loft's artful disarray, smiling at the pleasing mess of the bed, last night's nest. On impulse he lay, shoes still on, lifting the pillow to track the warm, primal scent of Andra's body. Holding it against his face to catch instead the iron-dry smell of blood, the itch of hair. Shit! Press and jerk of fright, and on his feet, cat's cradle around his fingers just as it used to. She always did shed like a dog, petting her hair, tangles of hair like the grass under water that reaches eyeless and warm, the grass you never see until it touches you. The shrink kept saying he was projecting. The shrink knew Sophie only as montage, smiling snapshots, a morgue photograph. Washing his hands over and over, damp fingers on the phone book, cleaning services. How much to scour the place, just totally top to bottom. Today? Fine. Leave the check on the counter. Gone for the day, and why hadn't he thought of this before? Grisly little souvenirs. I bet you think it's funny, Sophie, wherever the hell you are. After the errands, a movie, just to make sure, sitting through all the credits, deliberate amble to his car. Late, and even in the dark, the loft was different, smelled disinfected, cleansed. Leisurely bedtime ritual, brush teeth, strip, set the clock, clean sheets beneath him. He fell asleep right away. All that blood. Sophie? His animal whimper. It's all over her hair, all over his hands, and smearing it back from her face. Those are scissors. Oh, Jesus God, what she did to herself. Grinning at him. I cut my hair, Gordy. Like it? Grabbing for the light, elbow to the clock so it fell, cracking sound, and the light went on, and he saw it, all of it, rich and matted at the foot of the bed, surreal pet awaiting his regard. Bundling the blanket, hands shaking, call the fucking cleaning service first thing in the fucking morning. First thing, and he did. With empty professional regret, no, of course not. Of course, if you're certain, another crew can be dispatched, and residue of half-hysteria smothered by the light of day, the office sounds around him, coaled down like a fire, but burning still beneath. His hands shaking on the phone, his first cup of coffee sitting too far to grab. You can get the key from the building manager, he said. I want that fucking place clean this time, all right? Hang up hard, whacked unwitting his elbow, swore and snatched the coffee. Lukewarm, he drank it anyway. Up all night, watching the blanket like a kid, certain it was moving. It was moving like the hairs in the bottom of his coffee cup. Slow swirl, unspeakable choreography. He flung the cup against the wall. Picked it up before the office door opened. Made a gritty joke, a worse excuse. Shut the damn door. Shut the damn door! Go away! He bought 2 Pepsis from the machine in the cafeteria, drank them warm and suspicious. The cleaning service called around 1 to tell him that a crew had been out to his apartment, and in the future, please inform the service that there was a pet. There is an extra charge for pets. He didn't want to go home, but he wasn't hungry, didn't want to sit through a movie. Anyway, he'd have to face it sometime, right? If there was anything concrete to face. Which there wasn't. Don't be such an asshole. Key in hand and pushing open the door. Are you going to get spooky about a bunch of hair? Poised, he realized it, almost tiptoe with apprehension, but a walkthrough showed the apartment was clean and empty. He drank a glass of ice water, clear liquid, no darknesses to hide in, washed hard in the shower. Disconcerting erection. He called Andra from the bedroom. How about I visit you this time? And Andra thought that would be just fine. Her apartment smelled like air freshener, room freshener, fake cinnamon in the kitchen and fake orchids in the john. The sheets of her bed were a raveling warm vermilion, and he crawled between them like salvation, spread her slack honey thighs, and felt beneath his fingers the sweet landscape of hairless skin, smooth and soft and safe. Hair on the blades of tile scissors. Her gummy touch, scrabbling for the scissors out of reach, and her face. Like it? Hair stuck to his fingers, bits of it under his nails. Hands on his shoulders, shouting, and he struck at them, saw in the last confusing shreds of nightmare Andra's hands, coated with hair, swarming with hair, and he pushed away. She started yelling, but oh no, not again, not another screamer, and he rolled out of bed and got gone, safe, leaning against the moving solidity of the elevator wall. Called in sick, to hell with it. He washed his face in the bathroom at McDonald's, drank 2 cups of coffee, tried to eat the soggy muffin, but found, nestled in its depths like a perfect pearl, a bloody hair. Afraid to go home, afraid to find out, to see. Just like old times, isn't it, Sophie? You cunt, you twat, you dead, filthy, hairy bitch! Screaming in the car, and get a grip on yourself. Get some kind of grip on yourself. Get some help. Go home. Call the shrink. And tell him what? And tell him nothing. Clear things. Bouillon and water and vodka and weak tea, pale enough to see if anything waited inside, moving in the thin spoon current. Sitting up in bed with an unread magazine, covers pushed a safe distance, the better to see you, my dear. Naked, to catch the drift and creep of hair. Last night he had woken from the nightmare, again, to see a sly and messy braid halfway up his unsuspecting thigh. Who knew what it was planning to do? Hair in the shower, plugging the drain. Hair on doorknobs, the phone, coiled in cups and glasses, smoldering in the microwave. He had given up on restaurants. He had sent back enough food to fill a supermarket, a city of supermarkets. They all thought he was crazy. Hair up his nose, for God's sake. Not many, but enough. Oh yeah, you didn't need many for what she had in mind. It took him long minutes, sweaty minutes, to blow it all the way out, and when he clenched it in the tissue, it moved. The bouillon was cold again. Tough shit. He put it aside, no hunger left, except, of course, a hunger for meaning, as in, what is your problem, Sophie? Smug and dead, what is your trouble? No need to ask why me. Slivered ice in the vodka glass, clear glass, good going down because he was cold and it was warm. Isn't that funny? Iced vodka so warm, down his throat and tickling, like a hair, a lot of hair. And frightened fingers down his throat, jabbing hard for the gag reflex. Come on, reeling it up, and the vodka bubbling back. Swallow it. Struggling into the bathroom. Stop it! You're panicking! Stop it! Trying for air as all the hair on his body stretched, curling undersea dance, slow and stately mimic, as he saw, cloudy in the mirror, the empty bedroom reflected, and a figure, black like thready ropes, like slick necrotic veins, hair in the shape of a woman, writhing sweet and ready on the bed. Edward Bryant, Human Remains. Nebula Award-winning author Edward Bryant first met Harlan Ellison, who assisted his early career, at the Clarion Writers' Workshop in 1968 and 1969, and the following year he sold his first short story, They Come Only in Dreams, to Adam. Since then, his short fiction has appeared in a wide variety of anthologies and magazines, and has been collected in Among the Dead and Other Events Leading Up to the Apocalypse, Particle Theory, 1/3 of Night Visions 4, and Neon Twilight. He has also collaborated with Ellison on the short novel Phoenix Without Ashes, and has edited the original anthology 2076, The American Tricentennial. More recently, his work has been showcased in various small press chapbooks such as Save the Last Death for Me and Darker Passions, both from Roadkill Press, a growing publishing trend which he regularly champions in his monthly horror review column in Locus. Vicky first thought a little girl had lost the doll in the women's room just off the main lobby of the West Denver Inn. It was a Barbie, just like she remembered from years before. The doll was straight and pink and impossibly proportioned. It lay on the dull white tile beneath the tampon machine. Vicky had heard the clatter as she passed on her way to the sink. Perhaps she had brushed it off somehow with an unwary elbow. Something wasn't right. The doll did not look at all as she remembered. Vicky set her black patent leather purse on the faux marble counter by the sinks, switched the soft leather briefcase to her left hand, and knelt. She saw that the doll was tightly bound with monofilament. Tough, nearly transparent fishing line wound around the doll, binding the ankles, the arms at the waist, the chest, the shoulders, the throat, even around the head, taut across the parted lips. The line wound so tight, plastic bulged slightly around the loops. The bindings actually cut into the doll's unreal skin. She gingerly extended the fingers of her right hand and touched Barbie's shoulder. Cold. Had a little girl lost this here? Vicky forced herself to pick up the doll. Had one of the other women out in the restaurant bar left this? She brought the doll close to her face. Was that a glisten of something red at the corner of Barbie's lips? The fishing line caught and reflected the harsh overhead light. No, there was no blood. It was only a trick of the light. Vicky wondered at the obvious strength of the line. If it could do this to the durable synthetics of the doll, what would it do to a caught fish? She had a feeling it would take superhuman, what was the word for fish? Strength to break these bonds. Caught would be caught. She saw no knots where the line ends connected, and maybe there was no need to find them, no point. Trapped. Caught for good. Vicky wound her fingers around the Barbie and turned toward the restroom door. Suddenly, she wanted to leave the sharp light and the harsh, astringent odor of disinfectant. She noticed nothing now save the dolls seeming to become warmer. Lose heat, gain heat. Barbie was taking heat from Vicky's grip, her skin, her body, her living, pumping blood. As she swung the door inward with her left hand, Vicky thrust the doll into her briefcase. Now she had a secret. It was a long time since she had had a new secret. This weekend, she had a sudden feeling it was important to keep a secret or two ready and waiting. Something chilling and exciting rippled through her. When she'd left the table, her companions had been talking about politics local to Colorado, Utah, Oregon, Washington, presidential campaigns, ballot initiatives to alter the whole tone and conduct of capital punishment. Now the other four women were talking about shoes. Vicky smiled and sat down. Her half-empty supper dishes had been removed. From her side of the table, she could look out the wide expanse of restaurant window, down across the Platte River Valley, off to the east across the glittering October skyline of Denver. Above the lights, a nearly full moon had risen. It was another week until Halloween. Trails of fast-moving lights limned the freeway below. Dixie, the Oregon blonde Vicky already thought of as the wannabe, was saying, "Listen, tomorrow's Saturday. There's got to be a lot of fall shoe sales at the malls." Sonia and Kate, the dark-haired sisters from Utah, looked at each other and laughed. Kate said, "Listen, we've got malls in Salt Lake. If we want to shop for pumps or Ogle Birkenstocks, we'll just crank up the shoe channel on cable later tonight in the room." That was Sonia, the elder sister by maybe 2 years. Vicky scooted her chair forward and took a sip of coffee. It had cooled to room temperature. Entropy. She remembered the word from a magazine article in her gynecologist's waiting room. "Southwest Plaza has 27 different shoe stores," she said absently. "You counted?" said Carol Ann. She was conspicuously younger than the other women at the table. Vicky wondered about that, but had stopped short of asking directly. "I shopped there too, but I never counted all the shoe stores." Vicky shrugged. Anyhow, you can't try them on the shoe channel. I bet Mrs. Marcos watches, said Dixie. Is there really a shoe channel? We don't get that on cable in Eugene. The supper crowd was beginning to thin out. Vicky realized that most of the faces were women she had seen, and some she had talked to earlier in the afternoon, when everyone had arrived at the hotel. Okay, I'm not going to argue, said Dixie, smiling. She, Vicky already had noted, laughed a lot. Tomorrow's another day. How about tonight? Are we all going to go out somewhere? I know you two sisters have got a car. Is there a Chippendales in Denver? Carol Ann, you look hip, and you live here. Beats me, said Carol Ann. I'm out west in Golden. That's the suburbs. No stud dancers out there. She seemed to be blushing a little. Dixie looked at Vicky. Vicky realized she was hugging the soft briefcase with the bound Barbie doll. She could feel its hardness through the leather. Don't look at me, Vicky said. I haven't been to a place like that since... A chill ran through her belly and up her spine. She felt her shoulders twitch involuntarily. Since the ride. A man walked up to the table. Vicky at first thought it was the waiter, and then realized that he was another diner. She recognized him as the guy who had been sitting with a woman, probably his wife, at the next table. He was a florid man, perhaps in his 50s, in a dark gray suit. His blue eyes were small and piercing. He had a gray mustache. He stared down at them. Vicky thought Dixie was going to say something. Listen, said the man, looking quickly from face to face. I was talking to the manager. He's a friend of mine, and he told me what you're all doing. I gotta tell you something. I think you're all a bunch of sick fucks. He turned on his heel and walked away. His wife quickly got up from their table and followed her husband toward the door. She had averted her eyes, Vicky noticed, from the whole exchange. The 5 women at the table stared at each other. Sonia turned and looked after the retreating figures of the man and his wife. She looked angry enough to spit, but said nothing. Kate shook her head. Yeah, said Dixie. Me too. What a jerk. Carol Ann looked as if she might cry. Vicky hugged the doll in the briefcase even tighter, then took a few deep breaths and relaxed her grip. She reached over the tabletop and touched Carol Ann's head, wanting to comfort her, reassure her. The waiter picked that moment to return to ask if anyone wanted more coffee. They tacitly agreed not to keep talking about the business-suited man with the silent wife. The enthusiasm for male dancers had dwindled. Dixie started talking about movies. Sonia mentioned that the front desk rented VCRs to guests. Do any of you have the tape? She said. The Dobson tape. $29.95 before it got discounted at Kmart. I looked at it once, said Dixie. All that bullshit about booze and porn. Carol Ann started to say something, but stopped. She looked to be in her early 20s. Very pretty, Vicky thought. Long brown hair styled back across her shoulders. Maybe like my daughter would have looked if I'd ever had one. You were saying? Dixie said encouragingly. An alarm sounded in Vicky's brain. Don't push her, she thought. Maybe she really doesn't want to talk. Carol Ann said, I watched it, maybe 100 times. The rest of the women stared. Why? Vicky almost breathed rather than said the words aloud. Obsessed, she thought, and so young. The younger woman looked down at her lap. I thought maybe there would be a clue, something, anything. She drifted off into silence. Vicky knew the others wanted to ask, what clue? What are you looking for? No one said anything at all, but Lord, they wanted to. Obsessed. And then there was another new presence at the table. It was a young man in a busboy's jacket with brown corduroy trousers. Bobby was stitched over his heart. He looked from one face to the next. His eyes, Vicky thought, looked far older than his fresh face. "Excuse me, ladies," he said. "Did any of you forget—" Vicky's hand was already unconsciously reaching for the black purse, which wasn't there on the corner of the table where it should have been. "Your bag?" He raised his hand, and there was Vicky's black purse. "It's mine." She reached and took it from him. "You left it in the ladies' room," said Bobby. "You gotta watch that around here. This is the city." He caught her eye. His gaze lingered, boldly. Vicky touched the leather with her fingertips. This was mildly disorienting. "Thanks," she said. "I appreciate it. Thank you very much." "Don't think nothing of it," said Bobby. He made a vague waving gesture with his left hand. "No harm done." He bobbed his head as if embarrassed, caught Vicky's eye again for just a moment, then turned and walked back toward the kitchen. Vicky stared. Had the young man smiled? She thought she'd seen a fleeting twist of his lips as he turned. Had he just flirted with her? Returning lost items would be a great way to meet women. Flirt. She hadn't thought about that word in a long time. And then she thought of something else. Could lost items be used as bait? But who was fishing? "Vicky," Dixie was saying. "Hello, Earth to Vicky. You there, girl?" Vicky started, realized she was shaking a little, tried to breathe regular. "I'm here. I guess I was just thinking about how terrible it would have been to lose this," she said, cradling the purse in her hand. "Canceling the cards would be a royal pain," said Kate, the younger sister. "Never mind the cards," said Dixie. "I'd be worried some wacko'd track me down from the driver's license and show up on my doorstep." "Isn't that a little paranoid?" Kate said. Her big sister smiled faintly. "Aren't we all probably just a little paranoid?" As it turned out, no one went anywhere. The five of them stayed until first the restaurant kitchen, then the bar closed. They talked. Lord, how they talked, Vicky thought. They talked about that fatal, climactic morning in January, those few years before, 16 minutes past 7, EDT. It was like, where were you when President Kennedy was shot? When John Lennon died? When the Challenger exploded? What were you doing at 7:16 in the morning, January 24th, 1989? Listening to a radio, watching television, praying his appeals would be turned down. "I slept through it," said Dixie. "I'd been watching on CNN most of the night. I went to sleep. I couldn't help it." "Let me tell you something," said Kate. She glanced at Sonia. "My sister and me, we know a woman whose daughter was killed, but she was also against capital punishment. She wrote letters and made 1,000 phone calls trying to stop the execution." Sonia looked off toward the dark space above the bar. "What can you say? She was entitled. She was wrong, but she was entitled." Her voice dropped off. She said something else, and Vicky thought it was something like, "Burn him. Burn them all." There was muted laughter at the table behind them, but none at Vicky's. They talked more about the execution. "I'll tell you something really interesting," said Dixie, "though the rest of you may already know this." She shrugged. "I didn't. I just found out. There was a guard who looked real close at the executioner. The guy with the hand on the switch was all covered up, with a black hood and all, just like in a horror movie. Anyhow, the guard says the guy's eyelashes were incredible. Thick and long, he said. He thought maybe the executioner was a woman." They all thought about that for a moment. No reason why she couldn't have been, said Sonia. Poetic justice. How would she get the assignment, said Carol Ann. No one had a good answer. Maybe it was just a job, said Kate. They all drew cards, maybe. The officials, I mean. The Queen of Spades or something meant pull the switch. I would have done it. I would have too, said Sonia. Under the hood, I think I'd have smiled. Her teeth clicked together. I'd have laughed. Dixie nodded. Vicky and Carol Ann said nothing. The already low lights in the bar flickered momentarily, and everyone jumped. They had never met one another before today. Perhaps they would never meet again. But the five of them had, Vicky thought to herself, an incredibly strong bond tying them together. Or more precisely, maybe, they just had something lucky in common. Sonia and Kate talked about living in Midvale, a little Utah community south of Salt Lake City. In 1974, in October, when Sonia had been 19 and Kate 17, they had been driving home from an Osmonds concert in Salt Lake. One minute the Chevy had been running fine. The next it was making grinding noises, and the next it was coasting off on the shoulder on I-15, just past the exit for Taylorsville. It was bizarre, said Sonia. Here we were on an interstate, and it was only about midnight, and nobody would stop. It was like we were invisible. And that was when the handsome stranger wheeled his Volkswagen off the highway and pulled in behind them. It was too dark to tell what color the VW was, but the teenagers could see his face in the dome light. He offered to give Sonia a ride into Midvale, but suggested Kate stay with the Chevy to keep an eye on things. We said no deal, said Kate. We both would go into Midvale, or none of us would. The stranger put his fingers around Sonia's wrist as though to drag her into the Volkswagen. Kate held up a tire iron she had picked up from the Chevy's floor. And that was it. The stranger let go, apologized like a gentleman, spun out on the gravel, and disappeared into the Utah night. He killed a girl from Midvale, said Sonia. We knew her. We didn't know her well, but after they finally found her bones, we went to the funeral and cried. Dixie was a lower-key story, as Vicky had suspected. It was 1975, said Dixie. I was a blonde then, just like now, and I know what you're thinking. Well, he killed 2 blondes. He wanted brunettes, but he'd settle. He wasn't that predictable. Vicky was glad she hadn't said anything earlier. She'd known about the blonde victims. She simply, for whatever reason, had been suspicious of Dixie's attitude. I was picking up some stuff for my mom at Safeway, Dixie continued, in Eugene. I remember coming up to my car with a bag of groceries in each arm, thinking about saying a dirty word because I couldn't reach the key in my jeans without either putting a bag down or else risking scattering apples and lima beans across half the lot. Anyhow, just as I got up to the car, there was this good-looking guy. I mean, he looked way out of place in the Safeway lot, with his arm in a sling. I was concentrating on getting hold of my key, so I didn't pay much attention to what he was saying at first. But like I said, he was pretty cute, so I didn't ignore him completely. He wanted help getting the tire changed on his Volks, he said. Not much help, just having me jump up and down on the spider to loosen the nuts. Dixie grinned. I thought I'd be a Girl Scout, so I went over a few steps, still with the bags in my arms, and sure enough, there was the VW. It was a metallic brown Beetle, but I couldn't see any flat tire. It was about then I heard my mom's voice telling me about talking to strangers, so I said to him there was a Texaco station with a mechanic just about 4 blocks down Williamette, and he should get some help there. That was it, said Sonia. He didn't try to grab you? He was a perfect gentleman, said Dixie dryly. Didn't say another word. Just thanked me, turned around, and started walking down the street. I got in my mom's car and left. That was that. Then they asked Carol Ann for her story, but the young woman demurred. I'm really tired. They looked at her. I mean, I don't want to talk about any of this right now, she said. I guess I'm having a little trouble just listening to what all of you are saying. So why are you here? Said Dixie. Give her a break, said Vicky quickly. She's just a kid. That's what she didn't say. It would just have triggered more questions. She made a sudden decision to get Carol Ann off the hook. Anyhow, I'm all psyched to play confessional. Okay, said Kate. Dixie glanced at Carol Ann, then looked back to Vicky and nodded. Then it's your turn. I was hitchhiking, said Vicky. It was April 1975, and the school year was winding down. I just flunked out, she thought, and then wondered why she just didn't admit it. Maybe she did have a little pride left. I was in Grand Junction, over on the western slope. I had the cash, but decided to catch a ride back to Denver just for the hell of it. For the adventure, she thought. Right, the adventure. Hanging around the club where they'd let her dance topless for tips. I waited a while out on the east edge of town. It was morning, and there seemed to be a lot more people driving west into the junction. Finally, I got a ride. I think you know who picked me up. Slow, serious nods from Kate and Sonia. Dixie's mouth twitched. Carol Ann just looked back soberly. He was the most charming man I'd ever met, said Vicky. And still is, she thought. We drove for almost an hour before anything happened. She fell silent. So, Dixie prompted. He pulled off on a dirt road. He said there was something wrong with the engine. It sounded like something you'd hear from some high school jock taking the good girl in class out to Lover's Lane. And, said Kate. Vicky took a long breath. He tried to rape me. He had a knife and some handcuffs. When he tried to force the cuffs on my wrist nearest him, I bit him hard on his hand. I was able to get the door open, and then I was out of there. It wasn't rape, she thought. It was mutual seduction. She'd never seen the knife, though the cuffs were real enough. But her moment of panic had come at the point of orgasm when his strong fingers had tightened around her throat. At that moment she had flinched, chickened out, she sometimes told herself in the blackest of moods. At any rate, she had kicked free of the stranger. I ran into the scrub trees where I knew he couldn't drive a car, and then I hid. After dark, I still waited until the moon rose and set, and then I walked back to the highway. I was lucky. The first car that stopped was a state trooper. I don't think I would have gotten in a car with anyone else that night. Sonia and Dixie and Kate all nodded, wisely. Then Dixie started to turn toward Carol Ann again. Vicky said, Sorry to break this up, but it's getting late and I'm exhausted. We'll all have the chance to talk tomorrow. She glanced pointedly at Carol Ann. The younger woman got the hint. I'm going to call it a night too, she said. Tomorrow, she said to Dixie. I promise. The sisters from Utah decided to stay a while longer and finish their soda waters, though the ice was long since melted. Dixie headed for the elevator. Carol Ann said to Vicky, I want to get some fresh air before bed. There's a kind of mezzanine outside, up over the parking lot and the valley. You want to come along? Vicky hesitated, then nodded. What time is it? Said Carol Ann. They passed through the bar exit. The bartender locked the door behind them. I don't have a watch on, said Vicky. It's 2:30, said a voice in the dimly lit hallway. Vicky recoiled, then peered forward. You, she said. The guy who brought back my purse. Bobby. Bobby Cowell, he said. At your service, ma'am. There was something in his tone that was not deferential at all. Always at your service." "Thanks again, Bobby," Vicky said. She realized Carol Ann had retreated a step. "Did you count the cash?" said Bobby, stepping closer. He had a musky scent. "I trust you," said Vicky. And she did. Sometimes she surprised herself. Bobby must have realized that. He nodded slowly. "If there's anything I can do for you while you're here, anything at all." The man's voice was carefully modulated, sincere. "Thanks again." Vicky led Carol Ann past Bobby Cowell. The man faded into the hallway. "I'd like to get to know you," he called low after them. Vicky walked faster. "I think he likes you," said Carol Ann. "He's more your age," said Vicky, but she knew she did not completely mean that with sincerity. Attractive guy. She had seen his type before. Oh, yes. Carol Ann laughed. Vicky couldn't recall having heard her laugh aloud. "He looks like a young Republican." She paused. "And he probably drives a bronze VW." Carol Ann laughed again, but this time the sound was hollow. The two women stood against the railing overlooking the Platte Valley. Traffic below them on I-25 was minimal. To the south, they could see the bright arc lamps of some sort of highway maintenance. Vicky could feel heat radiating from Carol Ann's side. "You know, I keep wondering about something," said Carol Ann. "What's that?" Vicky found her eyes attracted to the red aircraft warning lights blinking on the skyscrapers less than a mile away. "This is really petty, and my soul'll probably burn in hell just for thinking it." "Let's hear it." Vicky's attention snapped back to the woman next to her. "My dad told me once that he figured maybe 1,000,000 people went to Woodstock." "That may be a little exaggerated," said Vicky. "No, I mean, a lot of people were so in love with the idea of having been there, but even if they didn't go, they said they did. Maybe they even thought they did." "So are you talking about this event here?" said Vicky. "I think everybody here believes she went through whatever she went through." She suddenly started to feel the fatigue of the night for real. Her head was buzzing. "I guess... well, okay," said Carol Ann. "Let me suggest something even more troubling," said Vicky. In the darkness, she saw the pale oval of Carol Ann's face turn toward her. "You know about astronaut syndrome?" "No," said Carol Ann, sounding puzzled. "People used to go to the moon," said Vicky. "Men did, anyway. I read an article once where they interviewed guys who walked on the moon. You know something? It was the biggest, most exciting, most important thing that ever happened to them." "So?" said Carol Ann, apparently not getting the point. "So they had to come back to Earth. So they had to spend the rest of their lives doing things that were incredibly less exciting and important. Politics and selling insurance and writing books were nothing like walking on the moon." Carol Ann was silent for a while. "So everyone here, I mean, all the women who came in for this gathering thing, they walked on the moon?" "They all lived," said Vicky. "They survived. Nothing as exciting will ever happen to them again." "What about you?" said Carol Ann. She clapped her hand over her mouth as if suddenly trying to stop the words. "I fit the pattern," said Vicky, trying to smile and soften the words. "I've gone through a lot of men, a lot of jobs, a husband, more men, more dead-end jobs. Nothing so powerful has ever happened to me again." She thought, it sounds like a religious experience. And maybe it is. Carol Ann issued something that sounded a little like a sigh, a little bit of a sob. "Now," said Vicky, "what about you? You're too young for the moon. You know it and I know it. We've been talking about them. Now there's just me and just you, and you've heard about me. Well, most of it, she thought. Carol Ann reached out blindly and took Vicky's hand. She held it tightly. She seemed to be trying to say something. It wasn't working. "Calm down," said Vicky. "It's all right." She took the younger woman in her arms. "It's all right," she repeated. "I never knew him," said Carol Ann, her words muffled against Vicky's shoulder. "Not directly, but I think he killed my mother." She started to cry. Vicky rocked her gently, let her work it out. "We don't know for sure," Carol Ann said finally. "My dad and we just don't know. They never found any remains. I was 5 back in 1975. My mom was really young when she had me. You know something? My birthday is January 24th, and for 19 years I didn't know what the significance was going to be. In 1989, on my birthday, I only got one present: the execution." She smiled mirthlessly. "Before that, 1975. It was earlier in the winter than when you got away from him. We lived in Vale. We found my mom's car in the public parking lot. It was unlocked, and the police said later someone had pulled the coil wire. They said there was no sign of violence. She just vanished. We never saw her again." Carol Ann started again to cry. "She didn't run away, like some people said. He got her, and there are no remains." After a while, Vicky pulled a clean tissue from her purse. "So why are you here?" There was a very long silence, after which Carol Ann blew her nose noisily. "I thought maybe something someone might say would give me a clue about my mother. I've read everything. I've seen all the tapes, over and over. I just want to know, more than anything else, what happened." No, thought Vicky, I don't think you do. She knew what would happen when she said it, but she said it anyway. "Your mother's dead, Carol Ann. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But you know it." Carol Ann sobbed for a very long time. She took a fresh tissue from Vicky. "I know it. I know that. I just want to know more. How it happened. Who—" "It's enough to accept that she's gone," said Vicky. "Maybe someday you'll find out more." She hesitated. "I hope you do." "I'm 22, said Carol Ann. "My whole life's revolved around this for 17 years. Do you have someone?" "My father died 5 years ago. I don't have a boyfriend, if that's what you mean." Her voice was mournful. "I guess I don't have much of a life at all." I'm glad you said it, Vicky thought. "You will," she said aloud. "But you've got to leave all this old baggage. You can't forget it, but you can allow it to fade. Your dues are paid, believe it." Just say goodbye, she thought. Good night for good, and make it stick. She reached out again for Carol Ann's hand, and then she packed the young woman off to bed. At the door of Carol Ann's room, Vicky said, "I'll see you in the morning. Try to get some sleep." Carol Ann looked like she was trying to smile bravely. Then she shut the door. Vicky heard the chain lock rattle into place. Her own room was down a floor and at the opposite end of the wing. The windows overlooked the parking lot. If she craned her neck, Vicky could see the downtown office towers with their cycling crimson aircraft beacons. She didn't turn on the lights when she entered the room. Vicky lay down on the bed, still dressed, the purse and briefcase nestled up against her like kittens. She stared up into the darkness as though she could still see stars, the bright, winking stars of Western Slope, Colorado, the star patterns of 1975. She wondered if she went to the window and looked down, whether she would see moonlight glinting off the shell-like curve of a hunched VW. Bobby's VW? There was something about his name that tickled at the edge of her attention, something she couldn't quite remember. She found her fingers, as though of their own volition, opening the briefcase and taking out the tightly bound Barbie doll. Vicky couldn't see it, but she could feel the taut loops of monofilament cutting into the vinyl doll flesh. She clutched the talisman and smiled invisibly. Some men, Vicky thought, would only send flowers. But then, as the darkness seeped through every pore, every orifice of her body, filling her with night and grief, she thought of Carol Ann and began to cry. Vicky had not cried in all too long. Not in 17 years, to be exact. 17 years without a life. 17 years looking. At least, she thought, Carol Ann is young. She can go away from this weekend and recreate her life. She doesn't have to be empty. And what about me, Vicky thought, before clamping down savagely on self-pity. What indeed? 17 years before. It was perhaps the next biggest event of her life. The most important was still to come. Perhaps. It had been on its way since 1975, and had been derailed in January 1989. No, that's not it either, she thought, feeling the long-time confusion. All I want is to walk on the moon again. Vicky cried herself to sleep. She knew she was dreaming, but that did not diminish the effects. She lay still in her bed, but now it was larger than she could envision, and softer than she could hope. She lay bound tightly, so tightly she could not move. But the thing about helplessness was, she no longer had to take responsibility for anything at all. Almost cocooned in monofilament, she could feel the line cut into her skin, deep into her flesh, thin incisions of pain that burned like lasers. The pain, she realized, was a mercy compared to the years of numbness. The bindings that restrained her body also retained her heat, and now that heat built and suffused her from the core of her flesh to the outer layers of skin. Blood ran from the corner of her mouth, where the line dug so tight she could not extend her tongue to lick it away. But some ran back inside anyway. Her blood was warm and slick and salty. She moaned and moved as best she could inside her bonds. It was almost enough. Vicky awoke confused, staring in disorientation at the bedside clock. She guessed it was still an hour before dawn. She had not slept for long, but she wanted to stretch, and so she did so. Her body felt alive. More, it felt... She searched for an apt word. Hopeful. Then she turned her head and recoiled back against the pillow. Bobby Cowell stood at the foot of her bed. His left hand swung back and forth slowly. Something metallic glittered. A passkey. Vicky tried to speak. He had been watching her sleep. He had watched her dream. "There's just something about you," he said softly. He smiled in the dim light, teeth showing white. There was no conscious planning. She swung her legs off the bed, hearing the briefcase slide to the carpet, then sat up and took a deep breath or two to counter the sudden vertigo. After a few seconds, she got up and hesitated. She could lunge for the phone, or the door. She saw no weapon in evidence other than the key. "I know who you are," said Bobby. I know everything you want." He stepped back away from the door. She could flee. "What do you want?" Vicky said. "To take you for a ride. It's still a beautiful night. We'll go up into the mountains." It was so much like a dream. She didn't remember to bring a coat, but the late, late night didn't seem to be all that cold, so it didn't matter. At the bottom of the fire stairwell, she waited for him. "I figured you'd come," he said softly, taking her arm. "I will," said Vicky. Was she still sleeping? All in motion, only slightly slower than reality. They exited the stairwell. "I have my car out in the lot," said Bobby. Vicky nodded and put her free hand over his fingers on her arm. "I figured that," she said. His fingers were warm. The excitement inside her was cold. She looked up and saw the distant, sinking moon. They passed the mezzanine and turned toward the steps leading down to the parking lot. Vicky hesitated a split second, stared back over Bobby's shoulder, hesitated a little longer. At the other end of the platform, Carol Ann stood, leaned away from the city, staring back at them. Her expression altered mercurially. Vicky didn't think Bobby had seen Carol Ann watching them. Maybe she'd see Carol Ann in the morning. Maybe not. "Come on," said Vicky, turning back to the steps. And at the beginning of the final descent to the outside world, she thought about the last enigmatic expression on Carol Ann's face. Wistful? She hoped, wished desperately, it was only that. Nicholas Royle. Flying into Naples. It's been another successful year for Nicholas Royle. Along with appearances in all 3 Year's Best Horror volumes, his stories have been published in such anthologies as The Mammoth Book of Werewolves, The Mammoth Book of Zombies, Dark Voices 5 and 6, The Anthology of Fantasy and the Supernatural, Little Deaths, and Shadows over Innsmouth, amongst others. His anthologies Darklands and Darklands 2 have been reprinted in the UK by New English Library, and he has sold his first 2 novels, Counterparts and Saxophone Dreams, to Penguin Books. He also won British Fantasy Awards in 1993 for Darklands 2 and his story Night Shift Sister, which we published in Best New Horror 4. About the following story, the author explains, "I was considering making the trip to Naples by car, in which case it might have been driving into Naples, which would have been a completely different story, and, to judge from the standard of driving in the city, I wouldn't have lived to tell the tale." The young woman who formed part of the inspiration for the character of Flavia said she hoped I would write more stories based on her. I told her that would require additional research. Flying into Naples, the 737 hits some turbulence and gets thrown about a bit. It's dark outside, but I can't even see any lights on the ground. I'm a nervous flyer anyway, and this doesn't make me feel any better. It's taking off and landing that bother me. But when we're down and I'm crossing the tarmac to the airport buildings, there's a warm, humid stillness in the air that makes me wonder about the turbulence. I wander through passport control and customs like someone in a dream. The officials seem covered in a fine layer of dust, as if they've been standing there for years just waiting. No one speaks to me, and I get on the bus marked Centro Napoli. I'm on holiday. All I've got in Naples is a name, a photograph, and a wrong number. The name is a woman's, Flavia, and the photograph is of the view from her apartment. The phone number I tried last week to say I was coming turned out to belong to someone else entirely. I've worked out from the photograph and my map that the apartment is on a hill on the west side of the city. There's not much more to go on. It's too late to go and look for it tonight. Flavia won't be expecting me. Beyond occasional vague invitations, nothing has been arranged, and she could take a long time to locate. I knew her years ago when she visited London and stayed in the hotel where I was working the bar. We knew each other briefly, a holiday romance, if you like, but something ensured I would not forget her. Whether it was the sunrise we saw together, or the shock of her body in the quiet shadow of my room over the kitchens, or a combination of these and other factors, her smile, my particular vulnerability, her tumbling curls, I don't know, but something fixed her in my mind. So when I found myself with a week's holiday at the end of 3 difficult months in a new, stressful job, I dug out her letters. 2 or 3 only over 8 years, including this recent photograph of the view from her apartment, and booked a last-minute flight to Naples. I'd never been there, though I'd heard so much about it, how violent and dangerous it could be for foreigners, yet how beautiful. And I would enjoy the effort required to get along in Italian. I'm alone on the bus apart from one other man, a local who spends the 20-minute ride talking on a cell phone to his mistress in Rome, and the taciturn driver. I've come before the start of the season, but it's already warm enough not to need my linen jacket. I'm divorced. I don't know about Flavia. She never mentioned anybody, just as she never revealed her address when she wrote to me. I've been divorced 2 years, and a period of contented bachelorhood has only recently come to a natural end, and with the arrival of spring in London, I have found myself watching women once again. Following a hemline through the human traffic of Kensington, turning to see the face of a woman in Green Park whose hair looks so striking from behind. It may be spring in Berkeley Square, but it feels like midsummer in Naples. The air is still and hot and humid when I leave the bus at the main railway station and begin walking into the center of the city in search of a cheap hotel. I imagine I'm probably quite conspicuous in what must be one of the most dangerous areas, but the hotel's in the immediate vicinity. The pavement outside the Europa is clogged with upturned rubbish bins. The tall, dark, narrow Essedra looks as if it's about to topple sideways. Look unwelcoming, so I press on. It's late, after 10:30 p.m., and even the bars and restaurants are closed. Youths buzz past on Vespas and Piaggios unhelmeted, despite the apparent dedication of the motorists here to the legend, "Live fast, die young." I hold my bag close and try to look confident, but after 15 minutes or so, the hotels have disappeared. I reach a large empty square and head deeper into the city. I ask a gun-holstered security guard if there is a pension in the neighborhood, but he shrugs and walks away. I climb a street that has lights burning, but they turn out to be a late-night bar and a fruit stand. 2 boys call to me from a doorway, and as I don't understand, I just carry on. But at the top is a barrier, and beyond that a private apartment complex, so I have to turn back, and the 2 boys are laughing as I walk past them. I try in another direction, but there are only banks and food stores, all locked up. Soon I realize I'm going to have to go back down to the area around the railway station. I cross the road to avoid the prostitutes on the corner of Via Seggio del Popolo, not because of any spurious moral judgment, but just because it seems I should go out of my way to avoid trouble. So easy is it innocently to court disaster in a foreign country. But in crossing the road, I walk into a problem. There's a young woman standing in a doorway whom in the darkness I had failed to see. She moves swiftly out of the doorway into my path, and I gasp in surprise. The street lamp throws the dark bruises around her eyes into even deeper perspective. Her eyes are sunken, almost lost in her skull, and under her chin are the dark, tough bristles of a juvenile beard. She speaks quickly, demanding something, and before I've collected my wits, she's produced a glittering blade from her jacket pocket, which she thrusts towards me like a torch at an animal. I react too slowly and feel a sudden hot scratch on my bare arm. My jacket's over my other arm, so I'm lucky that I don't drop it and give the woman the chance to strike again. She lunges, but I'm away down the street, running for my life. When it's clear she's not chasing me, I stop for breath. One or two passers-by look at me with mild curiosity. I head back in the direction of the railway station. Down a side street on my right, I recognize one of the hotels I saw earlier, the Acedra. Then I hadn't liked the look of it, but now it's my haven from the streets. I approach the glass doors and hesitate when I realize there are several men in the lobby, but the thought of the drugged-up woman makes me go on. So I push open the door, and the men look up from their card game. I'm about to ask for a room when one of the men, who's had a good long look at me, says something to the man behind the little counter, and this man reaches for a key from room 17's pigeonhole. I realize what's happening. They've mistaken me for someone who's already a guest, and there was a time when I would have been tempted to accept the key in the desire to save money, but these days I'm not short of cash. So I hesitate only for a moment before saying that I'm looking for a room. The man is momentarily confused, but gets me another key, room 19, from a hook, and quotes a price. It's cheap. The hotel is probably a haunt of prostitutes, but right now I don't care. I just need a bed for the night. It's on the 3rd floor, the man says. I pay him and walk up. There are light bulbs, but they're so heavily shaded the stairs are darker than the street outside. On each landing there are 4 doors, 3 bedrooms and 1 toilet cum shower. I unlock the door to room 19 and close it behind me. I have a routine with hotel rooms. I lock myself in and switch on all the lights and open all the cupboards and drawers until I feel I know the room as well as I can, and I always check the window. There are 2 single beds, some sticks of furniture, a bidet, and a wash basin. I open the cold tap and clean up the scratch on my arm. The window is shuttered. I pull on the cord to raise the shutter. I'm overlooking the Corso Uberto 1, which runs up to the railway station. I step onto the tiny balcony, and my hands get covered in dust from the wrought iron railing. The cars in the street below are filmed with dust also. The winds blow sand here from the deserts of North Africa, and it falls with the rain. I pull a chair onto the balcony and sit for a while thinking about Flavia. Somewhere in this city she's sitting, watching television, or eating in a restaurant, and she doesn't know I'm here. Tomorrow I will try to find her. I watch the road, and I'm glad I'm no longer out there looking for shelter. Small knots of young men unravel on street corners and cross streets that don't need crossing. After a while, I start to feel an uncomfortable solidity creeping into my limbs, so I take the chair back inside and drop the shutter. I'd prefer to leave it open, but the open window might look like an invitation. I'm lying in bed, hoping that sleep will come, but there's a scuttling, rustling noise keeping me awake. It's coming from the far side of the room near the wash basin and the framed print of the ancient city of Pompeii. It sounds like an insect, probably a cockroach. I'm not alarmed. I've shared hotel rooms with pests before, but I want to go to sleep. There's no use left in this day, and I'm eager for the next one to begin. Something else is bothering me. I want to go and try the door to room 17 and see why the proprietor was about to give me that key. The scratching noise is getting louder, and although I can't fall asleep, I'm getting more and more tired so that I start to imagine the insect. It's behind the picture where it's scratched out its own little hole, and it's lying in wait for me to go and lift the picture aside, and it will come at me slow and deadly, like a Lancaster bomber. The noise works deeper into my head. The thing must have huge wings and antennae. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I can't stand it anymore. I get up, pull on my trousers, and leave the room. The stairs are completely dark. I feel my way to the next landing and switch on the light in the WC to allow me to see the numbers on the doors. I push open the door to room 17, feeling a layer of dust beneath my fingertips, and it swings open. The chinks in the shutter admit enough light to paint a faint picture of a man lying on the bed who looks not unlike me. I step into the room and feel grit on the floor under my feet. As I step closer, the man on the bed turns to look at me. His lips move slowly. "I came straight here," he says, "instead of walking into the city to find something better." I don't know what to say. Pulling up a chair, I sit next to him. "I found her," he continues. "She lives above the city on the west side. You can see Vesuvius from her window." I grip his cold hand and try to read the expression on his face, but it's blank. The words rustle in his mouth like dry leaves caught between stones. "She's not interested. Watch out for Vesuvius," he whispers, then falls silent. I sit there for a while watching his gray face for any sign of life, but there's nothing. Feeling an unbearable sadness for which I can't reasonably account, I return to my room and lie flat on my back on the little bed. The unknown insect is still busy scratching behind the ruins of Pompeii. I wake up to heavy traffic under my window, my head still thick with dreams. On my way downstairs, I pause on the landing opposite room 17 and feel a tug. But I know the easiest thing is not to think too much about it and just carry on downstairs, hand in the key, and leave the hotel for good. Even if I don't manage to locate Flavia, I won't come back here. I'll find something better. I walk across the city, stopping at a little bar for a cappuccino and a croissant. The air smells of coffee, cigarettes, and laundry. Strings of clothes are hung out in the narrow passages like bunting. Moped riders duck their heads to avoid vests and socks as they bounce over the cobbles. Cars negotiate alleys barely wide enough to walk down, drivers jabbing at the horn to clear the way. Pedestrians step aside unhurriedly, and there are no arguments or remonstrations. The sun is beating down, but there's a haze like sheer nylon stretched above the rooftops, dust in the air. I'm just heading west and climbing through distinct areas. The class differences show up clearly in the homes. The bassi, tiny rooms that open directly onto the street, and higher up the huge apartment blocks with their own gate and security, and in the shops and the goods sold in them. Only the dust is spread evenly. As soon as I'm high enough to see Vesuvius behind me, I take out the photograph and use it to direct my search, heading always west. It takes a couple of hours to cross the city and locate the right street. I make sure it's the right view before starting to read the names on the bell pushes. The building has to be on the left-hand side of the road because those on the right aren't high enough to have a view over those on the left. I still don't know if I'm going to find the name or not. Through the gaps between the buildings, I can see Vesuvius on the other side of the bay. By looking ahead, I'm even able to estimate the exact building, and it turns out I'm right. There's the name, F. Sania, among a dozen others. I press the bell without thinking about it. When Flavia comes to open the door, I'm surprised. Perhaps it's more her place to be surprised than mine, but she stands there with a vacant expression on her face. What a face, though. What extraordinary beauty. She was good-looking when we first met, of course, but in the intervening years she has grown into a stunning woman. I fear to lean forward and kiss her cheeks, lest she crumbles beneath my touch. But the look is blank. I don't know if she recognizes me. I say her name, then my own, and I must assume her acquiescence, as she turns back into the hall and hesitates momentarily, to be an invitation. So I follow her. She walks slowly, but with the same lightness of step that I remember from before. As I follow her into the apartment, I'm drawn immediately to the far side of the main room where there's a balcony with a spectacular view over the Bay of Naples, and, right in the center at the back, Mount Vesuvius. Unaware of where Flavia has disappeared to, I stand there watching the view for some minutes. Naples is built on hills, and one of them rises from the sea to dominate the left middle ground, stepped with huge crumbling apartment buildings and sliced up by tapering streets and alleys that dig deeper the narrower they become. The whole city hums like a hive, and cars and scooters buzz about like drones. But the main attraction is Vesuvius. What a place to build a city, in the shadow of a volcano. It's a while before I realize Flavia has returned, and is standing behind me as I admire the view. "What do you want to do while you are in Naples?" she asks with a level voice. "You'll stay here, of course." "You're very kind. I meant to give you some notice, but I don't think I had the right phone number." I show her the number in my book. "I changed it," she says, as she sits in one of the wicker chairs and indicates for me to do the same. "I've been widowed 6 times," she says, and then falls silent. "It's easier." I don't know what to say. I think she must have intended to say something else, made a mistake with her English, although she seems so gray and lifeless herself that the statement may well have been true. We sit on her balcony for half an hour, looking out over the city and the volcano on the far side of the bay, during which time I formulate several lines with which to start a fresh conversation, but each one remains unspoken. Something in her passivity frightens me. It seems at odds with the elan of the city in which she lives. But Flavia speaks first. "With this view," she says slowly, "it is impossible not to watch the volcano, to become obsessed by it." I nod. "My father was alive when it last erupted," she continues, "in 1944. Now Vesuvius is dormant." "Do you want to see Naples?" she asks, turning towards me. "Yes, very much." We leave the apartment, and Flavia leads the way to a beaten-up old Fiat Uno. Her driving is a revelation. Once in the car and negotiating the hairpin, double-parked roads leading downtown, Flavia is a completely different woman. Here is the lively, passionate girl I knew in London. She takes on other drivers with the determination and verve she showed in my room overlooking the hotel car park when we took it in turns to sit astride each other. She rode me then as she now drives the Fiat, throwing it into 180-degree corners and touching her foot to the floor on the straights. She's not wearing her seatbelt. I unclip mine, wind down my window, and put my foot up on the plastic molding in front of me. At one point, when I draw my elbow into the car quickly to avoid a bus coming up on the other side of the road, Flavia turns her head and smiles at me, just as she did 8 years earlier before falling asleep. We skid into a parking place, and Flavia attacks the handbrake. Once out of the car, she's quiet again, gliding along beside me. "Where are we going?" I ask her. Beyond the city, the summit of Vesuvius is draped in thick gray cloud. Out over the sea on our right, a heavy wedge of darkest gray thunderheads is making its way landwards, trailing skirts of rain. In the space of 2 minutes, the island of Capri is rubbed out as the storm passes over it and into the bay. "She must want to be alone," Flavia says, and, when I look puzzled, continues. "They say that you can see a woman reclining in the outline of the island." But Capri is lost behind layers of gray veils now, and just as Flavia finishes speaking, the first drops of rain explode on my bare arms. Within seconds, we are soaked by a downpour of big, fat, sweet-smelling summer rain. My thin shirt is plastered to my back. The rain runs off Flavia's still body in trickles. She seems impervious to the cleansing, refreshing effect that I'm enjoying. Dripping wet with rain bouncing off my forehead, I give her a smile, but her expression doesn't change. "Shall we walk?" I suggest, eyeing some trees in the distance that would give us some shelter. She just turns and starts walking without a word, so I follow. The trees, which I realize I have seen previously from Flavia's balcony, conceal the city aquarium, housed in the lower ground floor of a heavy stone building. I pay for 2 tickets, and we pass in front of a succession of gloomy windows onto another world. It's so damp down there, I feel almost as if we've entered the element of the fishes. My shirt clings to my back, getting no drier under the dim lights. Flavia's white blouse is stuck to her shoulders, but there's no tremor of life as far as I can see. She stares unseeing at the fish, the sinister skate and lugubrious octopus, which regard us with an expression I feel but can't put a name to. Because I'm beginning to feel quite anxious, I hurry past the shrimps and seahorses, which I see only as a blur of commas and question marks, and I'm relieved to get back into the open air. Flavia takes me to a restaurant she knows, and I eat cousins of the creatures we've just seen in the aquarium. Flavia orders mineral water and oysters, but then hardly touches them. My teeth grind on tiny particles of grit or shell in my sauce, but I don't say anything because it seems to be a city-wide problem. The waiter's black patent leather shoes are matte with a fine layer of dust. I watch Flavia as I eat, and she stares out of the window at the teeming rain. When she moves, it's with an incredible slowness that sets up a tension in me. Her stillness makes me want to protect her. She must have suffered so much. Like a tree that's been buffeted by so many storms, it's been stripped of leaves and twigs, but still stands, proud and defiant. I want to reach across and touch her cheek in the hope she might soften and smile, but such a deliberate act seems reckless. The worst thing would be if she remained indifferent to my advance. As I continue eating, however, I'm filled with desire for her. I want to take her to bed and hold her and stroke away the years with her thin layers of clothing. The feeling grows throughout what remains of the day. We go to a couple of basement piano bars and a club where crowds of strikingly beautiful people spill out onto the street. The atmosphere of intoxication and sexual excitement does nothing to spark Flavia into life. She simply trails her finger through the dust, which seems to coat the tables in every bar we go in. Only in the car does she come alive as we race from one venue to another, bouncing down noisy, cobbled escape routes and diving into alleys thin as crevices. The car's headlamps startle cats, and in one hidden piazza a huddle of unshaven men emerging from a fly-posted door. "This is a dangerous quarter," she says, pointing at streets I remember from my first night. "Camorro, our mafia. They kill you here as soon as look at you." Way past midnight, we end up in a park above the city on the same side as Flavia's apartment, but further round the bay. "This newspaper," she indicates piles of discarded newsprint lining the side of the road. "People come here in their cars and put the newspaper up to cover the windows. Then they make love." I look at the vast drifts of newspaper as we drive slowly around the perimeter of the park. "Why?" I ask. "Because they live at home? It's their only chance?" She shrugs. "They do it in the cars, then throw the newspaper out of the window." "And what a view they have," I say, looking across the bay at the brooding shadow of Vesuvius. Back home again, she retreats inside her shell. The sudden change throws me. I want to touch her, sleep with her, but suddenly it's as if we're complete strangers. She sits on the balcony, staring at Vesuvius, and I bring her a drink. As I put it down, I place my other hand on her arm and give it a brief squeeze. She doesn't react, so I pull one of the wicker chairs round to face hers and sit in the darkness, just watching her watch the volcano. The moon paints her face with a pale wash. I can see the shape of her breasts under the white blouse, and as I concentrate, I can see the merest lift as she breathes. Otherwise, I might have doubted she was still alive. "Do you want to go to bed?" I ask. She just looks at me. Inside me, the tension is reaching bursting point. When Flavia gets up and walks to her bedroom, I follow. She undresses in front of me. The moonlight makes her flesh look gray and very still. I undress and lie beside her. She doesn't push me away, but neither does she encourage me in any way. When I wake in the morning, she's gone. The pillow on her side is still indented and warm to the touch. I wish I'd done something the night before, but her terrible passivity killed my desire. A night's sleep, however, has returned it to me. If she were here now, I'd force her to decide whether to accept or reject me, either being preferable to indifference. I get dressed and step out onto the balcony. The top of Vesuvius is covered with cloud. The air over the city is hazy. On the little table there's a note for me from Flavia. She's had to go out for the day, and can I entertain myself? I'm to help myself to whatever I want. She suggests I visit Pompeii. The Circumvesuviana Railway trundles out of the east side of Naples and skirts the volcano, calling at St. Giorgio and Ercolano, the sun beating down on the crumbling white apartment buildings. I avoid the modern town at Pompeii and head straight for the excavations. German tourists haggle over the entrance fee. I pay and go through, detaching myself from the crowd as soon as I can. They saunter off down the prescribed route armed with guidebooks from which their self-elected leader will read out loud, peculiarly choosing the English language section as they pass by the monuments of particular note. The same man. He's wearing a red shirt which bulges over the waistband of his creamy linen trousers, carries the camcorder, and will listen impassively to anyone who suggests they operate it instead. They're a distraction from my surroundings. A city preserved to a far greater degree than anything I had been expecting. I wander off into an area of recent excavations where I'm alone with the buzzing insects and basking lizards that dart away at my approach. The heat is overpowering, and after a quarter of an hour threading my way through dug-out paved streets bordered with shoulder-high walls and great swaths of overflowing undergrowth, I have to sit down for a rest. I look up at Vesuvius, a huge black shape jiggling from side to side behind the thickening haze. A bee the size of a fat cockroach lumbers towards me, buzzing like a whole canful of blowflies, and I have to duck to avoid it. Even when it's gone, I can still hear it, as if it hadn't managed to get out of the way quick enough, and somehow it got inside my head. The sun, even through the dust in the air, amplifies the noise and cooks my skull so that everything inside it rattles like loose beans. Off down a long, straight street to my right, I recognize the party of German tourists standing to attention as they listen to the man in the red shirt with the stomach, the camcorder, and the guidebook. His words are just a low hum to me amid the constant buzz in my ears. My limbs tingle as if electricity is being passed through them. Then they go completely numb, and the buzzing gets slower and even louder. At the far end of the long, straight street, the Germans have frozen in position. The man in the red shirt is in the act of raising the camcorder to his eyes. A woman in a wraparound top and shorts is caught in the act of leaning backwards, not ungracefully, to correct the fit of her smart training shoe. The air between them and me is thick with shiny dust, glittering in the golden sunshine. The tiny particles are dancing, but the figures remain petrified. Suddenly they're moving, but in a group rather than individually. They are shifted silently to one side like a collection of statues on an invisible moving platform. It's as if they're being shunted into another world, while I'm left dodging the insects in this one, and I want to go with them. Maybe wherever they're going, there won't be this terrible grinding noise, which is giving the inside of my skull such a relentless battering. By the time some feeling returns to my arms and legs, the German tourists have completely disappeared. I stumble over the huge baking slabs, trying to escape the punishment. Pursuing the merest hint of a decrease in the noise level, I turn in through an old stone doorway and begin a desperate chase after silence. Over boulders, through tangles of nettles and vines where enormous butterflies make sluggish progress through the haze. As the pain levels out and then begins to abate, I know I'm heading in the right direction. A couple more sharp turns past huge grass-covered mounds and collapsed walls where lizards the size of rats gulp at the gritty air. The noise fades right down, the pain ebbs, and warm, molten, peaceful, brassy sun flows into my bruised head. I fall to my knees with my hands covering my face, and when I take them away, I'm looking directly into the empty gray eye sockets of a petrified man. His face is contorted by the pain he felt as the lava flowed over him. I'm screaming because the man looks so much like me, it's like looking in a mirror, and a lizard suddenly flits out of one of the eyes and slips into the gaping mouth. The pain is back, and this time it doesn't go away until I black out. I'm out for hours, because when I come to, rubbing my forehead, the sun casts quite different shadows on the stony face. Dismayingly, I have to admit he still looks like me. For several minutes I sit and watch the insects that use his cavities and passages as they would any similar rock formation. Later, I tell Flavia how closely his volcanic features resembled mine. "It's quite common to hallucinate after an eruption," she says, applying a piece of sticky tape to the newspaper covering the driver's window. That's all very well, I think, but I'm 2,000 years too late. Or did she mean him? But I don't want to dwell on it, because the faster the newspaper goes up, the sooner I can have her. It clicked with me that I could make the most of Flavia's car-bound vivacity so that her passivity at home would not matter as much. Through a narrow gap at the top of the windscreen, I can see Vesuvius rising and falling as Flavia and I punish the old Fiat suspension. In a few hours' time, I'll be climbing Vesuvius herself. Flavia's away somewhere, working, she said, so I'm to tackle the volcano alone, and although I could have taken a cab to the tourist car park halfway up the mountain, I decided to walk all the way from Ercolano, which, as Herculaneum, was itself covered by the same lava flows that buried Pompeii. The road folds over on itself as I climb. The routine is soon automatic, as I maintain a regular ascent and efficient breathing. My mind is rerunning the night before in Flavia's car. 6 times her emotions reached bursting point and boiled over. In the early hours, the air in the car was so thick and cloying we had to wind down the window, which meant losing part of our newsprint screen, but the park had emptied hours before. In her apartment, where I swallowed glass after glass of fresh orange juice, Flavia was once more still and gray. I was thinking about getting her out in the car again, but I knew I had to climb the volcano before I left. It had been calling me, and this was my last day in the city. If the air were not so thick with dust, the view from halfway up the mountain would be spectacular. I can just make out a darker shadow which is the center of Naples, and a thin line separating the land from the sea. Only the island of Capri is clear in the distance, but its profile is still no more like a woman than the trembling slope beneath my feet. Down here there are trees either side of the road, but I can see that higher up the ground is bare. The sun still manages to break through the thickening air, and once caught between the ground and the dust, the heat cannot escape. I've taken off my shirt and tied it around my neck to soak up some of the sweat. The mountain seems to get no smaller, even though I know I'm climbing. The road hugs the side and disappears some way round the back before twisting back on itself to reach the car park and refreshment stand. I have the sense, the higher I get, of the volcano as an egg, its exterior thin and brittle and cracked open at the top. I stop for breath, lean back, and stretch. The summit and crater are covered by cloud. Beyond the empty car park, the narrow path zigzags into the clouds. I climb with the same sense of purpose that took hold of Flavia and me in the car, and I sense that the prize is not so far removed from that sweet and fiery memory which even now stirs me. The earth and trees have been left behind, and the slate-gray cloud thickens about me like hospital blankets. The mountain is loose cinders and disintegrated volcanic material, a uniform gray-brown, like a dying horse in a burnt field. I'm suddenly engulfed by a wave of sympathy for Flavia and the years of suffering. They have turned her into a brittle shell, but life lingers within her, a dormant energy that last night we fired up. She deserves longer-lasting happiness, and yet I know she wouldn't even flicker in some other city. Naples is her only home. Some things are rooted too deeply in the earth to shift. Never in my life have I felt so alone as I feel now, wrapped in cloud, buffeted by sea winds, following a path to a crater. I can't see more than 10 barren yards in any direction. When I hear the music, I think I've died, or am still asleep in Flavia's bed and dreaming. Soft notes that gather a little power, then fade quickly as the wind blows new ones slightly up or down the scale. I've already called Flavia's name 3 times before I realize I'm doing it. The name is taken from my lips and wrapped in this soiled cotton wool that surrounds me. Her name rolls on with the cloud over the top of the mountain where the crater must be. It mustn't fall in. The source of the music comes into view. An abandoned shack supported by an exoskeleton of tubular steel shafts. The wind plays them like panpipes. A sign still attached to the side of the shack advertises the sale of tickets to the crater. I begin to laugh at the absurdity of such an idea and wade on past the chiming tubes and up towards the edge. I know it's up there somewhere, although I can't see it, and I stumble blindly onwards, scuffing my shoes in coarse, loose material. Then suddenly the ground disappears beneath my feet, and I'm clawing at space for a handhold. Somehow I manage to fall back rather than forward, and I crouch in the harsh volcanic rubble peering over the edge of the crater. Below me, the cloud twists in drafts of warm air. I'm muttering Flavia's name to myself and thinking I should never have gone to look for her. Then I'm thinking maybe I never did go, but stayed in the insect-ridden hotel instead. As I watch the updrafts of ash and dust, I see a recognizable group of shapes take vague form in the clouds. The German tourists, he with the red shirt, the camcorder, the stomach, she of the shorts and smart training shoes, still frozen as an exhibit of statuary, descend through the rising dust as if on a platform. The thicker swirls beneath me envelop them. They pass into the throat of the giant and are followed by a facsimile of Flavia, falling like a slow bomb. A cast of myself, whether from Pompeii or the hotel, I don't know, is next, slipping in and out of focus behind curtains of clogging ash. The last thing I remember is the buffeting and turbulence the 737 went through as it passed over Vesuvius on its descent into Naples. And suddenly, the whole crazy city, with its strange visions and coating of fine dust, from a waiter's shoes to the air rattling in lungs, makes perfect sense. Poppy Z. Brite. The Sixth Sentinel. Poppy Z. Brite has lived all over the American South and has worked as a gourmet candy maker, an artist's model, a cook, a mouse caretaker, and an exotic dancer. She currently lives in New Orleans with 2 cats and 2 boyfriends. After publishing a number of acclaimed stories in various small press magazines and anthologies, her debut novel, Lost Souls, appeared in 1992. It became a Book of the Month Club alternate selection and was nominated for a Lambda Award for Outstanding Gay Fiction and a Horror Writers of America Bram Stoker Award for First Novel. Her second novel, Drawing Blood, was published in 1993, as was a collection of short stories, Swamp Fetus. She has also edited Love in Vain, an anthology of erotic vampire stories, and a third novel, Exquisite Corpse, is forthcoming. Some readers may not be familiar with the famous pirate and privateer Jean Lafitte, explains the author, who is, of course, the narrator of this tale. In the mid-19th century, Lafitte ruled the bayou country of South Louisiana. He and his band would rob ships in the Gulf of Mexico, escape into the swamps, then fence the stolen goods in New Orleans. His legitimate cover business, Lafitte's blacksmith shop, was located in a ramshackle old building just around the corner from my house. It is now the darkest bar in the French Quarter, and one of the quirkiest. The writer also adds that she considers the following story as a kind of companion piece to His Mouth Will Taste of Wormwood, which appeared in Best New Horror 2. I first knew Hard Luck Rosalie Smith when she was a thin, frayed rope of a child, 20 years old and already well acquainted with the solitude at the bottom of a whiskey bottle. Her hair was brittle from too many dye jobs, bright red last week, black as the grave today, purple and green for Mardi Gras. Her face was fine-boned and faintly feral, the eyes carefully lined in black, the rouged lips stretched tight over the sharp little teeth. If I had been able to touch Rosalie, her skin would have felt silky and faintly dry. Her hair would have been like electricity brushing my face in the dark. But I could not touch Rosalie, not so that she would notice. I could pass my fingers through the meat of her arm, pale as veal and packed like flaky fish flesh between her thin bones. I could wrap my hand around the smooth porcelain ball of her wrist. But as far as she was concerned, my touch went through her like so much dead air. All she could feel of me was a chill, like ice crystallizing along her spine. Your liver has the texture of hot, wet velvet, I would tell her, reaching through her ribs to caress the tortured organ. She'd shrug. Another year in this town and it'll be pickled. Rosalie came to the city of New Orleans because it was as far south as her money would take her, or so she said. She was escaping from a lover she would shudderingly refer to only as Joe Coffee Spoon. The memory of his touch made her feel cold, far colder than my ectoplasmic fingers ever could, and she longed for the wet kiss of tropical nights. She moved into an apartment in one of the oldest buildings in the French Quarter, above a shoppe that sold potions and filters. At first, I wondered whether she would be pleased to find a ghost already residing in her cramped quarters. But as I watched her decorate the walls with shrouds of black lace and photographs of androgynous, sunken-cheeked musicians who looked more dead than alive, I began to realize I could show myself safely, without threat of eviction. It is always a nuisance when someone calls in the exorcist. The priest himself is no threat, but the demons that invariably follow him are large as cats and annoying as mosquitoes. It is these, not the intonations and holy water, that drive innocent spirits away. But Rosalie only gave me a cool, appraising look, introduced herself, then asked me for my name and my tale. The name she recognized, having seen it everywhere from the pages of history books to the shingles hanging outside dubious absinthe houses in the French Quarter. The tale? Well, there were enough tales to entertain her for 1,000 nights or more. I, the Scheherazade of Barataria Bay. How long had I wanted to tell those tales? I had been without a friend or a lover for more years than I could recall. The company of other local ghosts did not interest me. They seemed a morbid lot, many of them headless or drenched in gore, manifesting only occasionally to point skeletal fingers at loose fireplace flagstones and then vanish without a word. I had met no personalities of substance, and certainly none with a history as exotic as mine. So I was glad for the company of Rosalie. As more old buildings are demolished, I must constantly shift about the city, trying to find places where I resided in life, places where a shred of my soul remains to anchor me. There are still overgrown bayou islands and remote Mississippi coves I visit often, but to give up the drunken carnival of New Orleans, to forsake human companionship, witting or otherwise, would be to fully accept my death. Nearly 200 years, and I still cannot do that. Jean, she would say to me, as evening fell like a slowly drifting purple scarf over the French Quarter, as the golden flames of the streetlights flickered on. "Do you like these panties with the silver bustier, Jean?" She pronounced my name correctly, in the French manner, like John, but with the soft J. 5 nights of the week, Rosalie had a job stripping at a nightclub on Bourbon Street. She selected her undress from a vast armoire crammed full of the microscopic wisps of clothing she referred to as costumes, some of which were only slightly more substantial than my own flesh. When she first told me of the job, she thought I would be shocked, but I laughed. I saw worse things in my day, I assured her, thinking of lovely, shameless octoroon girls I had known, of famous private shows involving poisonous serpents sent from Haiti, and the oiled stone phalluses of alleged voodoo idols. I went to see Rosalie dance 2 or 3 times. The strip club was in an old row building, the former site of a bordello I remembered well. In my day, the place had been decorated entirely in scarlet silk and purple velvet. The effect was of enormous fleshly lips closing in upon you as you entered, drawing you into their dark depths. I quit visiting Rosalie at work when she said it unnerved her to suddenly catch sight of me in the hundreds of mirrors that now lined the club. 100 spangle-fleshed Rosalies, and 100 translucent Johns, and 1,000 pathetic, weasel-eyed men, all reflected to a point of swarming infinity far within the walls. I could see how the mirrors might make Rosalie nervous, but I believe she did not like me looking at the other dancers either, though she was the prettiest of a big-hipped, insipid-faced lot. By day, Rosalie wore black, lace and fishnet, leather and silk, the gaudy mourning clothes of the Deather children. I had to ask her to explain them to me, these Deathers. They were children seldom older than 18 who painted their faces stark white, rimmed their eyes with kohl, smudged their mouths black or blood red. They made love in cemeteries, then plundered the rotting tombs for crucifixes to wear as jewelry. The music they listened to was alternately lush as a wreath of funeral roses and dark as 4 a.m., composed in suicidal gloom by the androgynes that decorated Rosalie's walls. I might have been able to tell these children a few things about death. Try drifting through 100 years without a proper body, I might have said, without feet to touch the ground, without a tongue to taste wine or kiss. Then perhaps you will celebrate your life while you have it. But Rosalie would not listen to me when I got on this topic, and she never introduced me to any of her Deather friends. If she had any. I had seen other such children roaming the French Quarter after dark, but never in Rosalie's company. Often as not, she would sit in her room and drink whiskey on her nights off, tipping inches of liquid amber fire over crackling ice cubes and polishing it off again, again, again. She never had a lover that I knew of, aside from the dreaded coffee spoon, who it seemed had been quite wealthy by Rosalie's standards. Her customers at the club offered her ludicrous sums if she would only grant them one night of pleasure more exotic than their toad-like minds could imagine. A few might really have been able to pay such fortunes, but Rosalie ignored their tumescent pleading. She seemed not so much opposed to the idea of sex for money as simply uninterested in sex at all. When she told me of the propositions she received, I thought of the many things I had buried in the earth during my days upon it. Treasure, hard money and jewels, the riches of the robbery that was my bread and butter, the spoils of the murder that was my wine. There were still caches that no one had found, and no one ever would. Any one of them would have been worth 10 times the amounts these men offered. Many times I tried to tell Rosalie where these caches were, but unlike some of her kind, she thought buried things should stay buried. She claimed that the thought of the treasure hidden under mud, stone, or brick, with people walking near it and sometimes right over it each day, amused her more than the thought of digging it up and spending it. I never believed her. She would not let me see her eyes when she said these things. Her voice trembled when she spoke of the deathers who pursued grave robbing as a sport. They pried up a granite slab that weighed 50 pounds, she told me once, incredulously. How could they bear to lift it off, in the dark, not knowing what might come out at them? There was a skeleton in a glass-topped coffin downstairs, in the voodoo shop, and Rosalie hardly liked to enter the shop because of it. I had seen her glancing out of the corner of her eye, as if the sad little bones simultaneously intrigued and appalled her. It was some obsessive fear of hers, I realized. Rosalie shied away from all talk of dead things, of things buried, of digging in the ground. When I told her my tales, she made me skip over the parts where treasures or bodies were buried. She would not let me describe the fetor of the nighttime swamp, the faint flickering lights of St. Elmo's fire, the deep sucking sound the mud made when a shovel was thrust into it. She would allow me no descriptions of burials at sea or shallow bayou graves. She covered her ears when I told her of a rascal whose corpse I hung from the knotted black bough of a 100-year-old oak. It was a remarkable thing, too. When I rode past the remote spot a year later, his perfect skeleton still hung there, woven together by strands of gray Spanish moss. It wound around his long bones and cascaded from the empty sockets of his eyes. It forced his jaws open and dangled from his chin like a long gray beard. But Rosalie did not want to hear about it. When I confronted her with her own dread, she refused to open up to it. "Whoever said graveyards were romantic?" she demanded. "Whoever said I had to go digging up bones just because I lust after Venal St. Clair?" Venal St. Clair was a musician, one of the stick-thin, mourning-shrouded beauties that adorned the walls of Rosalie's room. I saw no evidence that she lusted after him or anyone else. "I just wear black so that all my clothes will match," she told me solemnly, as if she expected me to believe it. "So I won't have to think about what to put on when I get up in the morning." "But you don't get up in the morning." "In the evening, then. You know what I mean." She tipped her head back and tongued the last drop of whiskey out of her glass. It was the most erotic thing I had ever seen her do. I ran my finger in among the smooth folds of her intestines. A momentary look of discomfort crossed her face, as if she had suffered a gas pain, attributable to the rot-gut whiskey, no doubt. But she would not pursue the subject further. So I watched her drink until she passed out, her brittle hair fanned across her pillow, the corner of her mouth drooling a tiny thread of spit onto her black silk coverlet. Then I went into her head. This was not a thing I liked to do often. On occasion, I had noticed her looking askance at me the morning after, as if she remembered seeing me in her dreams and wondered how I had got there. If I could persuade Rosalie to dig up one cache of loot, just one, our troubles would end. She would never have to work again, and I could have her with me all the time. But first, I had to find her fear. Until I knew what it was and could figure out how to charm my way around it, my treasures were going to stay buried in black bayou mud. So within moments I was sunk deep in the spongy tissue of Rosalie's brain, sifting through her childhood memories as if they were gold coins I had just lifted off a Spanish galleon. I thought I could smell the whiskey that clouded her dreams, a stinging mist. I found it more quickly than I expected to. I had reminded Rosalie of her fear, and now, because she would not let her conscious mind remember, her unconscious mind was dreaming of it. For an instant, I teetered on the edge of wakefulness. I was dimly aware of the room around me, the heavy furniture and flocked black walls. Then it all swam away as I fell headlong into Rosalie's childhood dream. A South Louisiana village, built at the confluence of 100 streams and riverlets. Streets of dirt and crushed oyster shells, houses built on pilings to keep the water from lapping up onto the neat, brightly painted porches. Shrimp nets draped over railings, stiffening with salt at some houses, crab traps stacked up to the roof at others. Cajun country. Hard Luck Rosalie, a Cajun girl, she who claimed she had never set foot in Louisiana before. Mon petit chou. Smith, indeed. On one porch, a young girl dressed in a t-shirt and a home-sewn skirt of fresh calico perches on a case of empty beer bottles. The tender points of her breasts can be seen through the thin fabric of the t-shirt. A medallion gleams at the hollow of her throat, a tiny saint frozen in silver. She is perhaps 12. It can only be her mama beside her, a large, regal-faced woman with a crown of teased and fluffed black hair. The mama is peeling crawfish. She saves the heads in a coffee can and throws the other pickings to some speckled chickens scratching in the part of the dirt yard that is not flooded. The water is as high as Mama has ever seen it. The young girl has a can of Coca-Cola, but she hasn't drunk much of it. She is worried about something. It can be seen in the slump of her shoulders, in the sprawl of her thin legs beneath the calico skirt. Several times her eyes shimmer with tears she is just able to control. When she looks up, it becomes clear that she is older than she appeared at first, 13 or 14. An air of naivete, an awkwardness of limb and gesture, makes her seem younger. She fidgets and at last says, "Mama?" "What is it, Rosie?" The mother's voice seems a beat too slow. It catches in her throat and drags itself reluctantly out past her lips. "Mama? Is Theophile still under the ground?" There is a gap in the dream here, or rather in my awareness of it. I do not know who Theophile is. A childhood friend, perhaps. More likely a brother. In a Cajun family, there is no such thing as an only child. The question disturbs me, and I feel Rosalie slipping from me momentarily. Then the dream continues, inexorable, and I am pulled back in. Mama struggles to remain calm. Her shoulders bow, and her heavy breasts sag against her belly. The stoic expression on her face crumbles a little. "No, Rosie," she says at last. "Theophile's grave is empty. He's gone up to heaven, him." "Then he wouldn't be there if I looked?" All at once I am able to recognize my Rosalie in the face of this blossoming girl. The intelligent dark eyes, the quick mind behind them undulled by whiskey and time. Mama is silent, searching for an answer that will both satisfy and comfort. But a bayou storm has been blowing up, and it arrives suddenly, as they will. Thunder rolls across the sky. The air is suddenly alive with invisible specks. Then the rain comes down in a solid torrent. The speckled chickens scramble under the porch, complaining. Within seconds, the yard in front of the house is a sea of mud. It has rained like this every day for a month. It is the wettest spring anyone has ever seen in this part of the bayou. "You ain't going anywhere in this flood," Mama says. The relief is evident in her voice. She shoos the girl inside and hurries around the house to take washing off the line, though the faded cotton dresses and patched denim trousers are already soaked through. Inside the warm little house, Rosalie sits at the kitchen window, watching rain hammer down on the bayou, and she wonders. The storm lasts all night. Lying in her bed, Rosalie hears the rain on the roof. She hears branches creaking and lashing in the wind. But she is used to thunderstorms, and she pays no attention to this one. She is thinking of a shed in the side yard, where her father's old crab traps and tools are kept. She knows there is a shovel in there. She knows where the key is. The storm ends an hour before dawn, and she is ready. It is her own death she is worried about, of course, not that of Theophile, whoever he may be. She is at the age where her curiosity about the weakness of the flesh outweighs her fear of it. She thinks of him under the ground, and she has to know whether he is really there. Has he ascended to heaven, or is he still in his grave, rotting? Whatever she finds, it cannot be worse than the thing she has imagined. So I think at the time. Rosalie is not feeling entirely sane as she eases out of the silent house, filches her father's shovel, and creeps through the dark village to the graveyard. She likes to go barefoot, and the soles of her feet are hard enough to walk over the broken edges of the glittering wet oyster shells. But she knows you have to wear shoes after a heavy rain, or worms might eat their way into your feet. So she slogs through the mud in her soaked sneakers, refusing to think about what she is going to do. It is still too dark to see, but Rosalie knows her way by heart through these village streets. Soon her hand finds the rusty iron gate of the graveyard, and it ratchets open at her touch. She winces at the harsh sound in the pre-dawn silence, but there is no one around to hear. At least, no one who can hear. The crude silhouettes of headstones stab into the inky sky. Few families in the village can afford a carved marker. They lash two sticks together in the shape of a rough cross, or they hew their own stone out of granite if they can get a piece. Rosalie feels her way through a forest of jagged, irregular memorials to the dead. She knows some of them are only hand-lettered oak boards wedged into the ground. The shadows at the base of each marker are wet, shimmering. Foul mud sucks at her feet. She tells herself the smell is only stagnant water. In places, the ground feels slick and lumpy. She cannot see what she is stepping on. But when she comes near the stone she seeks, she can see it. For it is the finest stone in the graveyard, carved of moon-pale marble that seems to pull all light into its milky depths. His family had it made in New Orleans, spending what was probably their life savings. The chiseled letters are as concise as razor cuts. Rosalie cannot see them, but she knows their every crevice and shadow. Only his name, stark and cold. No dates, no inscriptions, as if the family's grief was so great that they could not bear to say anything about him. Just inscribe it with his name and leave him there. The plot of earth at the base of the stone is not visible, but she knows it all too well, a barren, muddy rectangle. There has been no time for grass or weeds to grow upon it. He has only been buried a fortnight, and the few sprouts that tried to come up have been beaten back down by the rain. But can he really be under there, shut up in a box, his lithe body bloating and bursting, his wonderful face and hands beginning to decay? Rosalie steps forward, hand extended to touch the letters of his name. Théophile Thibodeau. As she thinks, or dreams the name, her fingers poised to trace its marble contours, an image fills her head, a jumble of sensations intense and erotic. A boy older than Rosalie, perhaps 17, a sharp, pale face, too thin to be called handsome, but surely compelling. A curtain of long, sleek black hair, half-hiding eyes of fierce, burning azure. Théophile. All at once, it is as if Rosalie's consciousness has merged completely with mine. My heart twists with a young girl's love and lust for this Spitfire Cajun boy. I am dimly aware of Rosalie's drunken 20-year-old body asleep on her bed, her feminine viscera twitching at the memory of him. Oh, how he touched her. Oh, how he tasted her. She had known it was wrong in the eyes of God. Her mamma had raised her to be a good girl. But the evenings she had spent with Théophile after dances and church socials, sitting on an empty dock with his arm around her shoulders, leaning into the warm hollow of his chest. That could not be wrong. After a week of knowing her, he had begun to show her the things he wrote on his ink-blackened relic of an Olympia typewriter. Poems and stories, songs of the swamp. And that could not be wrong. And the night they had sneaked out of their houses to meet, the night in the empty boathouse near Théophile's home, that could not be wrong either. They had begun only kissing, but the kisses grew too hot, too wild. Rosalie felt her insides boiling. Théophile answered her heat with his own. She felt him lifting the hem of her skirt and, carefully, almost reverently, sliding off her cotton panties. Then he was stroking the dark down between her legs, teasing her with the very tips of his fingers, rubbing faster and deeper until she felt like a blossom about to burst with sweet nectar. Then he parted her legs wider and bent to kiss her there as tenderly as he had kissed her mouth. His tongue was soft yet rough, like a soapy washcloth, and Rosalie had thought her young body would die with the pleasure of it. Then, slowly, Théophile was easing himself into her, and yes, she wanted him there, and yes, she was clutching at his back, pulling him farther in, refusing to heed the sharp pain of first entry. He rested inside her, barely moving. He lowered his head to kiss her sore, developing nipples, and Rosalie felt the power of all womanhood shudder through her. This could not be wrong. With the memories fixed firmly in her mind, she takes another step toward his headstone. The ground crumbles away beneath her feet, and she falls headlong into her lover's grave. The shovel whacks her across the spine. The rotten smell billows around her, heavy and ripe, spoiling meat, rancid fat, a sweetish, sickly odor. The fall stuns her. She struggles in the gritty muck, spits it out of her mouth. Then the first pale light of dawn breaks across the sky, and Rosalie stares into the ruined face of Théophile. Now her memories flooded over me like the tide. Some time after they had started meeting in the boathouse, she began to feel sick all the time. The heat made her listless. Her monthly blood, which had been coming for only a year, stopped. Mamma took her into the next town to see a doctor, and he confirmed what Rosalie had already dreaded. She was going to have Théophile's baby. Her papa was not a hard man, nor cruel. But he had been raised in the bosom of the church, and he had learned to measure his own worth by the honor of his family. Théophile never knew his Rosalie was pregnant. Rosalie's father waited for him in the boathouse one night. He stepped in holding a new sheaf of poems, and Papa's deer shot caught him across the chest and belly, 100 tiny black eyes weeping red tears. Papa was locked up in the county jail now, and Mama said that soon he would go someplace even worse, someplace where they could never see him again. Mama said it wasn't Rosalie's fault, but Rosalie could see in her eyes that it was. It has been the wettest spring anyone can remember, a month of steady rains. The water table in Louisiana Bayou country is already so high that a hole will begin to draw water at a depth of 2 feet or less. All this spring, the table has risen steadily, soaking the ground, drowning grass and flowers, making a morass of the sweet swamp earth. Cattails have sprung up near at the edge of the graveyard, but the storm last night pushed the groundwater to saturation point and beyond. The wealthy folk of New Orleans bury their dead in vaults above ground to protect them from this very danger. But no one here can afford a marble vault, or even a brick one. And the village graveyard has flooded at last. Some of the things that have floated to the surface are little more than bone. Others are swollen to 3 or 4 times their size, gassy mounds of decomposed flesh rising like islands from the mud. Some of these have silk flower petals stuck to them like obscene decorations. Flies rise lazily, then descend again in glittering, circling clouds. Here are mired the warped boards of coffins split open by the water's relentless pull. There floats the plaster figurine of a saint, his face and the color of his robes washed away by rain. Yawning, eyeless faces thrust out of stagnant pools, seeming to gasp for breath. Rotting hands unfold like blighted tiger lilies. Every drop of water, every inch of earth in the graveyard is foul with the effluvium of the dead. But Rosalie can only see the face thrust into hers, the body crushed beneath her own. Theophile's eyes have fallen back into their sockets, and his mouth is open. His tongue is gone. She sees thin white worms teeming in the passage of his throat. His nostrils are widening black holes beginning to encroach upon the greenish flesh of his cheeks. His sleek hair is almost gone. The few strands left are thin and scummy, nibbled by water bugs. Sitting on the dock, Rosalie and Theophile used to spit into the water and watch the shiny black beetles swarm around the white gobs. Theophile had told her they would eat hair and toenails, too. In places she can see the glistening dome of his skull. The skull behind the dear face. The skull that cradled the thoughts and dreams. She thinks of the shovel she brought and wonders what she meant to do with it. Did she want to see Theophile like this? Or had she really expected to find his grave empty, his fine young body gone fresh and whole to God? No, she had only wanted to know where he was, because she had nothing left of him. His family would give her no poems, no lock of hair, and now she had even lost his seed. The dogs ran Papa to earth in the swamp where he had hidden, and the men dragged him off to jail. As they led him toward the police car, Theophile's mother ran up to him and spat in his face. Papa was handcuffed and could not wipe himself. He only stood there with the sour spit of sorrow running down his cheeks, and his eyes looked confused, as if he was unsure just what he had done. Mama made Rosalie sleep in bed with her that night. But when Rosalie woke up the next morning, Mama was gone. There was only a note saying she would be back before sundown. Sure enough, she straggled in with the afternoon's last light. She had spent the whole day in the swamp. Her face was scratched and sweaty, the cuffs of her jeans caked with mud. Mama had brought back a basketful of herbs. She didn't fix dinner, but instead spent the evening boiling the plants down to a thin syrup. They exuded a bitter, stinging scent as they cooked. The potion sat cooling until the next night. Then Mama made Rosalie drink it all down. It was the worst pain she had ever felt. She thought her intestines and her womb and the bones of her pelvis were being wrung in a giant, merciless fist. When the bleeding started, she thought her very insides were dissolving. There were thick clots and ragged shreds of tissue in the blood. "It won't damage you," Mama told her, "and it will be over by morning." True to Mama's word, just before dawn, Rosalie felt something solid being squeezed out of her. She knew she was losing the last of Theophile. She tried to clamp the walls of her vagina around it, to keep him inside her as long as she could. But the thing was slick and formless, and it slid easily onto the towel Mama had spread between her legs. Mama gathered the towel up quickly and would not let Rosalie see what was inside. Rosalie heard the toilet flush once, then twice. Her womb and the muscles of her abdomen felt as if they had gone through Mama's kitchen grater, but the pain was nothing compared to the emptiness she felt in her heart. The sky is growing lighter, showing her more of the graveyard around her. The corpses borne on the rising water, the maggot-ridden mud. Theophile's face yawns into hers. Rosalie struggles against him and feels his sodden flesh give beneath her weight. She is beyond recognizing her love now. She is frantic. She fights him. Her hand strikes his belly and punches in up to the wrist. Then, suddenly, Theophile's body opens like a flower made of carrion, and she sinks into him. Her elbows are trapped in the brittle cage of his ribs. Her face is pressed into the bitter soup of his organs. Rosalie whips her head to one side. Her face is a mask of putrescence. It is in her hair, her nostrils. It films her eyes. She is drowning in the body that once gave her sustenance. She opens her mouth to scream and feels things squirming in between her teeth. "Ma chérie Rosalie," she hears the voice of her lover whispering. And then the rain pours down again. Unpleasant. I tore myself screaming from Rosalie, screaming silently, unwilling to wake her. In that instant, I was afraid of her for what she had gone through. I dreaded to see her eyes snap open like a doll's, meeting me full in the face. But Rosalie was only sleeping a troubled slumber. She muttered fitful, disjointed words. There was a cold sheen of sweat on her brow. She exuded a flowery, powerful smell of sex. I hovered at the edge of the bed and studied her ringed hands clenched into small fists, her darting, jumping eyelids still stained with yesterday's makeup. I could only imagine the ensuing years and torments that had brought that little girl to this night, to this room, that had made her want to wear the false trappings of death after having wallowed in the truth of it. But I knew how difficult it would be to talk these memories out of her. There could be no consolation and no compensation for a past so cruel. No treasure, no matter how valuable, could matter in the face of such lurid terror. So I assure you that the thing I did next was done out of pure mercy, not a desire for personal gain or control over Rosalie. I had never done such a thing to her before. She was my friend. I wished to deliver her from the poison of her memories. It was as simple as that. I gathered up my courage and I went back into Rosalie's head. Back in through her eyes and the whorled tunnels of her ears, back into the spongy electric forest of her brain. I cannot be more scientific than this. I found the connections that made the memory. I searched out the nerves and subtle acids that composed the dream, the morsels of Rosalie's brain that still held a residue of Theophile, the cells that were blighted by his death. And I erased it all. I pitied Theophile. Truly I did. There is no existence more lonely than death, especially a death where no one is left to mourn you. But Rosalie belonged to me now. I had her rent a boat. It was easy for her to learn how to drive it. Boating is in the Cajun blood. We made an exploratory jaunt or two down through Barataria, where two tiny hamlets, much like Rosalie's home village, both bore my name, and I regaled a fascinated Rosalie with tales of burials at sea, of shallow bayou graves, of a rascal whose empty eye sockets dripped with Spanish moss. When I judged her ready, I guided her to a spot I remembered well, a clearing where 5 enormous oaks grew from one immense, twisted trunk. The 5 Sentinels, we called them in my day. The wind soughed in the upper branches. The swamp around us was hushed, expectant. After an hour of digging, Rosalie's shiny new shovel unearthed the lid and upper portion of a great iron chest. Her brittle hair was stringy with sweat. Her black lace dress was caked with mud and clay. Her face had gone paler than usual with exertion. In the half-light of the swamp, it was almost luminescent. She had never looked so beautiful to me as she did at that moment. She stared at me. Her tired eyes glittered as if with fever. "Open it," I urged. Rosalie swung the shovel at the heart-shaped hasp of the chest and knocked it loose on the first try. Once more, and it fell away in a shower of soggy rust. She glanced back at me once more, looking for what, I wonder, seeing what, and then heaved open the heavy lid. And the 6th Sentinel sat up to greet her. I always took an extra man along when I went into the swamp to bury treasure, one I didn't trust or didn't need. He and my reliable henchman would dig the hole and drag the chest to the edge of it, ready to heave in. Then I would gaze deep into the eyes of each man and ask, in a voice both quiet and compelling, "Who wishes to guard my treasure?" My men knew the routine and were silent. The extra man, currying favor as the useless and unreliable will do, always volunteered. Then my top lieutenant would take 3 steps forward and put a ball in the lowly one's brain. His corpse was laid tenderly in the chest, his blood seeping into the mounds of gold or silver or glittering jewels, and I would tuck in one of my mojo bags, the ones I had specially made in New Orleans. Then the chest was sunk in the mire of the swamp, and my man, now rendered trustworthy, was left to guard my treasure until I should need it. I was the only one who could open those chests. The combined magic of the mojo bag and the anger of the betrayed man's spirit saw to that. My 6th Sentinel wrapped skeletal arms around Rosalie's neck and drew her down. His jaws yawned wide, and I saw teeth, still hungry after 200 years, clamp down on her throat. A mist of blood hung in the air. From the chest there was a ripping sound, then a noise of quick, choking agony. I hoped he would not make it too painful for her. After all, she was the woman I had chosen to spend eternity with. I had told Rosalie that she would never again have to wriggle out of flimsy costumes under the eyes of slobbering men, and I had not lied. I had told her that she would never have to worry about money anymore, and I had not lied. What I had neglected to tell her was that I did not wish to share my treasures. I only wanted her dead, my hard-luck Rosalie, free from this world that pained her so, free to wander with me through the unspoiled swamps and bayous, through the ancient buildings of a city mired in time. Soon Rosalie's spirit left her body and flew to me. It had nowhere else to go. I felt her struggling furiously against my love, but she would give in soon. I had no shortage of time to convince her. I slipped my arm around Rosalie's neck and planted a kiss on her ectoplasmic lips. Then I clasped her wisp of a hand in mine, and we disappeared together. Rick Cadger. The Brothers. Rick Cadger is married with 3 children. He has a full-time job in a GM motorcar factory, and in his spare time is the editor and publisher of the small press publication Strange Attractor magazine, a guitarist, a juggler, and a magazine and book reviewer. To fill his remaining spare time, he is learning to speak, read, and write Hindi and Punjabi. He admits to no rigid genre tendencies, although the greater part of his published output to date has been horror and dark fantasy, in such publications as Fear, Frighteners, BBR, The Dark Side, Chills, Dark Horizons, Exuberance, Works, Orion, Heliocentric Net, Grotesque, and the Barrington Books anthologies Sugar Sleep and The Science of Sadness. He has also won a number of awards, including the last Fear Fiction Award. It is our pleasure to welcome him to the best new horror with the nightmarish tale which follows. As you drive over the brow of the hill on the road into Gallum, you see the village spread out before you like a patterned rug. Its residential roads and cul-de-sacs, with their 200 or so houses, stipple a paisley mosaic across the countryside. Neville Maddox has never been here before, and he grunts his approval of your picturesque home. Of course, he doesn't see the twin pedestals, one at each end of the village, upon which sit Bokovan and Usanoi, but then outsiders never do. You put the Saab into low gear in readiness for the steep, winding descent, and as the engine begins to protest with the effort of braking the car, Bokovan's head turns toward the source of the sound, and he grins at you. Both rostra are squat, cylindrical columns of gray rock some 50 feet tall. Bokovan and Usanoi seem almost to be extensions of the stone. They are of the same gray hue from the tops of their massive heads to the tips of their pointed serpentine tails. Even sitting, each of them is above 50 feet tall. If they should ever stand erect upon their platforms, their heads would reach nearly 150 feet into the air. Each lays claim to 1/2 of the village population, and of the 2, you belong to Bokovan. Despite the distance, his smile warms and caresses you like the summer sunshine. "You'll do well if you ever decide to sell, Ian," says your brother-in-law. "A lot of people would kill for a house in a place like this." "I suppose so. But then I've always lived here, so perhaps I don't appreciate it as much as I should. Just goes to show that what I've always said is true." "What's that?" "The beautiful countryside is wasted on the local yokels. It's the yuppie refugees who pay through the nose that really appreciate it. The indigenous bumpkin is just as happy on an urban council estate. So long as he's got double glazing and satellite telly, he thinks he's going up in the world." He bellows with laughter, and in the confined interior of the car, the sound is raucous and nerve-shredding. Your ears are still ringing as you turn into your driveway. Neville is out of the car even before you have freed your car keys from the ignition's stubborn grip, and he presses the bell push beside the front door repeatedly. He is a remarkable man, you decide. You collected him from the station less than half an hour ago, and already he has thoroughly pissed you off. The breeze murmurs in your ears. There are words there, but you cannot make them out. Vaguely musical, they tease your consciousness, offering seductive glimpses of hidden meanings. There is something familiar in the wind-borne incantation, and although you have never heard the sound before, you know its source. You look around to where Bokovan towers above the rooftops at the end of the village. He smiles serenely, but his gaze is directed elsewhere. Again you turn, this time to face the more distant form of Bokovan's twin. Usanoi also smiles, but he is looking straight at you, and his is a smile full of malice. Something in your memory is trying to fight its way to the surface, something from your childhood, something relevant to this strange and sinister song in the wind. Allison opens the door. "Hello," she smiles and kisses you on the cheek. She flashes a grin at Neville, then shows you into the house and through to the lounge. It all seems somehow familiar, but you say nothing. "How was the journey down?" Allison asks. "About the same as I thought it would be. How are you, Allie?" "Great. Never better." You look around the room, still with the feeling that you know it well. "Anything wrong?" Neville says. You realize that you are frowning, and, with an effort, you wipe the expression from your face, replacing it with a smile. No, you say. Just a bit of train lag. I could use a paracetamol, though." "No problem." Neville vanishes for a moment, then returns with a pill and a glass of water. "Thanks." "How's Melanie?" Allison asks. "Okay. Working too hard, as usual, but then she's ambitious. Besides, she seems to thrive on hard graft." As you speak, a strange disorientation grips you. Your words come readily enough, almost reflexively, in answer to the questions you are asked, but your memory is hazy. You can retrieve little that is coherent from the murk in your head. It seems that details of your identity and your life only present themselves as required and cued by inquiries from your hosts. It is an unsettling feeling, and you wonder briefly if you are ill. A stroke, perhaps, or some other failing in the convolutions of your brain. But apart from the clouding of your memory and the slight headache, you feel quite well. You decide to say nothing, to wait and see if your head clears when you've rested a while. "No thought of starting a family yet?" Allison asks. "Not yet. We're both too busy. There'll be plenty of time for that in a couple of years or so. We're still young. There's no rush." "Fair enough." "How about you two?" you ask. "Oh, I dare say we'll produce a couple of kids eventually," says Neville, strolling over to the patio doors and peering out. "We've certainly got the garden for it, and I suppose it's either that or plastic gnomes." You move to his side to take a look yourself. "Lovely," you nod. "Are you a gardening man, Ian?" "Are you?" "Not really. I think DIY is perhaps more my sort of thing. I'm not a great outdoor activist." "Well, before we get you putting up shelves or building an extension, maybe we'd better get you settled in," says Allison. "Good idea," you say. "It's very good of you to put me up at such short notice. I hope it's not too much of a nuisance." "No bother at all. Isn't that right, Neville?" "Oh, absolutely." "Where exactly did you say this seminar of yours is taking place?" "At the Royle in Teleridge, from Monday until Thursday." "Very posh. You'll do okay on the food front, then. Always a good spread laid on at that sort of do, eh?" "So I've heard," you say. "Anyway, young man." Neville moves to the door and waits, obviously expecting you to follow. "I'll show you where you'll be sleeping. Then you can rest up or whatever. After a couple of hours on the train, you're probably a bit knackered. Caught the rush hour near the end, did you?" "Did I ever? I never knew you could fit so many people into such a small space." "How's the headache?" "Not so bad, thanks." The guest room is comfortable and contains everything you need. Neville neglects to show you which drawers and cupboards are vacant for your use, but you know anyway. Kicking off your shoes and lying on the bed, your eyes instinctively know where to find the smiling face in the cracked ice ceiling tiles. In your dream, time is a malleable thing, a variable that can be defined by your will, and thus you can dip into it as the whim takes you, retrieving images, events, and experiences. Here is your wedding day. Allison radiant in white, you restless in your hired morning suit and ill-fitting hat. There is her brother, Neville, ever the center of attention. He is pestering the photographer with opinions and suggestions about how the man should arrange his subjects to the best effect. Then he begins to herd the wedding party into their positions for the group photo. "This geezer is getting on my nerves," mutters your best man. "If I get a few beers inside me later on, he could well be in for a stiff talking to." "Be my guest," you murmur. "Just wait until Allison and I are on our way, okay?" "But of course, I wouldn't want to upset the bride. There's a good chap." Neville whistles and waves to get your attention. "Ian, if you and your friend are ready, I think we can get the group now. Oh, and get him to straighten his tie, will you?" "Unbelievable," breathes the best man. "I hate to think what your mother-in-law's like." "I'll introduce you," you grin, as you move to stand beside your bride. "Happy?" she asks. "Very." You smile through gritted teeth as Neville shoulders past you to take his position in the group. The next day, they take you to Cranham Ridge. "Visitors always want to see the ridge," says Neville as he ushers you into the sob. "An area of outstanding natural beauty and all that." You really couldn't care less. This excursion was his idea, not yours. "They say natural beauty," grumbles Neville, "but the copse just below the picnic area is far from natural." "Not artificial trees, surely?" Your innocent, wide-eyed expression of amazement disguises the sarcasm in your words. You see Neville glance at your face in his rearview mirror. He looks at you for a moment through narrowed eyes, then returns his attention to the road ahead, apparently deciding that you are some kind of idiot. "No," he says, "but they were planted there by men, not by nature. They say it's one of the earliest known areas of cultivated forestation in Europe." What the hell is he talking about? Really? "Actually," Allison smiles, "every time I go up to the ridge, it reminds me of the downs at Nawick where we used to do our courting." She giggles, and Neville's ears redden. Conversation dies as the scenery becomes progressively more spectacular. By the time each new and dramatic feature of the terrain is revealed, you already have a detailed picture of it in your mind. The end of the journey brings profound relief, and you climb from the car breathing deeply of the fresh, slightly damp air. Allison and Neville stand in front of the car, gazing out over the valley. Her arm is around his waist, and one of his hands rests upon her buttock. As you look, he squeezes her behind and glances over his shoulder to grin at you. You hate him without really knowing why. There is something more than just his overall obnoxiousness, but somehow you just can't. Allison is chattering away happily. "Just like it, the way the whole world seems to be set out before you. We really must come up more often. If anything, the view here is even prettier than at Nawick." "Not that we ever spent too much time looking at the sights," Neville leers, nudging her as if the coarse suggestiveness of his remark needs further emphasis. Allison's embarrassed scolding fades into the background. Once again, there is music in the wind. You are helpless, utterly at the mercy of the wandering zephyr that blows you tumbling across the miles and years. You are on Nawick Down, lying on your back in the rippling grass, gazing at the cotton wisps that litter the otherwise immaculate blue of the summer sky. Allison's head is upon your chest, and the vibrations from her voice tickle you when she speaks. "When are we going to do it?" "What?" "The wedding. When are we going to do it?" You sigh. "As soon as you like." "Don't sound too enthusiastic." "Sorry. I just wish it was all over and we were already married. I can't pretend I'm looking forward to all that fuss and carry-on. I would rather it was over so we could be on our own. Her hand strays mischievously across your thigh. We are on our own, she giggles. Or hadn't you noticed? You know what I mean. You're just shy, Ian. That's what it is. You're scared of having to stand up in front of all those people to make a speech. Next month. What? Next month what? The wedding. I've got some vacation due. Give me time to get the honeymoon booked, and we'll see whether I'm scared or not. Really? She sits up and faces you with wide eyes. Are you serious? Come here. You slip a hand under her t-shirt and pull her down on top of you, and I'll show you how serious I am. Ian? Hmm? Oh, I beg your pardon. Neville said we'd better go. Look. Allison points up at the gray cloud that has crept from behind the hills. You can feel the first hint of rain in the breeze. Each tiny droplet makes you flinch as if you had a nervous twitch. What a shame. We've only just arrived. Well, we've had 10 minutes, so it could have been worse. At least you got a look at the view before the weather spoiled. 10 minutes? Surely not. You must have been daydreaming. Perhaps you should abandon your plans to attend the seminar. The disorientation is worsening, and with it the fear that there might be something seriously wrong with you. You find yourself unable to broach the subject with Allison and her husband. You feel unaccountably embarrassed by the ailment. But it is only the search for an adequate excuse that keeps you from returning home and consulting your own physician. As it is, you plead migraine again and retire early for the second time. You wake in darkness, for a moment totally confused as to where you are. The onset of panic is halted by a sound that emerges from the night, giving you something to focus on. Equilibrium and orientation come slowly. You are in your sister's house. You are in bed. Thumbing the backlight button on your watch restores your sense of location in time and space. The sounds from the night continue. You strain your ears, trying to identify the source, and recognize with a shock the sounds of lovemaking from beyond the wall at your head. Vocal and mechanical, the rhythm is unmistakable. Your cheeks burn with shame at this accidental intrusion upon your host's privacy. The covers you pull up around your ears do little to obscure the sound. Now you know its origin, it is somehow inescapable. It continues to grow in both volume and abandon, despite your efforts to block it out with hands and bed linen. The world is filled with the tumultuous noise of fucking. In an attempt to escape, you go downstairs and into the cool of the garden. You sit on the bench there, resting an elbow on the heavy black iron arm. Light from nearby street lamps and from the curtained windows of neighborhood insomniacs spills onto the lawn, casting pale shadows on the paler ground. Looking up at the faint blue-gray-black sky, you think you can make out a shape standing out against the heavens. The shape is indistinct in the poor light, but there is something familiar about that huge and vague form. At last, all becomes silent, except for the whispering breeze. The night is cool rather than chill, and it isn't long before your eyelids start to feel heavy. How can you be certain whether it is reality or dream when the wind becomes stronger and begins to carry snatches of deep, mocking laughter to you? Your father's face is stern. You know that what he has to say must be important. As the two of you sit in the conservatory, you try hard to keep your attention from straying into the lounge where your brother David sits watching Blue Peter. You push all thought of John Noakes's parachute jump from your mind. If your father catches you thinking about television while he's talking, you'll get a hiding. "We have a good life here," he says. "We are well looked after, and we want for little. You must learn to be properly grateful. We all have to learn." "You mean like saying prayers?" His smile encourages you. You said the right thing. "Sort of, Ian, yes. But it's not just God we have to thank for what we have here in Gallam." He gazes up at the figure atop the distant rostrum which can be glimpsed between the houses at the end of your garden. "Bokovan and Usenoi." "Yes, son. Or, in our case, just Bokovan." It is no longer an effort to keep your attention on the conversation. Your mind hums with activity. It has become an efficient production line, manufacturing questions at the rate of one a second. "I thought we weren't supposed to talk about them," you say. "Well, no, but the brothers allow a certain amount of discretion in these things." He hesitates. The lull is agonizing. You ache with the need to know about Bokovan and Usenoi. "Don't worry," he says. "There's really not much to know. Not much we're allowed to know. For the things they give us, long life, health, success in the outside world, and all the rest, they expect little in return. However, nothing under the sun comes totally free, and the brothers' gifts are no exception." Can there be something in his tone that, despite the words, suggests resentment? "People who come here from outside, even the ones who stay, do not see Bokovan and Usenoi. That's why those of us who do see them must watch our tongues." "So secrecy is what we have to give in return, you say?" "It's called discretion, but you've got it right. The other part of the price is something that each of us has to go through, but only once in our lifetime." "What is it?" "The form it takes is always different. One day something unusual, probably bad, will happen. What you must remember is that if you endure it and still retain your gratitude and faith in Bokovan, all will turn out well in the end. Even if it seems that your world is coming apart, everything will be all right if you trust him and endure the test." Despite your questions that spill out, he says little more. Just asks you to repeat what he has told you until he is satisfied that you have taken it in. He pauses just long enough to answer a couple more questions. "Why do they test us like that?" "I don't know," he says. A slight smile grows around his mouth. "Your grandfather once said he thought the brothers must have a bet going on who will pass and who will crack." He sees your bewildered expression and chuckles. "Don't worry. I'm sure there's a real reason for it." His smile fades, and he murmurs, "There has to be." He gets up and opens the door to the garden. "Dad?" "Yes?" "What happens to the people who don't make it?" "They leave Gallam," he says over his shoulder. Something occurs to him as he steps out into the sunshine, and he turns back to face you, but his words are drowned out by the wind that springs up from nowhere. The wind that wakes you with the same laughter that hounded you into sleep. And then it is gone, faded in the time it took you to sit upright on the bench. It is after dawn, and now you feel the cold. With the return of consciousness comes realization, the beginnings of understanding. The feeling of relief that you feel as you wave goodbye to Neville is almost overwhelming. You stand at the end of your driveway with an arm around your wife's shoulders. The taxi recedes until a bend in the road obliterates both it and your brother-in-law from your life. Allison smiles up at you. "Nice to have the place to ourselves again, even if he is my brother." "Absolutely. That's the nice thing about visitors. They bugger off sooner or later." "Oh, Ian!" She slaps you, but at the same time hugs you with the arm that holds your waist. As she breaks away from you to go indoors, you pause and look up at the great towering shape of Bokovan. He is smiling serenely down upon you. There is more than just gratitude and relief in the cocktail of emotions that seethes within you. There is also smugness that you survived your testing. The day of the dawn that found you shivering on the garden bench saw a return to reality. That bizarre shifting of identities that occurred between you and your brother-in-law was gone, as if it had never happened. You went into the house and up the stairs in time to see Neville emerging from the guest bedroom. He was opening the lavatory door when he saw you coming up the stairs. "Morning," he leered. "I say, Ian, you really should get something done about the walls in this place." "Pardon?" "Well, I mean, they're paper-thin, old thing. I couldn't help hearing you two last night. Hammer and tongs, eh? I almost came in to ask if you wouldn't mind keeping the racket down a bit." He vanished into the bathroom, chuckling to himself. As you went into your bedroom, you could hear him urinating and emitting coarse grunts of relief as the pressure in his bladder was alleviated. "Where did you go?" Allison was sitting up in bed. "Just outside. I needed a breath of air." You searched her face and saw that as far as she was concerned, all was as it should be. Your memory of the awful chaos that had filled the preceding days was perfectly intact, but it seemed that Allison and Neville had different recollections. As far as they were concerned, it had been you who shared the night with your wife. It is for the best, you decide, now as you walk into the house. Both Allison and her brother were born outside Gallum. They know nothing of the two enormous creatures who dominate existence here. How could their sanity have survived intact if they had been forced to remember that perverted and impossible twisting of reality? Allison's ignorance is in itself reason enough for you to feel grateful, despite the burden of your own memory. She is rearranging the coats on the rack in the hall as you go in, and she turns as you close the front door behind you. "I was thinking, perhaps—" She stops in surprise as you put your arms around her. "What on earth's the matter?" Your embrace tightens. "Nothing." How could you have known there would be more to come? If only there had been some sign, some hint or warning, perhaps then you might have been prepared. Perhaps then you might not have lost everything. You remember the feeling of smugness you experienced when Neville left, when you thought your ordeal was over, and the memory is a bitter one. "I'm pregnant," she said a few weeks later. Those were the two simple words that destroyed you. For the first time in your life, you actually touched Bokovan's rostrum. Your trembling hands pressed against the gray stone, as you turned your face upward to scream at the silent monster it supported. If you could have scaled the platform, you would have done so, and you would have attacked Bokovan with all your puny human strength. And if your father was still alive, you would have turned your wrath upon him also. He lied. He said that if you trusted in your patron, everything would be all right. How could this ever be all right? How could anything ever be all right again? Bokovan did not so much as glance at you. He sat as unmoved as the stone beneath him, gazing serenely out over his domain. As you climbed, shattered and frustrated, into your car, you paused and glanced at the far end of the village. Yusanoi's eyes were upon you once more, and his face wore the familiar malicious and now triumphant smile. You drove for hours. The tears and curses subsided after the first few miles, and sanity began to filter back into the world. Your thoughts turned to Allison. Although you had managed to conceal and contain your distress until you were away from the house, she would be worried, so you decided to go home and salvage what you could of your life. You are still trying to go home. But now, after months of trying, the attempt is little more than routine. The urgency has dissipated, and your search is as much habit as anything. The roads by which you left are still there, the neighboring villages are still there, and the nearby towns. But Gallum is gone. Not just the village, but also the space it should occupy, and the world has shrunk to absorb the void. In the beginning, you asked directions from puzzled-looking locals who apologized most sincerely for never having heard of the place. You bought and searched maps which proved devoid of any mention of your home. This brief period of idleness upon Nawick Down brings no feeling of comfort or rest. The grass waves gently in the wind as you gaze out across the valley that looks so much like your home. There is nothing left to try, but you'll go on trying anyway. You have to. Somehow, there must be a way back to Gallum, to your wife, and to the child, as yet unborn, who you now know with heartbreaking certainty can only be your own. J. L. Comeau, The Owen Street Monster. The following story marks Judith Lynn Comeau's third appearance in The Best New Horror. She has been writing and publishing stories since 1987, and her skillful short fiction has also appeared in such anthologies as The Year's Best Horror Stories, The Women Who Walk Through Fire, Women of the West, Borderlands 2 and 3, Hottest Blood, Noctopa 8, Eclipse of the Senses, Dark Voices 6, The Pan Book of Horror, Hot Blood 5, and the collection Firebird and Other Stories, published in Finland. This story is one of my particular favorites, reveals the author. I grew up in one of the locally infamous upper-middle-class Washington, D.C. suburban neighborhoods, where the vast majority of the wives remained at home with their boomer progeny and tended to pack together in terrifically vicious little cliques. They were a pretty scary bunch, as I recall. Connect. Hi, Addie. It's Janine. I just wanted to call and tell you how sorry I am about your loss, and let you know I'm here for you if you need anything at all. God, it's difficult, I know, but really, Addie, you have to go on for the sake of the other children and, well, sigh. Yes, Janine, thank you so much. I saw you at the funeral yesterday, but I just couldn't. Oh, honey, I understand. We all assumed you'd been given a tranquilizer. You hardly seemed to know where you were. God, Addie, it was so terrible for you, I know. No one can know what it's like until they've lost one of their own. It's unnatural to bury a child. It should have been David burying me, don't you see? He was only a baby, 6 years old, just 6. Please don't cry, Addie. You still have Sherman, Jr., and little Melody. They need you to be strong now. Think of them. I know you're right, Janine. Thank heaven school started last week. I don't think I could have held out any longer. Poor little David. Oh, God. Oh, Addie, you poor, poor darling. Try to be courageous for the others. They need your strength, and you're a very strong woman. We all know you are. And remember, if there's ever anything I or any of the other girls on Owen Street can do to help you through this terrible ordeal, we're here for you. Do you hear me? We are here for you. God bless you, Janine. And thank you for all the food you and the girls brought over to the house. I don't know what I would have done. It was nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. You just take good care of yourself, Addie. We love you. Remember that. Oh, Janine. Look, honey, I can tell you're a wreck. Go ahead now. Get yourself a nice glass of wine and settle down for Oprah. Today she's having on women who've lost their limbs to accidents. Arms and legs, you mean? Yes. Can you imagine? Well, look, it's almost 4, so I'm going to let you go now. Janine? What, hon? Thanks. Oh, hush. Bye now. Bye-bye. Disconnect. Connect. Hello, Samantha? Yeah, Janine? Yeah. Did you see Oprah today? The one about women who've lost their limbs. Yes. Wasn't that bizarre? What are you making for dinner tonight? I can't come up with a thing. Oh, Christ. I guess I'll nuke some chicken and boil up some rice-a-roni. Maybe I'll just call out for pizza. Tell you the truth, Janine, this maternity leave is about to kill me. I can't wait to get back to work. The kid screams 24 hours a day. Jack's whining for tail all the time, and I... Listen, Sam, I talked to Addie Wilmer this afternoon. What? Don't get crazy. I just called her to see how she's getting along. What did she say? Well, she's grief-stricken, of course. Who wouldn't be after losing a child? Janine, I think we ought to just leave Addie alone. Look, Sam, we all live on Owen Street. We're going to be seeing Addie for a long time. She's our neighbor, after all. Maybe if we just cut her off, you know? Give her the cold shoulder, she'll move away. We could... No, that wouldn't work. We don't want to do that. Addie's a good neighbor, Samantha. But that kid, that David... David's gone, Samantha. He's not a problem anymore. Yeah, okay, I guess you're right, Janine. But I just feel so weird with Addie being right down the block, you know? I know. But listen, that boy is gone, so try to be friendly to Addie and her other kids. Please. It means so much. You're my very closest friend, Samantha. I know you can do it. Well, all right, Janine. I'll try. Promise? Promise. So, how's your sex life, Sammy? Jack keeping you on your back? Laugh. No, I'm keeping him on his. Laugh. Good for you. Gotta go. Right. See ya. Bye. Disconnect. Connect. Nicole? Yes? Janine. Oh, hi, Janine. I was just thinking about you. We do seem to have some sort of mental connection, don't we? Yes, we truly do. It's uncanny, isn't it? Sometimes I know exactly what you're going to say just before you say it. It's the most extraordinary thing. I've heard that best friends like us sometimes develop a kind of telepathy. Really? Where did you hear that? Donahue or Geraldo, I guess. I can't remember. It's a fact, though. Did you see Oprah yesterday? Women without limbs. Yes. Weird, huh? Today, she's having on people who mutilate themselves to relieve stress. You are kidding. Nope. Not to change the subject, Nicole, but I was talking to Samantha yesterday, and she's getting a little nuts about this Addie Wilmer thing. About the dead kid, you mean? Well, not so much that as she's uncomfortable about facing Addie. Samantha is such a wimp. Really. But we've got to convince her that developing an attitude against Addie at this point would only be counterproductive and possibly detrimental to everyone concerned. Samantha is such a dumb bitch. Yes, I know. But I'm counting on you to help Sam through this, Nicole. We all have to help her. Remember, we're only as strong as our weakest link. Yeah, I guess we're stuck with her now. Yes, Nicole, we are. Okay, I'll talk to her. But I've got to go now, Janine. The kids are raising red hell out in the backyard. Christ, I'll be so glad when they're old enough for school. Ah, shit, I think one of 'em's bleeding. Go ahead then, Nicole. And remember, be nice to Samantha. We've all got to help her over the hump. I will. Gotta go, Janine. Jason is beating Michelle to a pulp. Okay, go ahead. Bye. Disconnect. Connect. Janine? Hillary? Janine, I've got to talk to you. What's the matter? What's the matter? Are you kidding? Hillary, you sound terrible. I'm scared, Janine. I can't sleep. I can't eat. Hillary, honey, I'm surprised at you. You were the one who started this whole thing in the first place, remember? You were the one who convinced us all that we had to do it. And you were right, Hillary. 100% right. What's going on? Jesus, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I read all the wrong conclusions into totally innocent behavior. Maybe nothing. You were right. You just have a case of the jitters. It'll pass, I promise. Be strong. Just be strong for a little while, and it'll pass. I don't know, Janine. I'm losing it. I'm really losing it. That child was a monster, Hillary. David Wilmer was a monster. Every one of us saw the signs. All the newspapers and magazines confirmed our suspicions, remember? But those newspapers were tabloids, not the Washington Post or New York Times. It was in black and white, Hillary. Craves attention, unaffected by punishment, cruelty to animals, setting fires, vivid fantasies. David displayed all those deviations. I don't know, Janine. Thinking about it now, I don't think any of us ever saw David harm an animal. He was scared to death of animals. It's the same damn thing. It's not natural for a little boy. Remember when Nicole's collie tried to play with David? Lambie knocked David down. The dog was just playing, for Christ's sake. Boys are supposed to love dogs. David hated animals, you could tell. He would have hurt one if he'd gotten the chance. How about setting fires? We were never entirely sure he caused the Lovett's fire. The firemen said faulty wiring. You saw the look on that kid's face as the Lovett house went up. Total fascination, enchantment. He was a firebug, all right. Funny how he was right there to witness the fire. We were all there, Janine. Hillary, listen. How would you have felt if 6 or 7 years down the road they found your precious little Sarah dumped out in the woods somewhere, raped and mutilated, torn to pieces? Oh, God, Janine, don't say that. Don't breathe it. That might have happened, Hillary. We heard what can happen with children like David on all the talk shows. He was a killer in the making. We had to do it. Jesus, I can still hear David screaming. I can't get it out of my head. Get hold of yourself, Hillary. We're all having a hard time with this. Don't forget, we each took an equal hand in it. Samantha poured the gas, Nicole lured David into the shed, I locked the door, and you threw the lit cigarette in through the window. You started the fire, Hillary. You're the one who actually killed David Wilmer. You. There's a death penalty in this state for murder. You'd be the one to die, Hillary. Just you. The rest of us would probably get off with probation. And think of your family. The publicity would ruin their lives forever. They'd all despise you if they found out. Oh, God, what am I going to do? You're going to quit blubbering and pull yourself together, that's what. It's a bit late for tears. Janine, I've got to go. I can't talk anymore. Please, don't do anything stupid, Hillary. For your kid's sake. For Harold. Think about your parents. This would kill them. I'm going now, Janine. I can't live with this anymore. What are you going to do? I'm going to take a little trip to the stars. I'm going to stop this pain once and for all. Hillary, calm down. Take some Valium. Have a Seconal. That's just what I intend to do. Disconnect. Connect. Nicole? Janine. What's the matter? It's Hillary. She's falling apart, having second thoughts, a guilt attack. Oh, no! Don't get excited yet. I think she's planning to commit suicide. I just talked to her a minute ago, and I swear I think she's planning to overdose on pills. What should we do? Should we call an ambulance? Pause. I don't think so, Nicole. I think we ought to let her go ahead and do it. What? Listen to me. Samantha we can handle. She's just a little nervous. She'll be okay. But Hillary, I think she'd eventually go to the police. Yes, I think we should just bide our time for now. Lay low. Stay cool. What if she changes her mind and doesn't take the pills? We'll keep an eye on her house. If either one of us sees her leaving, we'll intercept her. If you see her first, bring her to my house. If I see her first, I'll bring her to yours. What then? We'll discuss that when we need to. Sigh. Janine, this is getting sticky. I didn't think it would get so complicated. Relax, Nicole. Nothing's happened yet. Probably nothing will. Don't worry. Best friends like us, we can handle anything. Yeah, you're right. We can handle Samantha and Hillary. We're an invincible duo. Laugh. Best friends to the end. And Nicole? What, hon? Keep your eye on that Fraser kid down the street at 510. He seems a little odd. Will do. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Bye. Disconnect. Ted Klein. One Size Eats All. Ted Klein is a native New Yorker who has been described as one of the finest stylists among modern horror writers. After discovering the works of H.P. Lovecraft while studying at Brown University, his acclaimed story, The Events at Porroth Farm, appeared in The Year's Best Horror Stories, Series 2 in 1974. The story was expanded to novel length in the American bestseller The Ceremonies, winner of the British Fantasy Award, and the author followed it with Dark Gods, collecting 3 novellas, Petey, Black Man with a Horn, the World Fantasy Award-winning Nattleman's God, and the short novel Children of the Kingdom. For 5 years, Klein was the editor of the successful Rod Serling's Twilight Zone magazine. He edited the now-defunct true crime monthly Crime Beat, and more recently put together the first edition of Sci-Fi Entertainment before resigning. He also scripted Dario Argento's movie Trauma, which he describes as easily the worst film he ever made, and he is still working on a new novel entitled Night Town. It should be pointed out that the following story was originally written for children. The new outdoors magazine Outsidal Kids, a companion to the popular adult publication Outside, asked the author for a campfire chiller. One Size Eats All certainly fits that criterion, no matter what the age of the reader. The words had been emblazoned on the plastic wrapper of Andy's new sleeping bag, in letters that were fat and pink and somewhat crudely printed. Andy had read them aloud as he unwrapped the bag on Christmas morning. One size eats all. What's that supposed to mean? Jack, his older brother, had laughed. Maybe it's not really a sleeping bag. Maybe it's a feed bag. Andy's gaze had darted to the grotesquely large metal zipper that ran along the edge of the bag in rows of gleaming teeth. He'd felt a momentary touch of dread. It's obviously a mistake, Andy's father had said, or else a bad translation. They must have meant one size fits all. He was sure that his father was right. Still, the words on the wrapper had left him perplexed and uneasy. He'd slept in plenty of sleeping bags before, but he knew he didn't want to sleep in this one. And now, as he sat huddled in his tent halfway up Wendigo Mountain, about to slip his feet into the bag, he was even more uneasy. What if it wasn't a mistake? He and Jack had been planning the trip for months. It was the reason they'd ordered the sleeping bags. Jack, who was bigger and more athletic and who'd already started to shave, had picked an expensive Arctic Explorer model from the catalog. Nothing but the best for Jack. Andy, though, had hoped that if he chose an obscure brand manufactured overseas and thereby saved his parents money, maybe they'd raise his allowance. But they hadn't even noticed. The truth was, they'd always been somewhat inattentive where Andy was concerned. They barely seemed to notice how Jack bullied him. Jack did bully him. In a brotherly way, of course. His bright red hair seemed to go with his fiery temper, and he wasn't slow to use his fists. He seemed to best the younger boy in just about everything, from basketball to campfire building. Which was why, just before they'd set out for Wendigo Mountain, Andy had invited his friend Willie along. Willie was small, pale, and even less athletic than Andy. His head seemed much too big for his body. On a strenuous overnight hike like this one, Andy thought, it was nice to have somebody slower and weaker than he was. True to form, Willie lagged behind the two brothers as they trudged single file up the trail, winding their way among the tall trees that covered the base of the mountain, keeping their eyes peeled for the occasional dark green trail markers painted on the trunks. It was a sunny morning, and the air had begun to lose some of the previous night's chill. By the time Willie caught up, winded and sweating beneath his down jacket, Andy and Jack had taken off their backpacks and stopped for a rest. "It's your tough luck," Jack was telling him. "You've heard the old saying, 'You made your bed, now lie in it'?" Andy nodded glumly. "Well, it's the same thing," said Jack. "You wanted the damn bag, so tonight you're just gonna have to lie in it." All morning, that's exactly what Andy had been worrying about. He eyed the pack at his feet, with the puffy brown shape strapped beneath it, and wished the night would never come. You made your bed, he told himself. Now die in it. "Andy, for God's sake, stop obsessing about that bag," said Willie. "You're letting your fears get the best of you. Honest, it's a perfectly ordinary piece of camping gear." "Willie's right," said Jack. Hoisting his backpack onto his shoulders, he grinned and added cruelly, "And the people it eats are perfectly ordinary, too." As they continued up the trail, the trees grew smaller and began to thin. The air grew cooler. Andy could feel the weight of the thing on his back, heavier than a sleeping bag ought to be, and pressing against him with, he sensed, a primitive desire. A creature impatient for its dinner. Ahead of him, Jack turned. "Hey, Willie," he yelled. "Did Andy tell you where his bag is from?" "No," said Willie, far behind them. "Where?" Jack laughed delightedly. "Hungary!" They made camp at a level clearing halfway up the mountain. Andy and Willie would be sharing a tent that night. Jack had one to himself. Late afternoon sunlight gleamed from patches of snow among the surrounding rocks. The three unrolled their sleeping bags inside the tents. Andy paused before joining the others outside. In the dim light, his bag lay brown and bloated, a living coffin waiting for an occupant. Andy reminded himself that it was, in fact, a fairly normal-looking bag. Not very different, in truth, from Jack's new Arctic Explorer. Still, he wished he had a sleeping bag like Willie's, a comfortable old thing that had been in the family for years. Willie lagged behind again as the brothers left camp and returned to the trail. They waited until he'd caught up. Both younger boys were tired and would have preferred to stay near the tents for the rest of the day. But Jack, impatient, wanted to press on toward the summit while it was still light. The three took turns carrying a day pack with their compasses, flashlights, emergency food, and a map. The slope was steeper here, strewn with massive boulders, and the exertion made them warm again. Maybe, thought Andy, he wouldn't even need the bag tonight. The terrain became increasingly difficult as they neared Wendigo's Peak, where the trail was blanketed by snow. They were exhausted by the time they reached the top, too exhausted to appreciate the sweeping view, the stunted pines, and the small mounds of stones piled in odd patterns across the rock face. They raised a feeble shout of triumph, rested briefly, then started down. Andy sensed that they would have to hurry. Standing on the summit, he'd been unnerved at how low the sun lay in the sky. The air was colder now, and shadows were lengthening across the snow. Before they'd gotten very far, the sun had sunk below the other side of the mountain. They'd been traveling in shadow for what seemed nearly an hour, Jack leading the way, when the older boy paused and asked to see the map. Andy and Willie looked at one another and realized, with horror, that they had left the day pack at the top of the mountain, somewhere among the cairns and twisted trees. "I thought you had it," said Andy, aghast at the smaller boy's carelessness. "I thought you did," said Willie. No matter. It was Andy that Jack swore at and smacked at the side of the head. Willie looked pained, as if he too had been hit. Jack glanced up the slope, then turned and angrily continued down the trail. "Let's go," he snapped over his shoulder. "Too late to go back for it now." They got lost twice coming down, squeezing between boulders, clambering over jagged rocks, and slipping on patches of ice. But just as night had settled on the mountain, and Andy could no longer make out his brother's red hair or his friend's pale face, they all felt the familiar, hard-packed earth of the trail beneath their boots. They were dog-tired and aching by the time they stumbled into camp. They had no flashlights and were too fatigued to try to build a fire. Poor Willie, weariest of all, felt his way to the tent and crawled inside. Andy hung back. In the darkness, he heard Jack yawn and slip into the other tent. He was alone now, with no light but the stars and a sliver of moon, like a great curved mouth. The night was chilly. He knew he couldn't stay out here. With a sigh, he pushed through the tent flaps, trying not to think about what waited for him inside. The interior of the tent was pitch black and as cold as outdoors. Willie was already asleep. The air, once crisp, seemed heavy with an alien smell. When he lifted the flap of his sleeping bag, the smell grew stronger. Did all new bags smell like this? He recognized the odors of canvas and rubber, but beneath them lurked a hint of something else. Fur, maybe, or the breath of an animal. No, he was imagining things. The only irrefutable fact was the cold. Feeling his way carefully in the darkness, Andy unlaced his boots, barely noticing that his socks were encrusted with snow. Gingerly, he inserted one foot into the mouth of the bag, praying he'd feel nothing unusual. The walls of the bag felt smooth and, moments later, warm. Too warm. Surely, though, it was just the warmth of his own body. He pushed both legs in further, then slipped his feet all the way to the bottom. Lying in the darkness, listening to the sound of Willie's breathing, he could feel the bag press itself against his ankles and legs, clinging to them with a weight that seemed, for goose down, a shade too heavy. Yet the feeling was not unpleasant. He willed himself to relax. It occurred to him, as he waited uneasily for sleep, what a clever disguise a bag like this would make for a creature that fed on human flesh. Like a spider feasting upon flies that had blundered into its web, such a creature might gorge contentedly on human beings stupid enough to disregard its warning. One size eats all. Imagine, prey that literally pushed itself into the predator's mouth. Human stomach acid, he'd read, was capable of eating through a razor blade, and surely this creature's would be worse. He pictured the thing dissolving bones, draining the very lifeblood from its victim, leaving a corpse sucked dry of fluids, like the withered husk a spider leaves behind. Suddenly, he froze. He felt something damp, no, wet at the bottom of the bag. Wet like saliva, or worse. Kicking his feet, he wriggled free of the bag. Maybe what he'd felt was simply the melted snow from his socks, but in the darkness he was taking no chances. Feeling for his boots, he laced them back on and curled up on top of the bag, shivering beneath his coat. Willie's voice woke him. "Andy? Are you okay?" Andy opened his eyes. It was light out. He had survived the night. "Why were you sleeping like that?" said Willie. "You must be frozen." "I was afraid to get back in the bag. It felt weird." Willie smiled. "It was just your imagination, Andy. That's not even your bag." "Huh?" Andy peered down at the bag. A label near the top said Arctic Explorer. "But how? I switched your bag with Jack's when the two of you were starting for the summit," said Willie. "I meant to tell you, but I fell asleep." "Jack'll be furious," said Andy. "He'll kill me for this." Trembling with cold and fear, he crawled stiffly from the tent. It was early morning. A chilly sun hung in the pale blue sky. He dashed to Jack's tent and yanked back the flaps, already composing an apology. The tent was empty. The sleeping bag, his bag, lay dark and swollen on the floor. There seemed to be no one inside. Or almost no one, for emerging from the top was what appeared to be a deflated basketball. Only this one had red hair and a human face. Donald R. Burleson. Mulligan's Fence. Donald R. Burleson's stories have appeared in several anthologies, including Best New Horror, Meta Horror, The Year's Best Fantasy Stories, Post Mortem, 100 Ghastly Little Ghost Stories, and others, as well as in Twilight Zone magazine, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, Death Realm, Gru, 2 AM, and many other periodicals. A collection of his short fiction, Lemon Drops and Other Horrors, was published by Hobgoblin Press in 1993. He is also the author of several books of criticism, including Lovecraft, Disturbing the Universe, University Press of Kentucky, and Begging to Differ, Deconstructionist Readings, Hobgoblin. According to the author, the setting of the following story is a vague recollection of the site of a creepy apartment building where my wife Molly tells of having lived as a child in Chicago. The building has long since been torn down, but lives on in nightmare. In the moonlight, the gaunt wooden slats of the fence looked like a long row of lupine teeth, weedy at the gum line, grinning all the way to the corner where 47th Street met Ames Street. She followed the grimy sidewalk down to Ames and turned left to see another wan line of incisors stretching away into the dark. Siamese mouths joined at the corner. She wondered why she was here. At least when she had been chunky, awkward little Kelly Flynn with her thick glasses and pigtails, she had had a reason for standing around this dismal corner, which hadn't been quite so dismal in those days. She had lived here. Now that she was chunky, awkward, old, widowed Kelly Flynn McNeil with her thicker glasses and only a distant memory of pigtails, her presence here was strange. She had been about 9 when her family had moved away, and in the 40-odd intervening years she had seldom even thought of this neighborhood. Well, she did have an excuse for having come back to the city, though if a librarians' convention had been anything thrilling to stay around the hotel for, she wouldn't have been out walking the streets, even to see where she had spent her early childhood. She usually wasn't the type to reminisce about such things, and hadn't been back to see any of the other places her folks had lived. Looking at this forlorn spot with its tall, L-shaped fence guarding a now vacant corner lot, she found it hard to believe that the scene was only 7 or 8 blocks from the hotel, with its multi-level parking garage and keycards and opulent carpets. Here there was only a deserted fence-lined sidewalk, dimly lit at long intervals by half-hearted gooseneck street lamps, the nearest of which stood at the intersection as if deciding which way to turn. Across the street, brownstone buildings were gradually closing all their paper-lidded yellow eyes and settling into sleep. An occasional distant car horn honked. Otherwise, all was silence. She drew her coat collar closer to her throat and studied the scene. This corner had changed a great deal over the years. For one thing, the 5-story apartment building that had stood behind this fence no longer existed. The old opening in the fence was now solidly boarded over, and the boards had sprouted staples with tattered yellow signs that shouted "No trespassing" in officious block lettering. She remembered hearing news of the fire several years ago. The fence, Mulligan's fence. How odd it was to whisper that to herself after all this time. Had stayed, probably to keep people out of the charred rubble that must still lie back there. Rubble never really cleaned up, city budgets being what they were. But the fence itself, heavy planking that had pretty well withstood the ravages of time and urban humanity, looked somewhat different from the way she remembered it. It looked smaller, for one thing. Wasn't that the way it was supposed to be, though, when you were revisiting childhood haunts? She wondered what else was different about the fence. And it all began to come back to her. Good heavens, Mulligan! Mulligan and his fence! Sidling along, she peered closely at the wooden surface, which for one thing now wore a number of coats of cracked and peeling paint. The uppermost layer was a dreary brown. The neighborhood kids had evidently had a good time scratching initials and names and various slogans into the paint, which was crisscrossed many times over and, in some places, embellished with the inevitable swaths of spray paint, atop which, in one spot, a squad of scratchy little letters marched in a drunken line to proclaim, "For a good time, call Cindy, 884, but the rest of the telephone number had been savagely crossed out, perhaps by an indignant Cindy. Some things never changed. Anyway, Kelly knew that these countless markings were merely a surface phenomenon, feeble and evanescent. Beneath the paint layers and the scratchings would lie more durable inscriptions, names and initials of a bygone day, carved deeply into the wood like the original manuscript state of a medieval palimpsest. In those days, the fence itself had never known the paintbrush, and there had been no such thing as a can of spray paint, so if you were going to leave your mark, you wielded a pocket knife. Mostly the boys did it, of course, but some of the girls, making their way through tomboy phases toward puberty, had carved on the fence as well. Kelly had. You were a real outcast if you didn't join in, and even at that time the wooden slats had been a welter of crude letters, so much so that the expression Mulligan's fence had always put Kelly in mind of Mulligan's stew. It had indeed been a stew of its own kind, a graphic concoction redolent of many contributing chiefs. And that brought back thoughts of Mulligan, who had owned the fence, not to mention the corner lot and the apartment building itself, in which he occupied a ground-floor apartment. She had no particular memory of what kind of landlord he had been, and in fact couldn't remember his ever being excited about anything but his fence. "You kids mark up my fence, you're going to wish you hadn't." She could hear him now, could see him standing plump, untidy, and sour-faced on the crumbling steps. "You're going to be sorry. You write on my fence you'll be coming to see me. You just wait." Somehow, the way he delivered this vague threat was frightening, but in the paradoxical way of the childhood world, it only made the kids who lived in the building more perversely determined to leave their initials carved into the boards. Mulligan's fence was sacred ground, and they were strongly inclined to commit sacrilege. Kelly shivered, and realized that it wasn't the night air that made her do so. Mulligan was, well, maybe she shouldn't be too uncharitable, since, after all, the man had died in the fire, according to the newspapers. But she remembered things. Things suddenly so vivid that she leaned closer to the fence and studied its markings. Its lower markings, where a child could have... Yes, there, beneath the more superficial scrawl of a modern age less given to permanence. There, deep in the wood, discernible even under paint, 2 letters. M.C. Mary Connors, the little raven-haired girl upstairs, the one with the lisp. Kelly traced a finger along the letters. M. Still pretty clear after all these years. C. A little more worn away, but still. Suddenly, the act of running her finger along these old lineaments brought a stirring of other memories, darker memories that had been trying all evening to surface, and she decided that it was time to get back to the well-lighted hallways and conference rooms of her hotel. But after another long day of dreary panel discussions on interlibrary loans and acquisition techniques and cataloging, she was back, skipping the convention's evening events again, lingering now on her old corner, where Mulligan's fence grinned its wooden grin at the rising moon. Somehow the fence looked complacent, secure in its swarm of inscriptions. The front door to the old apartment building had been left of center, and to the left of the now boarded-up gateway in the fence, only a short stretch of wooden slats was sufficient to reach the nearest surviving building, an apparently empty brick-faced hulk that extended back from the street and angled right and kept going, forming the side and rear of the vacant lot. Over the fence she could see the highest of the dark windows back there, a string of yawning mouths stretching all the way to Ames Street. Here where she stood, there was a narrow gap between the end of Mulligan's fence and the edge of the remaining building, and leaning a little into this gap she could just make out a low tumulus of fallen bricks, where the pale wash of moonlight came over the fence to invade the weedy and rubble-strewn lot. She could have squeezed through the opening and inspected the blackened ruins had she wanted to. But she chose to edge to the right along the length of the fence, past the barricaded entrance, back to the longer stretch of boards, where a bewilderment of carved and painted legends told their endlessly repeated litany to 47th Street. They, the kids, had always done their carving here on the 47th Street side for some reason, never around the corner on Ames Street, perhaps because it was riskier here. Mulligan might catch you, might notice. The most intrepid carvers, of course, had done their work nearest the old gate. Kelly squinted at the deeper carvings, faint but detectable beneath the superficialities of the fence. First came N.D., and below that L.D. She remembered, with uncanny clarity now, the blonde, blue-eyed twins, Nancy and Lucy Daniels. On a line with them to the right was C.W.Y.N.N., Charlie Wynne, whose father had worked at the drugstore on the corner. Gone, she'd noticed, a laundry now. Just below and to the right of Charlie was A.B., Alice Baker. Kelly remembered the name, but little else. Then a little higher were B.J. and M.R., Billy Jenkins and Mikey Ryan, a pair of neighborhood bullies, as she recalled, always together, even here in wooden epitaph. After them came Freddie S. That would be Freddie Shea. Disturbing memories there. Then M.C. again. Little Mary Connors with her raven locks and lisping voice. And just past the halfway point on the way to the corner was Gary W., Gary Williams. At this one she paused, remembering. Gary had been painfully skinny, with the largest ears she had ever seen, then or since. He was not terribly bad to look at, all in all, but his ears had run nearly the full length of his thin face, like big pink bookends, or like ominous parentheses enclosing his face as an afterthought. He had liked her, had in his childish way made eyes at her, and had at one point even tried to kiss her, but she had kept him at a distance, fearing, for one thing, the taunting of the others. Most of the kids had made fun of Gary. Absently, she traced out the G with her forefinger, and the A, the R, the Y, the W. Actually, she had thought of him from time to time, wondering whatever became of him. She had visions of him ensconced with a family somewhere, mowing a lawn and tossing a ball with his kids. Where did people go when you lost sight of them? She passed along to the next inscriptions she could make out. J.L. and B.L., which would be Jerry and Betsy Lloyd, whose mother always had a fresh pie cooling on the windowsill upstairs. Betsy was somewhat older than her brother Jerry, and his leaving his initials on the fence must have emboldened her to add her own. Farther along she found R.T., Russell Tully, a boy she only vaguely remembered. Finally, in the least courageous spot, nearest the street corner and far from the apartment entrance, she found the fossil memory of herself, K.F. Most of these older letters were rather large and rather deeply gouged into the wood, but it was still surprising that most of them were legible after all this time. She lingered over her own initials, musing. "Kelly? Is that you?" Startled, she turned toward the voice. The woman was still a little shorter than she, and some of the shoulder-length raven hair was now streaked with gray. And yes, Kelly had noticed a slight lisp. She took the woman's proffered hand. "Good heavens! Mary? Mary Connors?" Mary nodded, smiling, holding the hand a moment longer. "Mary Douglas now. I knew it was you. Somehow, you don't seem to have changed that much. And I remember your place. You're standing by your place on the fence. K.F." She laughed, and Kelly did too, but when their eyes met again, it was with a certain odd seriousness. Kelly felt compelled to explain her presence there. "I'm in town for a convention at the Sheraton. I figured while I was back for the weekend, I might as well walk over here and have a look. What brings you here, Mary?" Even in asking, she half felt that she already knew. The other woman looked away for a second, then shrugged. "I couldn't say. I live only across town, on the north end, but I never really thought of coming here. Till now. Last night I told Tom, that's my husband, that I had the most peculiar urge. Suddenly, I just wanted to come here. Tonight I left straight from work, and here I am. Isn't that the strangest thing?" Kelly studied her face. "Is it?" All at once, Mary looked nervous, as if the conversation were about to take a direction uncomfortable to her. "What do you mean?" "Well," Kelly said, "do you remember what happened with Freddie Shea? You can still see his name on the fence, you know, if you look closely." They walked a little away from the corner, and Kelly pointed out the name, to the left of MC. "Remember, Mary?" I'm not sure I do." "Or not sure you want to?" Kelly asked, trying to let her tone say that she was not being unkind. "I wouldn't blame you. Anyway, I don't know if Freddie ever told you what he told me. Old Mulligan actually caught him carving his name, caught him right in the act when he was finishing up. Freddie said Mulligan traced his finger along the letters in the fence, just ran a finger along the letters, staring at Freddie the whole time, and turned and walked away and went inside. Later, Freddie went in and started to walk past Mulligan's door to go upstairs, but couldn't walk past. Just couldn't for the life of him. Instead, he ended up knocking on Mulligan's door, doing it but not wanting to, and Mulligan opened the door and pulled him inside. Freddie never would tell me what happened in there, but I remember him coming up the stairs later, white as chalk and trembling all over. He never told you any of this? Mary shook her head. No, he never said much of anything to me at all, actually. But I take it you don't know the same sort of thing happened to... what was her name? Alice? And to those twins, you know, Lucy and Nancy, and to the kid whose dad ran the drugstore. Charlie? Charlie Wynn, right. Some of those things may have happened after you moved away. Good thing you weren't around. I moved away, too, the year after you, or Mulligan might have got around to me next. Kelly shuddered. God, what kind of man was he? Mary stared at the rough boards for a long time before looking at Kelly again. No, you know, I think the question is, what kind of thing was his fence? By now, Kelly felt sure enough to reply, I would ask, what kind of thing is his fence? Mary glared at her. You mean, the reason Kelly nodded. Guess so. It wasn't Mulligan so much. It was... Well, yes, I did trace out your initials. Last night. Right here. You know, I think we could get the whole gang back here if we tried. Mary turned away and seemed to be mulling this over. When she turned back, it was to ask, Did you call anyone else? Kelly hesitated. Well, just Gary. Mary gaped at her in evident astonishment. Gary? Gary Williams? Choking back a laugh, she put her hand over her mouth and shook her head slowly, as if in incredulity. Oh, Kelly, my God, you really are impossible. And, trailing a somehow mirthless-sounding laughter, she was around the corner and gone. Kelly stood on the corner for a while, feeling suddenly very alone. She walked around for a while and finally headed back to the hotel. In the lobby, she checked with the clerk at the desk to see if she had any messages. Mrs. Fletcher, her neighbor back home, was supposed to call if there were any problems while she was away. There was indeed a message, but when the clerk handed the rumpled note to her and she unfolded it and read it, the message was not from Mrs. Fletcher. Instantly, Kelly turned around and hurried out the revolving door to the street. Back on the old corner under the pale lamplight, she asked herself why she had come back here this time. After resisting the idea for some minutes, she admitted to herself that it was to see, to verify that something would not happen. Assuredly would not happen. Mary's urge to come back here had to have been a coincidence, a truly remarkable one, but a coincidence nonetheless. Kelly was back here by the fence now to see that nothing else was going to happen. And apparently nothing was. A pair of late-night strollers sauntered by, talking quietly, but otherwise the streets were empty. Across the way, huddled apartments had long since closed their tired eyes and slept. From somewhere far off, vague traffic sounds mingled with the wind that had sprung up, but all else was silence, and she began to feel foolish standing out here unaccountably, pointlessly. What would she say if a policeman came along and asked her why she was here? She strolled closer to the corner, straining to read the older inscriptions on the fence, those archaeological strata beneath the modern vulgarity. The kids, her old circle of friends, scattered, gone. Where? Anywhere, everywhere, nowhere. Strange how you never forgot some... The thought broke off in her mind with the realization that she was listening, had been listening for some time. For what? To what? The wind, her own breath, nothing else. No, there again. A sort of scraping sound. Faint, vague, distant, but seeming to come closer. Well now, this was foolish, letting her imagination go this way. There was nothing to be nervous about. But the sound was closer now, apparently coming from around on Ames Street, approaching the corner. And in the same moment she realized both that it sounded like a shoe scraping along the pavement, and that some undefinable odor now floated on the wind. It took another moment for her to place the odor as damp sod, with some less thinkable smell beneath. But by then the tattered and rail-thin source of these impressions had shambled all the way around the corner. Some feverish region of Kelly's mind chattered, he got here fast, considering how much farther he had to come. Even mostly eaten away, the ears were still quite large, and she had time only to reflect once more on Mary's note. Kelly, Gary Williams died a year ago. Before embracing her, he had pressed what was left of his mouth to hers. Daniel Fox. How She Dances. Daniel Fox is perhaps better known as Chaz Brenchley, the author of 4 psychothrillers, The Samaritan, The Refuge, The Garden, and Mall Time, as well as 3 fantasy novels for children. His latest novel, Paradise, is described as an inner-city epic of good and evil. The author lives in Newcastle-upon-Tyne and has recently completed a year as crime writer-in-residence at St. Peter's Riverside Sculpture Project in Sunderland. He has written around 400 stories in various genres, and his short horror fiction has appeared in The Mammoth Book of Frankenstein and several volumes of Dark Voices, the Pan Book of Horror. She picked me up down at the station on a Saturday night. I'd been drinking with friends till the pubs closed, and the plan was to go on to a nightclub after. But I was in an odd mood, restless and unsettled, even with people I'd known for years. I didn't want the evening to end in a fight, but it was heading that way. I could feel it, and all my own work it'd be if it happened, if I let it happen. So I left the others abruptly, with a shrug and a wave, and let them wonder. I didn't know myself what had got into me that night, but I could sort it out tomorrow. A couple of phone calls, an apology, they'd laugh it off. They were my friends, and no problem. Right now, though, I had nowhere to go but home, and I was still solvent thanks to my interrupted evening, and I'd missed the last bus, and it was a 2-mile walk to the flat, and I wasn't so drunk I wouldn't notice it. So what the hell, Mick? Treat yourself. I went down to the station for a taxi. There's always a queue that time of night, and it's worse on Saturdays. I took a look and almost changed my mind, but the line was moving quickly, a constant stream of taxis picking up. So I tagged on the end, shuffle dancing on the spot for warmth, turning the music up good and loud in my head, and wondering if maybe I should have gone clubbing after all. Dancing always was therapy for me. Used to be. But chances were I'd change my mind again halfway there, and there were already half a dozen people in line behind me, and you always feel stupid giving up your place in a queue with no visible reason. So I stayed and danced and looked around and saw her. She would have been hard to miss, in all honesty. A tall, thin woman wearing a man's raincoat over a long, khaki shirt that surely had to be homemade. There wasn't a shop in the country would sell a thing like that. And her hair was all tied up in a square of cloth the same dead color, and her hands were twisting and shifting and tangling together, and all in all she just looked mad. I thought she might be talking to herself, too, mutter, mutter, with the odd shrill curse. Couldn't tell from this distance. She was 20 yards away or more, but looked the type. Thing was, though, she was beautiful with it. Not sexy at all. She was too weird for that. But her face had that mottled perfection to it that always hits you hard. It's so rare. Like one of those Victorian china dolls. Creepy, but flawless. I couldn't guess how old she was. Anywhere from 25 to 40. Older than me, for sure, but surely too young to be doing this, to be dressing weird and wringing her hands and talking to herself, being noticed by everyone and hurriedly ignored by most. I didn't ignore her. Not me, not smart Mick Hunter. I was too curious, too interested, head full of questions that eluded any answer. That's an occupational hazard for either a student or a pisshead, and I was both. So I stood there gawping, and she saw me doing it, and even then I didn't look away, and she thought that was an invitation. And who knows, maybe she was right, maybe it was. Come on in, I might have been saying. Even things up. Do me a little damage here. I can take it. Or maybe I deserve it. Whatever. This is what she did. This is what happened. This is what she did to me. She came sidling up to me in this odd walk she had, sort of striding, but never striding straight. She never did anything straight. She came at me crabwise, and her eyes moved all over, all around my face without ever meeting mine, and she said this, or something like it, close enough to this. Said, "I'm sorry. Excuse me. I know I shouldn't ask. I shouldn't be asking. Only I'm desperate, you see, and my baby needs me." Never straight. She never came straight at anything. I just looked at her, dead straight, waiting for the payoff. "Are you?" she said. "It's silly of me, really. I don't suppose you are. You could be going anywhere, and you don't know me. But are you going up the West Road at all? In your taxi? Are you waiting for a taxi?" "Yes," I said, drunk and honest, and never mind my sinking heart. "I'm waiting for a taxi, and yes, I'm going west." I knew what she wanted, and I knew what I'd say. Good middle-class boy, me. Ex-Boy Scout. All the right instincts trained in. But I stopped there. I didn't offer. I was going to make her ask, at least. "Well, could I? Do you think I could possibly? Would you mind terribly if I shared it? If I came with you? I haven't any money. I can't give you anything towards it. It's stupid of me, but I left my purse at home, and I've got to get back for my baby." She spoke dead posh, high and hoarse and fluttery, pretty much like you'd expect from the look of her, and her hands moved like her conversation, in gentle jerks and fingerings, reaching to touch my arm and drawing back. And I guessed she'd done this often enough before, but she obviously had a knack for it, unless everyone's as soft a touch as I am. As I was, rather, back then. Because I said yes. Of course I did. I thought she was glass. I thought I could see through her all the way. I didn't believe the maiden in distress act, not for a minute, but I still said yes. She could sit in my taxi, 5 or 10 minutes, and there you go. Why not? She'd be safe with me, at least, where she might not be with another man. And it'd make a story for my friends to hear, how I did my knight-errant bit for a crazy lady. And that's all it would have been if I'd been sharp at all, if I hadn't been muzzy from drinking. That's all it should have been, a seat in my taxi and goodbye, no obligation. But where she was going, her flat was only 1 street down from mine, the other side of the cemetery, and the driver took us along the river and up, so we reached hers first. And I wasn't thinking. I got out with her and paid the taxi off, saved myself 20 pence. Cost myself a whole lot more. A lifetime of paying, maybe. Unless I get lucky. Amnesia or senility. That's what I'm looking for now. That's where my hope is. I just want to get out of my head. I don't like what's in here. Can't live with it. Standing there in the night, in the dark, I still could have saved myself if I'd only simply walked away. But I didn't. Too polite, too well-trained. Blame my parents, my culture, blame whoever you like. I just blame myself. Anyway, I said something bland and inane, just making conversation. My flat's only just round the corner from here. Surprised I haven't seen you in the street. It might have been that, or something like it. But whatever it wasn't good night. And she said, "Would you? I don't suppose you would. I expect you want to get off now. Don't want to be troubled with me. But would you like to come in? For a coffee?" And God help me, because no one else can now. But I stood there and looked at her, saw the strangeness and overlooked it, and said yes. Couldn't see any point in the alternative, being home and alone, so I said yes, okay, I'd have a coffee. "Thanks," I said. She had 3 good locks on her front door. Had to find 3 separate keys in her pockets before she could let us in. "Dodgy area, isn't it?" I said. "You been burgled yet?" "No, but I mustn't," she said. "I can't let that happen. I've got to keep my baby safe." Baby. She'd mentioned the baby 6 times by now, but the flat was dark and felt empty, and the door had been so thoroughly, comprehensively locked. "Where's your baby now, then?" "In her room, of course. She'll be sleeping." "No babysitter?" "Oh, no. I couldn't leave her with a stranger." "You mean you'd rather leave her alone?" I was jolted enough, drunk enough just to say that, straight out. "It doesn't matter," she said, sounding slightly puzzled. "I always know when she's going to wake up, when she'll want me. I'm always here when she needs me." That sounded like bullshit from where I stood, but hell, it was none of my business. Let the social services sort it out. They'd get onto her sooner or later. Probably sooner if she told other people what she just told me. I followed her up the stairs and into a living room strewn with baby clothes, cluttered with toys. I didn't know about the clothes, but some of those toys were 20 years old or more. Jumble sale pickings by the look of them, flaking paint and dents and the odd rough edge where something had broken off. Definitely not for babies, I'd have thought, but what did I know? She made coffee, then left me alone for a couple of minutes. I snooped shamelessly, drawn to the one real oddity in the room, the computer in the corner. There was a sheaf of handwritten pages by the keyboard, a doctoral thesis on anaerobic sewage treatment, and it didn't take a Holmesian intellect to deduce that she took in other people's typing. She came back with a photograph album, pictures of her baby, and she scrounged a cigarette and gave me an illustrated lecture. The kid's name was Anne-Marie, and she was 6 months old. Never a day's illness in her life, and the sweetest baby any mother could wish for. And her mother's name was Alice, I learned that too. And yes, Alice typed for a living. And I was a student, was I? Yes, of course I was. She could see that. I was an intellectual. It showed in my face. And if I ever needed a dissertation typing up, or any of my student friends if they did, she was cheaper than the agencies and just as quick. 45 minutes of this, and then there were soft wails coming through the wall, and that had to be the baby, bless her. So I used her as an excuse and left, with Alice's business card in my pocket, and nothing in my head except to get home, to get away. But you forget awkwardness and embarrassment, and only remember strangeness. And you get curious. You want to try things twice. Or I do, anyway. I did. And a few months later, I did need some typing done, and I really couldn't afford the agencies, so I went back to find Alice. It took her a while to answer the door, but when she did, it felt like I'd been gone only a few minutes instead of months. The baby was crying. Again, obviously, but I almost said still, because that's how it felt, as if there'd been no break at all. And Alice was wearing the same strange clothes, and her hands and voice were imitating each other as before, tying words and fingers into soft knots. "Michael, you came! I didn't expect. I thought, I don't know why you should have bothered. But there, you've got work with you. You haven't come to visit, have you? Of course not. You want some typing done. Come in, come up. I'll have to settle the baby." Again, she took me to the living room and left me, and again I snooped among the toys and clothes, fascinated and repelled by both. There were dresses there that would fit a 3-year-old, as well as nappies for a newborn. There was an old tin-wheeled horse that even a 3-year-old would be too small to ride. Alice's buying for the baby looked as obsessive as her conversation, and as ill-planned. But the baby's crying stopped abruptly, and a minute later Alice came back, privately smiling, practically oozing tender maternity. It ought to have been a performance, she laid it on so thick, but I believed her. I thought she really did feel that deeply towards little Anne-Marie, that deeply attached. Probably she was lonely. I couldn't see her having many friends, or any friends, a more honest echo in the back of my head. And likely a single mother would turn more and more towards her child in a situation like that. I'd never asked, but Alice had to be a single mother. It couldn't be good for the kid to be so needed, so possessed, but that was no concern of mine. NMP, that was. Not my problem. I had to show some interest, though. I had to be polite before we got down to business, and asking about the baby was the easiest way to do that. Safe territory, I thought. So, how is Anne-Marie, then? Crawling all over by now, I imagine, is she? "Oh, no!" And Alice laughed, high and shrill. "No, she's not crawling yet, not yet. She's only 6 months old, you know, not time for crawling yet. I can walk her, I can hold her hands and she'll walk. She even dances for me sometimes, but she hasn't started crawling yet, oh no." And that's when it all turned very bad indeed. That's when I stood there and thought, get out, Mick. Just get out of here. Get moving. And if I'd been moving already, it would have been easy. My feet would have done the job for me. No problem. They were itching for it. But I wasn't moving. I was standing still, and I couldn't overcome that. I just got stiller, only the tingling in my fingers and my feet to say they were working at all. So I did the other thing. I lied to myself. I thought, it's okay. It's a misunderstanding, that's all. Nothing to worry about. No problem. Or if there was a problem, it wasn't mine. NMP. I thought that too. But even that thought couldn't stop me doing the stupid thing, the thing I did next. "Only 6 months?" I said, dragging questions out into the light, where they had to be answered. "But surely she must be older than that. About 11 months by now. She was 6 months when I was here before. You showed me photos." Alice smiled when I mentioned the photos. I saw how her hands touched an imaginary album, how they smoothed its cover and turned the pages back, and my fingers weren't tingling anymore. They were starting to shake. "That's right," she said. "You've seen the photos, haven't you? You've seen my lovely baby. 6 months, 1 week, 3 days," she said. "Exactly." And she smiled another of those sweet smiles, and looked like a living china doll. And I was getting scared now. I was getting thoroughly spooked. "When?" I said, croaking the word out through a tight, tight throat. "When's her birthday, Alice?" "Oh, we just had her birthday," she said. "You've missed that. Her birthday's in September, the 17th. Which didn't make her 6 months, or 11 either. And oh, I was frightened, and I didn't want to know. "What year was that, Alice? 17th of September, which year?" "Year?" She shook her head vaguely. "I forget. It doesn't matter. Why should it matter?" I didn't say anything for a minute. And then, when I could talk, I said, "Can I see her? Please," I said. "I'd like to see her. Very much." "She's sleeping." "I don't think so, Alice. I don't think she is." "Well, just for a minute, then. Just from the door. She should be sleeping now. She needs her sleep." Alice led me out onto the landing, and made a great show of tiptoeing down to the furthest door, which stood slightly ajar. She pushed it a little wider and slipped inside, vanished into darkness. After a moment she reappeared and beckoned to me. There was barely room for me to put my head in, with the door only half open and her standing there in the gap, and it was so dark in there I could really see nothing but shadows. But there was a box-like shadow that resolved itself slowly into a cot. I could make out the bars of it and a bundle behind the bars. And the bundle stirred, I saw that. I saw an arm rise and fall, as though the baby were waving, and relief broke through my body like a wave on shingle. Just paranoia and confusion then, and nothing to get worked up about. Nothing I had to do except be polite, back out of there, talk about typing. But the baby went on waving, the one arm going up and down, and the more my eyes adjusted to the dim light, the stranger it looked. And the room smelled strange, too. It smelled musty and unused, almost surely unlived in. And Alice was standing with her back to me, still blocking my way in, and she was sort of chanting baby talk under her breath in time with that stiff movement, and she sounded utterly mad. I pressed the light switch by my shoulder. Nothing happened, though, except that Alice's head jerked round and, "No light," she breathed. "You mustn't. I took the bulb away. Mustn't let the light in. Baby doesn't like the light. It isn't good for her." Even then, I could just have walked away, and I wish I had. There's always a last chance. That was mine, and I blew it. It wasn't curiosity driving me now. Nothing like it. Closer to panic, perhaps. The certainty of horror lurking somewhere in this story, in this room, waiting for the light. But panic or not, I still needed to resolve it. I still needed to know. So I pushed past Alice despite her sudden screeching and her clutching hands. I went to the window and I tried to draw the curtain back. It didn't draw, though, because it wasn't a curtain. It was a blanket, and it was nailed tight across the frame. But I had my own madness now. I stretched up, caught hold of the edge as high as I could reach, dug my fingers in between the nails, and yanked hard. It held for a second, then started to rip. 3 good tugs, and the sunlight was flooding into that room where no light had been for far too long. Now I could see, and now, already, too late already, I wished it all undone. "The light's not good for baby," Alice said, her voice twisting like her face was twisting. "The light makes baby cry. See? See?" and her fingers stabbed down on a cassette player, and the room filled with the sounds of a baby crying. The sounds I'd heard as I arrived here a few short minutes ago. The same sounds, the same tape that I'd heard 5 months back. She must have had it on a time switch then, to start it playing while she was in the other room with me. "Baby likes dancing," Alice was saying, gasping rather, the words coming in hurried gulps while tears flowed down her porcelain cheeks. "Baby, dance for Mama. Look, see how she dances." I could see already how Baby danced, much the same way as she'd waved earlier. There were strings rising from the baby's cot. They ran through loops across the ceiling and came down the wall by the door, just where Alice was standing. And Alice held the strings in her twitching, fretful hands and pulled them lovingly, and Baby rose from her blankets and danced for me and Mama. At the inquest, the doctor told us that Anne-Marie had died at around 6 months, as near as he could tell. 6 months, 1 week, 3 days, I thought, but didn't say. She'd been dead a long time, he told us. He couldn't say how long, with the body so strangely treated, but the birth certificate said she'd been born 3 years before. And yes, he said, that would fit with what medical evidence, what knowledge he had. The good news was that she might have died of natural causes. Impossible to be sure, he said, but there were no signs of violence. Not before death, at least. Might have been a cot death, he said, just an inexplicable loss. And that might help to explain the mother, he said, what the mother had done. That's what I try to remember now, that she might have died sweet and easy, no pain or fear, and nothing to do with Alice. That maybe what Alice did after was no worse than a grieving mother trying to hold on to what was gone, no more than a child playing dolls. That's what I try to remember. Mostly it doesn't work, though. Mostly what I remember is Anne-Marie dancing that day, while her mother pulled the strings. The tape played, and Baby danced to the sounds of her own crying, as if she danced to music. The little crocheted blankets fell away, and I saw a shriveled brown husk of a thing in a white lace gown, strings sewn to her wrists and elbows, and to the back of her neck. She hung above her cot and moved in jerks, in a desperate parody. Her blind eyes were sewn shut. "Hush, Baby's sleeping." But there were crude blotches of blue painted on the dark, dry lids. "Look, Baby's awake, blue eyes smiling for Mama." Lipstick was smeared clumsily across her gaping, toothless mouth. "There, Baby, don't cry. Mama make you pretty." And of course, Mama made her dance. Her head flopped forward and back as she jiggled on the strings, and her hands dangled at the end of stick-thin arms. Later, I learned that Alice had broken every joint in her body to make her move at the string's command. That didn't help, but nothing could much. Nothing can. Anne-Marie's in the cemetery now, just down the road from my flat. Her mother's in hospital, but I'm not concerned about Alice. I went to the funeral to see Baby buried, to be certain it was done, and I'm trying to save money now to pay for a headstone, something good and heavy to weigh her down. I wish to God they'd burned her, for surety's sake, but they wouldn't listen to me. Father's wishes, they said, though God knows how they traced the father. Then they sent me to a psychiatrist, but he didn't help either. I still see her dancing every time I hear a baby cry, and I still get scared every time I see a baby being taken down the hill to the cemetery. Sometimes I go running after it, to be sure the baby's sleeping. Don't let it wake up, I tell them. Don't let it cry in that corner. Not an earshot of that corner, where the new graves are. Karl Edward Wagner. Passages. Karl Edward Wagner is another regular contributor to the Best New Horror. Since 1980, he has edited the Year's Best Horror Stories series for DAW Books and is currently working on 2 new novels, The Fourth Seal and a book-length version of his disowned DC Comics graphic novel, Tell Me Dark. He has also recently compiled 2 new collections of short stories, Exorcisms and Ecstasies and Silver Dagger, the latter a 4th book of tales featuring his barbarian sorcerer, Cain. Other recent appearances include Elric, Tales of the White Wolf, a Cain meets Elric crossover, The Mammoth Book of Frankenstein, The Ultimate Witch, Touch Wood, and Phobias, from which the following story is taken. As the author explains, the Doctor character is mainly autobiographical. I did have a needle broken in my arm, as described, with subsequent needle phobia, etc., as written. I became a psychiatrist rather than a heart surgeon. Think I never lost that light in my eyes, paraphrasing Pink Floyd's Poles Apart on their new album, The Decision Bell. I guess. There were the 3 of them, seated at one of the corner tables, somewhat away from the rest of the crowd in the rented banquet room at the Legion Hall. A paper banner painted in red and black school colors welcomed back the Pine Hill High School class of 1963 to its 25th class reunion. A moderately bad local band was playing a medley of hits from the 1960s, and many of the middle-aged alumni were attempting to dance. In an eddy from the amplifiers, it was possible to carry on a conversation. They were Marcia Meadows. She had taken back her maiden name after the divorce. Fred Pruitt, once known as Freddie Pruitt, and called so again tonight, and Grant McDade, now addressed as Dr. McDade. The best of friends in high school, each had gone his separate way, and despite yearbook vows to remain the very closest of friends forever, they had been out of touch until this night. Marcia and Grant had been voted most intellectual for the senior class. Freddie and one Beth Markison had been voted most likely to succeed. These 3 were laughing over their senior photographs in the yearbook. Plastic cups of beer from the party keg were close at hand. Freddie had already drunk more than the other 2 together. Marcia sighed and shook her head. They all looked so young back then. Pictures of strangers. So, why isn't Beth here tonight? Off somewhere in California, I hear, Freddie said. He was the only one of the 3 who had remained in Pine Hill. He owned the local Porsche, Audi, BMW dealership. I think she's supposed to be working in pictures. She always had a good body, Marcia finished for him. The 2 snorted laughter, and Grant smiled over his beer. Freddie shook his head and ran his hand over his shiny scalp. Other than a fringe of wispy hair, he was as bald as a honeydew melon. A corpulent man, he had once been quite slender. His double chin overhung his loosened tie, and the expensive suit was showing strain. Wonder how she's held up. None of us look the same as then. Quickly, except you, Marcia. Don't you agree, Grant? As beautiful as the day I last saw her. Grant raised a toast, and Marcia hoped she hadn't blushed. After 25 years, Grant McDade remained in her fantasies. She wished he'd take off those dark glasses, vintage B&L Ray-Bans, just like his vintage white t-shirt and James Dean red nylon jacket and the tight jeans. His high school crew cut was now slicked-back blonde hair, and there were lines in his face. Otherwise, he was still the boy she'd wanted to have take her to the senior prom. Well, there was an indefinable difference. but given the years and the fact that he was quite famous in his field. "You haven't changed much either, I guess, Grant." Freddie had refilled his beer cup. "I remember that jacket from high school. Guess you heart surgeons know to keep fit." He flapped a hand across his pink scalp. "But look at me, bald as that baby's butt. Serves me right for always wanting to have long hair as a kid." "Weren't you ever a hippie?" Marcia asked. "Not me. Nam caught up to me first. But I always wanted to have long hair back when I was a kid, back before the Beatles made it okay to let your hair grow. Remember Hair and that song? Well, too late for me by then." Freddie poured more beer down his throat. Marcia hadn't kept count, but she hoped he wouldn't throw up. From his appearance, Freddie could probably hold it. "When I was a kid," Freddie was becoming maudlin, "I hated to get my hair cut. I don't know why. Maybe it was those Sunday school stories about Samson and Delilah that scared me. Grant, you're a doctor. Ask your shrink friends. It was those sharp scissors and buzzing clippers, that chair like the dentist had, and that greasy crap they'd smear in your hair. Got your ears lowered, the kids at school would say." Freddie belched. "Well, my mother used to tease me about it. Said she'd tie a ribbon in my hair and call me Frederica. I was the youngest, 2 older sisters, and I was always teased that Mom had hoped I'd be a girl too, to save on buying new clothes, just pass along hand-me-downs. I don't know what I really thought." "You remember being a kid in the 1950s. How incredibly naive we all of us were." "Tell me," Marcia said. "I was a freshman in college before I ever saw even a picture of a hard-on." "My oldest sister," Freddie went on, "was having a slumber party for some of her sorority sisters one night. Mom and Dad were out to a church dinner. She was the babysit. I was maybe 10 at the time, innocent as a kitten." Marcia gave him her beer to finish. She wasn't certain whether Freddie could walk as far as the keg. Freddie shook his head. "Well, I was just a simple little boy in a house full of girls. Middle of the 1950s. I think one of the sorority girls had smuggled in a bottle of vodka. They were very giggly, I remember. So they said they'd initiate me into their sorority. They had those great big lollipops that were the fad then, and I wanted one, but I had to join the sorority. So they got out some of my sister's clothes, and they stripped me down. Hadn't been too long before that my mother or sister would bathe me, so I hadn't a clue. Well, they dressed me up in a trainer bra with tissue padding, pink panties, a pretty slip, lace petticoats, one of my 14-year-old sister's party dresses, a little garter belt, hose and heels. I got the whole works. I was big enough that between my 2 sisters they could fit me into anything. I thought it was all good fun because they were all laughing, like when I asked why the panties didn't have a Y front. They made up my face and lips and tied a ribbon in my hair, gave me gloves, a handbag, and a little hat. Now I knew why sissy girls took so long to get dressed. When Mom and Dad got home, they presented me to them as little Frederica. "Did you get a whipping?" Marcia asked. Freddie finished Marcia's beer. "No, my folks thought it was funny as hell. My mom loved it. Dad couldn't stop laughing and got out his camera. This was 1955. They even called the neighbors over for the show. My family never let me live it down. Pretty little Frederica. After that, I demanded to get a crew cut once a week. So now I'm fat, ugly, and bald." "Times were different then," Marcia suggested. "Hell, there's nothing wrong with me. I was a Marine in Nam. I got a wife and 3 sons. Freddie pointed to where his plump wife was dancing with an old flame. "It didn't make me queer." "It only made you bald," said Grant. "Overcompensation. physical response to emotional trauma. "You should have been a shrink instead of a surgeon." Freddie lurched off for more beers all around. He had either drunk or spilled half of them by the time he returned. He was too drunk to remember to be embarrassed, but would hate his soul-bearing in the morning. Marcia picked up the thread of conversation. "Well, teasing from your siblings won't cause hair loss." She flounced her mass of chestnut curls. "If that were true, then I'd be bald too." "Girls don't have hair loss," Freddie said, somewhat mopishly. "Thank you, but I'm a mature 41. Marcia regretted the stiffness in her tone immediately. Freddie might be macho, but he was a balding, unhappy drunk who had once been her unrequited dream date right behind Grant. Forget it. Freddie was about as much in touch with feminists as she was with BMW fuel injection systems. Marcia Meadows had aged well, despite a terrible marriage, 2 maniac teenaged sons, and a demanding career in fashion design. She now had her own modest string of boutiques, had recently exhibited to considerable approval at several important shows, and was correctly confident that a few years would establish her designs on the international scene. She had gained perhaps 5 pounds since high school, and could still wear a miniskirt to flattering effect, as she did tonight with an ensemble of her own creation. She had a marvelous smile, pixie features, and lovely long legs which she kept crossing, hoping to catch the eye of Grant McDade. This weekend's return to Pine Hill was for her something of an adventure. She wondered what might lie beneath the ashes of old fantasies. Still have, Marcia corrected herself, 2 older brothers. They were brats, always teasing me. She sipped her fresh beer. Still do. Should have been drowned at birth. Her hands fluttered at her hair in reflex. Marcia had an unruly tangle of tight chestnut-brown curls, totally unmanageable. In the late 1960s, it had passed as a fashionable afro. Marcia had long since given up hope of taming it. After all, miniskirts had come back. Maybe afros. "So, what did they do?" Freddie prodded. "Well, they knew I was scared of spiders. I mean, like I really am scared of spiders." Maria actually shuddered. "I really hate and loathe spiders." "So, rubber spiders in the underwear drawer?" Freddie giggled. It was good he had a wife to drive him home. Marcia ignored him. "We had lots of woods behind our house. I was something of a tomboy. I loved to go romping through the woods. You know how my hair is, has always been." "Lovely to look at, delightful to hold," said Grant, and behind his dark glasses there may have been a flash of memory. "But a mess to keep combed," Marcia finished. "Anyway, you know those really gross spiders that build their webs between trees and bushes in the woods? The ones that look like dried-up snot boogers with little legs, and they're always strung out there across the middle of a path. I was a Boy Scout," Freddie remembered. "Right. So I was always running into those yucky little suckers and getting their webs caught in my hair. Then I'd start screaming and clawing at my face and run back home, and my snotty brothers would laugh like hyenas. But here's the worst part." Marcia chugged a long swallow of beer. "You know how you never see those goddamned spiders once you've hit their webs? It's like they see you coming, say, too big to fit into my parlor, and they bail out just before you plow into their yucky webs. Like 1 second they're there, ugly as a pile of pigeon shit with 20 eyes, and then they vanish into thin air. So, my dear big brothers convinced me that the spiders were trapped in my hair, hiding out in this curly mess and waiting to crawl out for revenge. At night they were sure to creep out and crawl into my ears and eat my brain. make a web across my nose and smother me, wriggle beneath my eyelids and suck dry my eyeballs, slip down my mouth and fill my tummy with spider eggs that would hatch out and eat through my skin. My brothers liked to say that they could see them spinning webs between my curls, just hoping to catch a few flies while they waited for the chance to get me. Marcia smiled and shivered. It still wasn't easy to think about. So, of course, I violently combed and brushed my hair as soon as I rushed home, shampooed for an hour. Once I scrubbed my scalp with Ajax cleaner, just to be safe. So it's a wonder that I still have my hair. And are you still frightened of spiders? Grant asked. Yes, but I wear a hat when I venture into the woods now. Saves wear and tear on the hair. A poetess, remarked Freddie. He was approaching the legless stage, and one of his sons fetched him a fresh beer. So, Grant! So, Dr. McDade, excuse me. We have bared our souls and told you of our secret horrors. What now, if anything, has left its emotional scars upon the good doctor? Anything at all? Marcia sensed the angry tension beneath Freddie's growing drunkenness. She looked toward Grant. He had always been master of any situation. He could take charge of a class reunion situation. He'd always taken charge. Grant sighed and rubbed at his forehead. Marcia wished he'd take off those sunglasses so she could get a better feeling of what went on behind those eyes. Needles, said Grant. Needles? Freddie laughed, his momentary belligerence forgotten. But you're a surgeon! Grant grimaced and gripped his beer cup in his powerful, long-fingered hands. Marcia could visualize those hands, rubber-gloved and blood-stained, deftly repairing a dying heart. I was very young, he said. We were still living in our old house, and we moved from there before I was 5. My memories of that time go back to just as I was learning to walk. The ice cream man still made his rounds in a horse-drawn cart. This was in the late 1940s. Like all children, I hated shots, and trips to the doctor, since all doctors did was give children shots. I would put up quite a fuss, despite promises of ice cream afterward. If you've ever seen or tried to give a screaming child a shot, you know the difficulty. Grant drew in his breath, still clutching the beer cup. Marcia hadn't seen him take a sip from it since it had been refilled. I don't know why I was getting a shot that day. Kids at that age never understand. Since I did make such a fuss, they tried something different. They'd already swabbed my upper arm with alcohol. Mother was holding me in her lap. The pediatrician was in front of us, talking to me in a soothing tone. The nurse crept up behind me with the hypodermic needle. My mother was supposed to hold me tight. The nurse would make the injection, pull out the needle, quick as a wink, all over and done, and then I could shriek as much as I liked. This is, of course, a hell of a way to establish physician-patient trust, but doctors in the 1940s were more pragmatic. If Mother had held my arm tightly, it probably would have worked. However, she didn't have a firm grip. I was a strong child. I jerked my arm away. The needle went all the way through my arm and broke off. So I sat in my mother's lap, screaming, a needle protruding from the side of my arm. These were the old days when needles and syringes were sterilized and used over and again. The needle that protruded from my arm seemed to me as large as a 10-penny nail. The nurse stood helplessly. Mother screamed. The doctor moved swiftly and grasped the protruding point with forceps, pulled the needle on through. After that, I was given a tetanus shot. Marcia rubbed goose pimples from her arms. After that, you must have been a handful. Grant finally sipped at his beer. I'd hide under beds, run away. They kept doctor appointments secret after a while. I never knew whether a supposed trip to the grocery store might really be a typhoid shot or a polio shot. "But you got over it when you grew up," Freddie urged. "When I was 16 or so," Grant said, "I cut my foot on a shell at the beach. My folks insisted that I have a tetanus shot. I flew into a panic, bawling, kicking, disgraced myself in front of everyone. But they still made me get the shot. I wonder if my parents ever knew how much I hated them." "But surely," said Marcia, "it was for your own good." "How can someone else decide what is your own good?" Grant decided his beer was awful and set it aside. He drank only rarely, but tonight seemed to be a night for confessions. "So," he said, "the old identification with the aggressor story, I suppose. Anyway, I became a physician." Freddie removed his tie and shoved it into a pocket. He offered them cigarettes, managed to light one for himself. "So how'd you ever manage to give anybody a shot?" "Learning to draw blood was very difficult for me. We were supposed to practice on one another one day, but I cut that lab. I went to the beach for a day or two, told them I'd had a family emergency." Marcia waved away Freddie's cigarette smoke. She remembered Grant as the class clown, his blue eyes always bright with ready laughter. She cringed as he remembered. Grant continued. Third-year med students were expected to draw blood from the patients. They could have used experienced staff, but this was part of our initiation ritual. Hazing for us, hell for the patients. So I go in to draw blood. First time. I tie off this woman's arm with a rubber hose, pat the old antecubital fossa looking for a vein, jab away with the old needle, still searching. Feel the pop as I hit the vein. Out comes the bright red blood into the syringe. I pull out the needle, and blood goes everywhere because I hadn't released the tourniquet. "Oops," I say, as the patient in the next bed watches in horror. She's next in line. Well, after a few dozen tries at this, I got better at it, but the tasks got worse. There were the private patients as opposed to those on the wards, often VIPs, with spouses and families scowling down at you as you try to pop the vein first try. Then there's the wonderful arterial stick for when you need blood gases. You use this great thick needle, and you feel around the inside of the thigh for a femoral pulse. Then you jab the thing in like an ice pick. An artery makes a crunch when you strike it, and you just hope you've pierced through and not just gouged along its thick muscular wall. No need for a tourniquet. The artery is under pressure, and the blood pulses straight into the syringe. You run with it to the lab, and your assistant stays there maybe 10 minutes forcing pressure against the site so the artery doesn't squirt blood all through the surrounding tissue. Freddie looked ready to throw up. Worst thing, though, were the kids. We had a lot of leukemia patients on the pediatric ward. They'd lie there in bed, emaciated, bald from chemotherapy, waiting to die. By end stage, their veins had had 100 IVs stuck into them, 1,000 blood samples taken. Their arms were so thin, nothing but bones and pale skin. You'd think it would be easy to find a vein, but their veins were all used up, just as their lives were. I'd try and try to find a vein, to get a butterfly in so their IVs could run, for whatever good that did. They'd start crying as soon as they saw a white jacket walk into their room. Toward the end, they couldn't cry, just mewed like dying kittens. 2 of them died one night when I was on call, and for the last time in my life, I sent a prayer of thanks to God. Grant picked up his beer, scowled at it, set it back down. Marcia was watching him with real concern. "Hey, drink up," Freddie offered. It was the best thing he could think of to suggest. Grant took a last swallow. "Well, that was the end of the 60s. I tuned in, turned on, dropped out. Spent a year in Haight-Ashbury doing the hippie trip, trying to get my act together. Did lots of drugs out there, but never any needlework. My friends knew that I was almost a doctor, and some of them would get me to shoot them up when they were too stoned to find a vein. I learned a lot from addicts. How to bring up a vein from a disaster zone, how to use the leading edge of a beveled needle to pierce the skin, then roll at 180 when you've popped the vein. But I never shoved anything myself. I hate needles. Hell, I wouldn't even sell blood when I was stone broke." "But you went back," Marcia prompted. She reached out for his hand and held it. She remembered that they were staying in the same hotel. Summer of love turned into winter of junkies, death on the streets. Went back to finish med school. The time away was therapeutic. I applied myself, as they used to say. So now I do heart transplants. "A heart surgeon who's scared of needles," Freddie chuckled. "So, do you close your eyes when the nurses jab 'em in?" He spilled beer down his shirt, then looked confused by the wetness. "How did you manage to conquer your fear of needles?" Marcia asked, holding his hand in both of hers. "Oh," said Grant. He handed Freddie the rest of his beer. "I learned that in medical school after I went back. It only took time for the lesson to sink in. After that, it was easy to slide a scalpel through living flesh, to crack open a chest. It's the most important part of learning to be a doctor." Grant McDade removed his dark glasses and gazed earnestly into Marcia's eyes. "You see, you have to learn that no matter what you're doing to another person, it doesn't hurt you." The blue eyes that once had laughed were dead and dispassionate as a shark's eyes as it begins its tearing roll. Marcia let go of Grant's hand and excused herself. She never saw him after that night, but she forever mourned his ghost.